Li Chengfeng originally wanted to contact the science baby duo and ask them to think of a solution. But unexpectedly, Phil Coulson contacted Tony Stark to be on the safe side. "Aren't you dating Lois at the Met? I didn't expect Phil Coulson to just shake this dude over." It's true, the FBI has a good habit of calling in people when something happens. After all, the FBI's biggest advantage right now is that it has a large number of people. "Aren't you hanging out with Phil Coulson as well? Phil Coulson called you over with just one phone call. I just think it's easier to communicate with a bald guy in the front than a completely bald black egg," Tony Stark said jokingly, and then his voice became serious. "Miss Hacker sent the audio file when she was escaping just now. I'm working with Phil Coulson's 2 science kids on how to remove the centipede." Adrenaline? Emotional instability causes adrenaline to surge, which will accelerate the violent reaction of the stitched version of extremis in the centipede. Li Chengfeng said this and took a look at Mike Peterson, whose orange-red veins were lighting up again. He knew he couldn't hesitate any longer, so he directly opened the portal and stepped in with Mike Peterson. Shit. Tony Stark, who was just talking to Li Chengfeng on the communicator, turned around and was so scared that he burst into swearing when he was seen by Li Chengfeng, who appeared directly in front of him. "You are so kind. You brought this humanoid thermobaric bomb directly to the Air Command Center? Are you planning to send your entire team to the west?" The destination of the portal is the laboratory above Phil Coulson's team's airborne command center. At the moment, there are only 2 science babes, Fitz and Gemma, plus the big foreign aide Tony Stark. While turning on the green light to transform, Li Chengfeng took the time to say something to Tony Stark. "What nonsense? I can take him to a deserted place, but even if you come up with a solution, can you get there in time?" Then, barriers formed by the green light of will locked Mike Peterson inside layer by layer. He definitely would not joke about the lives of his own people. Under the barrier of the green light of will, he was absolutely sure that not even a trace of the explosion would escape. From the beginning, the difficulty of this matter has been to save Mike Peterson's life. "Fitz and Gemma, now's your chance." "Oh my god, listen, his emotions are related to radiation metabolism. All methods of calming his emotions can only delay the time of self-destruction." Fitz was a little at a loss. It was the first time he had really encountered such a crisis. "Don't repeat the information I already know." Li Chengfeng took a deep breath, and then used a calm voice to guide the 2 obviously panicked science babies. "Don't be afraid, I can guarantee that even if he explodes, it will not endanger everyone present. Since it is related to emotions and adrenaline, let him fake his death." "Didn't you design a good night gun?" "Yes." Gemma immediately took the prototype of the good night gun from the side, but the power is still not adjusted well. "What a genius design. Leave the rest to me." Tony Stark took the good night gun, and through Jarvis's scan, the design of the good night gun and the composition list of the bullets instantly appeared in front of his eyes. To achieve perfect suspended animation, your bullets need less paralysis and more rigor mortis. Adding some less toxic sea snake venom should be enough to achieve the ideal level. There is ready-made sea snake toxin in the laboratory." Gemma immediately took out a portion of sea snake venom from her biological experiment area, but this sea snake venom is too toxic and needs to be diluted. "Dilute it 20 times. No, 50 times? The effect of the bullets you made before is very close. You only need to make some minor adjustments to achieve the desired effect." Tony Stark made a prompt decision. Li Chengfeng looked at the scene in front of him and nodded slightly. Phil Coulson is such a great shaker. Although according to the original plot of S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent, the scientific baby duo can successfully develop a perfect suspended animation injection within 2 hours. But now, both Sky's story and the characters in the team have changed because of this hybrid universe. Li Chengfeng was not sure whether Fitz and Gemma in this universe could succeed in the research and development even with his own hints. After all, the original plot only stated that the injection came from the bullet of the good night gun, but it did not specify what kind of adjustments and research were required to achieve success. Also, he wasn't sure if Mike Peterson could last as long as in the original plot. Fortunately, with the help of Tony Stark, a scientist who is almost at the top of humanity at this stage, the research and development time has been greatly shortened. Fitz and Gemma immediately started to act as requested. Gemma Simmons was responsible for diluting the snake venom and began to make injections. Fitz took into consideration that Mike Peterson would be physically strengthened under the strengthening of the centipede, so he changed the bullet to a percussion type, which would be released and dissolved the moment it touched the skin, and enter the body fluid circulation through the body surface. Li Chengfeng originally wanted to say that he could actually give the injection to him. Given the difference in strength between him and Mike Peterson, he could just stuff the injection directly into the other's mouth. But at this time, we should not undermine the self-confidence and self-awareness of young people. Tony Stark obviously thought the same thing, so he didn't make any suggestions. After Li Chengfeng's initial strong suppression, although Mike Peterson's emotions were still unstable, he was wrapped in layers of green light barriers of will and could do nothing but watch everything around him.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
After a few minutes of silence, Mike Peterson finally spoke. "They call you Li? Are you the one who has the final say?" "Yes, at this critical moment I have the final say over everything on the scene and I take full responsibility." Is that so? Then can you let the FBI take good care of my son? If you ask me, it's better for the father to take care of the child himself, right? And you don't have to scare yourself. Our team has gathered the best FBI experts and we can definitely solve this problem in your hand. So before that, I want to ask you a question. Mike Peterson clenched his teeth and tried not to get too excited. Then he nodded laboriously, indicating his agreement. So Li Chengfeng pulled a chair from the laboratory, sat on it, and began to communicate with Mike Peterson in the tone of an interviewer. A man named Ben Parker once said that with great ability comes great responsibility. Now that you have power, can you bear the responsibility behind the power and the consequences of gaining power? Although you have many powers beyond human limits, does your son have them? Can you guarantee to stay by your son's side at all times? What if someone controlled you by kidnapping your son and made you do bad things? As far as I know, there is a super criminal called Acute Eyes who specializes in this kind of thing. Do you know how he will squeeze your value? First, he will implant an electronic eye into the target to monitor the target and issue instructions to control its behavior. After you complete a few tasks for him and your limbs are broken, he will also make you an experimental receptor for those mechanical enhancement components. Every word Li Chengfeng said made Mike Peterson break out in a cold sweat and his breathing became more rapid. I don't understand anything you said. I only know that with the centipede, I can become strong. I can even do the work of 10 people in the factory. This will allow me to bring a better life to my family. So, you're willing to do it even if it means hurting your son? Li Chengfeng's last question left Mike Peterson confused and silent. I know that making a choice is always difficult. Li Chengfeng patted the barrier formed by the green light of will, but in life, you must make a choice before you can take the next step. I need to protect my family's livelihood. Don't worry about that. Even if the centipede is successfully removed, the strengthening of your body is a foregone conclusion. But it will degenerate to about 30% of its current state over time. There are few ordinary humans who can compare with you. And you are also a victim of an evil organization. We in the FBI also have corresponding compensation measures. Mike Peterson finally broke free from the two extreme emotions of overexcitement and resentment. After making the decision to give up the power of centipede, it was as if the biggest burden in my heart had been put down. Just like Li Chengfeng said, no matter what, you have to make a choice before you can take the next step. Li, the power you possess is so terrifying, but why can you be so calm? That's probably because. Li Chengfeng thought for a while, and finally spread his hands helplessly. I was born to be a monster that controls power. Under the pressure of time, although the science baby duo seemed a little panicked at the beginning, their hands were always very steady, and they did not make any mistakes while speeding up. 10 minutes later, Phil Cowlson arrived at the lab with the rest of the team, including Sky and Mike Peterson's son. Li, Tony, what's going on? It's the last step. As Li Chengfeng was speaking, Fitz pushed the bullet made of injection into the magazine, then raised the gun with trembling hands and aimed it at Mike Peterson in the barrier. Agent Li, please remove the barrier. Li Chengfeng smiled and took the good night gun from him. You've done a great job. The young man's hands were shaking like Parkinson's disease, and Li Chengfeng didn't dare let him fire the shot. If I miss the first shot and then stimulate Mike Peterson to the point of exploding, then all my efforts would be in vain. Okay. Fitz nodded, finally breathing a sigh of relief. But there was a hint of loss between his brows. Phil Cowlson saw all of this. He knew that Fitz and Gemma were not the type who just wanted to bury their heads in research. The destination for such people should be the confidential research institute called Sandbox. And both of them dream of becoming excellent field agents. That's why Phil Cowlson chose them. So he patted Fitz and Gemma on the shoulders and said with a smile, "You are still a long way from becoming a qualified field agent. Come on, Sky. The three of you, do your best. The next thing is very simple." Li Chengfeng removed the barrier of green light of will, and then shot Mike Peterson in the neck. Location of the median vein. Then the injection took effect and Mike Peterson fell stiffly to the ground. Correspondingly, the extremely unstable orange-red color with destructive energy flowing in the blood vessels slowly faded, and was replaced by the purple-blue color of the injection. Li Chengfeng put away his good night gun in a very cool manner, then walked out of the Air Command Center arm in arm with Tony Stark. All that remained was to neutralize the mixture in the centipede and then completely dismantle it. Fitz and Gemma started working on it right away. Sky followed in a rather servile manner. "Li, you succeeded. I will definitely succeed, but now is the time to kiss my A. I wouldn't mind just spanking your butt if you need me to. That's definitely my favorite shape." Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. He is really worthy of being an orphan who grew up struggling in society. He is so fierce. You are Sky, right? The hacker lady who sent the message back. Tony Stark nodded slightly to Sky. "I heard that your skills are quite good and you can fool the entire communications department of the FBI. We at Stark Industries really need outstanding talents like you to join us. Would you consider it?" Before Sky could answer, a voice immediately dispelled Tony Stark's thoughts. "Tony, please don't poach people in front of me, okay?" Although Sky has some controversial behaviors, at least 1/5 of the agents in the FBI have similar experiences, so after resolving these minor issues, she will still be a reserve agent in our FBI. Phil Cowlson followed out holding the hand of Mike Peterson's son and just happened to catch Tony Stark's poaching behavior. Then he got into a bright red Chevrolet antique car. Oh, and he named the car Laura. Sky, come with me to take Mr. Mike Peterson's son to his aunt's house. Phil Coulson started the car and continued to say to Sky, I can talk to you more about Lee on the way. Okay. Sky sat on it without any hesitation. After watching Laura turn a corner and disappear on a fork in the road not far away, Tony Stark hooked his arm around Li Chengfeng's shoulder and said he wanted to go for a drink. Originally Li Chengfeng wanted to find a bar, but Stark took him directly back to the Stark building in New York. By the way, the means of transportation is a Quinn jet that Stark hacked through Jarvis and obtained the activation code. Believe me, Nick Fury will call you and scold you in a moment. Li Chengfeng stretched out while sitting on the wide sofa. This office on the top floor of the Stark building was really spacious enough. The Quinn jet was parked so majestically on the huge amounts of terrace. Who told that stingy Nick Fury not to sell me one? I offered him double the price but he refused. But I just want to use it for a while, and that's not even allowed. Who knows, Nick Fury has been so stingy lately. When I ask him for funding, he always makes excuses and only gives me a few dollars in the end. He is so stingy. Why don't you just switch jobs and come to me, the security director of Stark Industries? I can offer you an annual salary of 10 million plus 2% of the equity. After a while, Tony Stark shifted his target of poaching from Sky to Li Chengfeng. Li Chengfeng was too lazy to pay attention to Tony Stark. Instead, he walked towards Pepper Potts, who came in with a bottle of red wine, stretched out his hand, bent down, and gave her a perfect and gentlemanly kiss on the hand. I've heard a lot about you, Ms. Pepper. Li Chengfeng stood up and chatted with little Pepper. Tony is a really difficult man, isn't he? You clever men are fickle animals. Ha 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 ha. I feel embarrassed when you praise me like that. Who praised you? Stark felt uncomfortable looking at the hand kiss. It's obviously the first time I meet Pepper, don't pretend to be so familiar with her. Li Chengfeng grinned evilly in his heart. Tony Stark and Pepper Potts seem to be a promising pairing for the movie. Don't talk about me. Haven't you been staying in Metropolis recently? I heard that you even bought shares in the Daily Planet just to pursue the famous reporter Lois. Oh, don't mention it. I've given up pursuing Lois. Tony Stark said with a bitter face, his mustache drooping. I've been rejected 12 times in a row. It seems that Lois is really not interested in the handsome Tony Stark. Tisk, can you be more narcissistic? Li Chengfeng curled his lips and said, you're a sensible boy. If you give up after chasing for a while and find that the other party has not responded, but you continue to persist in pestering, you might be hit by the iron fist of the big guy from Kansas. But I have gained a lot during my time in Metropolis. My shares in Daily Planet have appreciated by 10% in such a short period of time. That's more than 50 million. In this information age, investing in the media industry is a sure win. Li Chengfeng was ashamed. It was indeed time for this old guy to make money. Invest in anything and make money. Why not try the Tibetan secret oil removal method? After Li Chengfeng chatted with Tony Stark and Pepper and drank a few glasses, they finally got to the point. Li, actually, after I received the call from Phil Coulson, I rushed over immediately. Besides my friendship with you and Phil Coulson, more importantly, Phil Coulson mentioned that this incident was related to extremists. Oh, are you interested in this? It's not me who is interested, but the FBI. Tony Stark drank the wine in his glass and continued, when I was in Metropolis some time ago, a high-level FBI agent often visited me in order to seek cooperation with Stark Industries on projects, and even to directly purchase shares in Stark Group at a high price. Li Chengfeng frowned. Something is wrong. Based on the relationship between Tony Stark, Nick Fury and Phil Coulson, if the FBI really wants to further cooperate with Stark Industries, it would take Nick Fury authorizing Phil Coulson or even Nick Fury himself to come and negotiate. Tony Stark is extremely important to Nick Fury. During the several times we met, he kept asking me about extremists in a roundabout way, and even offered to provide me with confidential information and undisclosed technologies from the FBI in the hope of improving the side effects of extremists. As Li Chengfeng listened to Tony Stark's description, a person's face vaguely emerged in his mind. During this period, people who are interested in various super abilities related to physical strengthening. Could it be him? Tony, let me ask you. Speak out what you know. This high-level FBI agent you're talking about, isn't his name John Garrett? Yes, that's the name. Tony Stark slammed the table and continued to talk. It's obvious that this person is hiding his true purpose. He is evasive and his words are extremely obscure. He is not someone who wants to discuss business seriously. So I kept him hanging, saying that I would not be directly involved in the management of the company and would discuss it with the board of directors. But I don't have a shitty board of directors. Now the entire Stark Industries is led by Pepper. Haha. You're smiling quite smugly? It's a comfortable life to be a hands-off manager, right? Pepper snorted coldly, wishing she could give the mustache guy a Superman flying punch followed by a flying shoulder charge. Li Chengfeng did not get involved in the bickering between the two lovers, but thought about it carefully. John Garrett, a level 8 agent of the FBI, is also one of the leaders of Hydra and a veteran double agent. His hidden identity is Acute Eyes, and his ability is the 8th level authority of the FBI and the Hydra intelligence network. Li Chengfeng wanted to laugh every time he thought of this. But he managed to have the best of both worlds, reselling intelligence all over the world and making a fortune by taking advantage of the information gap. There is even a group of believers who believe in acute eyes. But unfortunately, the acute eyes that are all-knowing in the eyes of believers are now dying. In a few months or even a year, he would die of multiple organ failure. Just because he was the original experimental subject of the Death Warrior. Decades ago, he had been seriously injured and had many of his organs replaced with mechanical ones. Now I am just using extremis to temporarily prolong my life. He is also the mastermind behind the Centipede project, which aims to significantly strengthen the human body and extend lifespan. But the experiment failed, the centipede was extremely unstable, so he chose to destroy the evidence through an explosion. Unexpectedly, Li Chengfeng and Phil Coulson's team rescued the last owner of the centipede. With his authority, he must have understood the whole story. The only possibility left is to find something that can resurrect him through Phil Coulson. But Grant Ward, who was initially arranged by Garrett to join Phil Coulson's team, was forced to rebel by Li Chengfeng and became the sharp knife to eliminate the traitor. Even with his level 8 clearance, he could not find any clues to the mystery of Phil Coulson's resurrection. So now Garrett has embarked on a real dead end. Well done, Tony. In this way, you continue to keep him hanging, using various excuses to delay, but you must show your goodwill for cooperation. He offended you. He was the one behind the Centipede project. Hearing this, Tony Stark understood. After all this fuss, there's a mole in the FBI's house? I originally wanted to laugh at Li Chengfeng and the FBI, but then I thought, Stark Industries also produced a beast like Obadiah. Alas, it's all tears if I talk too much. Stark patted Li Chengfeng on the shoulder, looking like he was in the same boat with sympathy. Li Chengfeng pushed Stark away. This is another price. If you want to go crazy with Pepper, don't look for me. I'm going back to the headquarters first. It's better to explain Garrett's matter to Nick Fury first. Sky, this is Fitz. If you hear me, please reply. Sky got it. Gemma hasn't contacted us for 3 minutes. I'm afraid she has fallen into that man's hands. Damn it, we must avenge Gemma? Can the two of us do it? Well, let alone the two of us, even Oliver and Wade fell into his hands. It is impossible to defeat the boss. We still have to complete the mission. Sky hid behind a towering tree. Although his body was dirty and disheveled, he had few wounds. After just communicating with Fitz, I found out that Gemma had died. It also allowed them to intuitively feel the terror of their opponents. Whether it was one-on-one fights, group fights, traps, or drugging, all conceivable means were used. Unfortunately, it didn't work at all. I've collected 3 stars here, what about you, Fitz? I collected 2. I need to collect 10 in total to complete it. Sky was listening to the message from Fitz when she suddenly heard a sharp scream from the other side. Then, the communicator fell into silence. Sky couldn't help but make a cross on her chest and pray for Fitz. The enemy is too powerful. But she won't give up. She's a field agent of the FBI. She will never give up on completing her mission just because the enemy is too strong. Sky, you can do it. You can do it. After reinforcing his mind, Sky took a firm step. Then he was hung upside down on a tree. The Sky people are a little numb. This has happened so many times. At first I would scream, but now I just wonder why there is a trap here. But at this moment, a colorful snake crawled towards Sky along the rope. Hey, hey, hey. This can't be such a coincidence. Li Chengfeng, you damn BD. Help. Just as the smelly body of the poisonous snake was about to touch her feet, with a whoosh, a green arrow shot the snake and the rope hanging Sky in half. A Republic man wearing FBI combat uniform flew out and caught the unfortunate Sky. Sky looked at Li Chengfeng who was holding her in his arms and was about to blush. This person let go. Let go? Sky, I'm not trying to embarrass you. Li Chengfeng looked at Sky, who was wailing and holding her butt, with a funny look on his face. The trap you stepped into last was left by Fitz and Gemma during the last training session. As Sky's supervisor, Li Chengfeng took on the responsibility of training Sky in field skills while also training new members for Phil Coulson's team. Although he ran away not long after working at the FBI Academy, he was facing a group of naughty teenage kids in junior high and high school. That's a group whose level of divine gold is almost comparable to Harley Quinn's. And these agents who have just joined Phil Coulson's team, regardless of their strength, can still enforce the rules. Except for Wade Wilson who is a bit addicted to slacking off, everything else is fine. This fishing was real slacking. He trained in this uninhabited tropical rainforest for nearly a month, and he spent most of the time having trouble with the river. Lee, you know me well. I will never let go of any grudge. On the first day I came here, I chose to hide in the river. I didn't expect that the damn piranha would dare to bite my lychees, so I have to teach them a lesson. Wade Wilson said so. But other than this minor flaw, Wade Wilson's performance was almost perfect. Not to mention Oliver Queen, almost 2 words can be removed. When he arrived in this environment, he relaxed as if he was at home. These 2 were the force leaders of the team before Captain America woke up and officially joined the team. As for the other 4 people, I can only say that they have a long way to go. Among them, Sky is even in the best condition. After all, he is an orphan and has played a long cat-and-mouse game with the FBI. As for Fitz and Gemma, I can only say that they really don't have much ability, but after unremitting efforts, they should be able to reach a basically qualified level. But, student Barry Allen, your athletic ability is truly amazing. Li Chengfeng really couldn't understand why Barry Allen, the future Flash, had such poor motor skills. Slow and uncoordinated. Could it be to contrast with the future? Agent Li, I know my shortcomings. I will continue to work hard. After hearing this, Li Chengfeng covered his face and did not respond. But this child has a great character and is truly the conscience of the Justice League. The family members were moved to tears. After sighing for a while, Li Chengfeng opened the portal leading to the FBI headquarters. Although you have never defeated me, nor have you ever truly completed a mission to gather stars and deliver them to their destination, I am too strong for you, so I declare. This rainforest combat training camp ended successfully. After saying that, he kicked them all into the portal one by one. Arriving at the 31st floor, which he had not seen for a long time, and seeing the faces of the black and white eggs working diligently, Li Chengfeng could not help but ask. Hey, are the two old men busy? Give me some gold coins. I find that you are becoming less and less respectful of me. Nick Fury raised his head and looked at Li Chengfeng with a rather resentful look in his one eye. The look in your eyes. I have no interest in black people or men. Do you know that the FBI has been busy lately? You guys are doing the same? The Star team is conducting armed training, and Phil Coulson's team is conducting jungle combat training? If I hadn't sent Maria and Natasha Romanoff to temporarily support Phil Coulson in time, Melinda, who has a bad temper, would definitely come after me. Li Chengfeng sat on Fury's expensive leather sofa, looking at the black and white eggs as if they were fools. Although I haven't shown up recently, I've been keeping an eye on my personal terminal. Nothing serious has happened. At most, there have been a few small-scale attacks by biochemical zombies. They didn't even deploy bows, and they were all cleaned up by those naughty kids from the academy who passed by. So, have you ever thought about assigning some tasks to those naughty kids? They are not mature enough. Speaking of the kids in the academy, Bai Yadan finally raised his head. The dark circles under his eyes were quite obvious. I guess He Ludan should have them on his face too, but they were overshadowed by his skin color. Not being mature enough doesn't mean they're not strong enough. And there's a way to force them to mature. Li Chengfeng chuckled. As long as they complete enough tasks and reward them with credits, I guarantee they will become the best agents. Li Chengfeng is really mean enough that he doesn't even spare child laborers. But, what a great idea. The black-brinned egg and the white duck egg looked at each other for just 0.1 second, and they reached a consensus through their eyes. Anyway, these naughty kids have endless energy, so why do they have to mess with these middle and old dangs? At worst, each group can just send a field agent to oversee the process. Tremble, you naughty children? Things change over time, and this time it's your turn to be tossed around. Anything else, Lao Deng? If not, I'll be leaving. As the captain, I've been away from the team for so long, and I really can't wait to go home. Go back, I have a mission for you. Nick Fury then remembered that he had called Li Chengfeng here because he had a task to assign. My memory, it seems like it has really been tired in recent days. Mission? I will complete it by myself. It's up to you. It's not difficult, but it has something to do with the American government. Nick Fury said this, clicked a few times on his personal terminal, and sent it out. Then Li Chengfeng immediately received the details of the mission. After opening it and taking just one look, Li Chengfeng frowned. After the American government's public prison was sold to a private operator, paranormal events occurred. Old dang, are you kidding me? Why would I tease you? Do I have the time to spare? I'm so busy right now that I wish I could split my one eye into two. Nick Fury finally broke down in the midst of the old man's shouts, but it only took a moment for him to regain his composure. It doesn't look like a big deal, but the problem is that 4 agents were sent to investigate, but in the end they were all sent back in a daze, with no memory of this prison. Memory loss? After hearing Nick Fury's description, Li Chengfeng immediately looked at Bai Yadan. The white duck egg just shook its head politely. These 4 agents gathered all of us who have telepathic abilities for a consultation and finally came to the conclusion that it was not done by someone with telepathic abilities, and there were no traces of drugs or hypnotic abilities. Putting aside other things, just talking about the field of telepathy ability, the FBI now dares to say that it is second to none in the world, and absolutely no one dares to say that it is first. If the amnesia was caused by the telepathy ability, it would definitely be discovered by the mutants. But about drugs and hypnotic ability, it's hard to say. He can only draw a conclusion after he has conducted on-site investigation. After seeing the name of this prison, the system finally released the task after a long absence. Ding, the mission Prison Break, Brother has been released. Mission brief, an experienced FBI agent returns home inexplicably defeated. What secrets are hidden in Fox River Prison? Weird criminals and escape plans, a warden who never leaves the building, everything is a mystery. And in the darkest part of the prison, it is said that traces of God can be found. What the hell? Fox River Prison? Isn't this Prison Break? My goodness, since when does prison breaking become related to supernatural events? And can anything more magical than Teabag's name? I think it should be okay to leave this mission to you, right? Well, since the reason why the memory was erased is still unclear, the number of people entering the prison to carry out the mission should be as small as possible, but the logistics can be stepped up. Li Chengfeng said this and mentioned a few people's names. Let Fitz, Gemma, and Barry go to the Air Command Center and stay on standby. Maybe they will be needed to do some research. Also, let Sky go find Ingrid. I need a fake identity and information support. Fox River, literally translated as Fox River. Located in Joliet, Illinois, it is a prison that has been in use since the last century. The local government sold it to a sole proprietorship to operate it at an outrageously high price. The prison was transformed from a public prison to a private one, and the original prisoners will continue to serve their sentences there. As we all know, in this magical country of America, hospitals, schools, and other functional units are better if they are private. Prisons are no exception. After all, there are Arkham Asylum and Sweet Night Prison as examples. The former is the talent distribution base of Gotham City, and the latter is the base camp of Amanda Waller and Suicide Squad. As if private prisons cannot survive without doing something interesting, Fox River Prison also successfully made 4 FBI agents return empty-handed and lose all their memories of their time there. Li Chengfeng has questioned these agents again. From their current memories, they stepped into Fox River Prison and were out the next moment when their feet landed. The sense of confusion in time and space has prevented these 4 agents from returning to frontline work until now. Looking up at this Victorian-style prison, apart from the slightly old air of an old house, there is nothing unusual to the naked eye. But he could only take a quick look, because Li Chengfeng, wearing prison uniform, was escorted into Fox River Prison by guards. Looking back at the gradually closing prison gate, Li Chengfeng nodded slightly. There is no weird feeling at all, and it can be preliminarily determined that this is not a special place with the ability to distort reality. As he walked through a passage covered with Lois, Li Chengfeng looked inside. The criminal's exercise area is separated only by 2 tall steel fences. With his current eyesight, he locked onto 2 familiar faces almost instantly. Wentworth Miller and Dominic Purcell. He meant his younger brother Mike Schofield and his older brother Lincoln Barrows. FK, Mi Shui's face is really handsome. Li Chengfeng muttered something. After entering, he could get close to the main characters to see if there was anything unusual. After all, he has already seen clearly that this universe is indeed seriously ill. The person who created this universe is also very sick. After walking through the corridor, he arrived at the gate of the prison and registered. Culprit name: Li Chengfeng. Republican. Yes, Republic. What crime? Isn't it already written in the information? Humph. You're still so arrogant as a prisoner? You just answer whatever I ask? What crime have you committed? I killed a green-haired man with white foundation all over his face. I shot him right in the middle of his forehead, and he also took away his female subordinate. Li Chengfeng stretched out his hand and counted on his fingers. Oh, and later I killed a pretentious criminal who liked to wear sunglasses. I smashed his entire head into pieces. As Li Chengfeng spoke, he couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart. I have to mention his heroic deeds. Ingrid was definitely taking revenge on me because of my bad temper when I woke up. This woman really holds a grudge? This kind of identity fraud may be extremely troublesome and easy to be exposed for other people, but for Li Chengfeng, it's all true. The person was indeed murdered, and the information is true. The American government has to treat the FBI's fake news as true. Hiss. The prison staff who was sitting outside the prison area to register the prisoners took a deep breath and sat up straight. This is a serious criminal. He should be sentenced to, what? 5 years? Ordinary prisoners in cell 40 in Area A. After saying that, he looked at Li Chengfeng a few more times, feeling a little uneasy. This is the short time he was sentenced to after killing 2 people? He wasn't even sent to the heavy punishment area? How much money did the family spend on the prison brass? Although he was shocked, he showed no expression on his face and continued with a poker face. Okay, your number is 114,514, and you will begin serving your sentence in Fox River Prison from today. If you behave well, you can get your sentence reduced through applicable federal law. As he spoke, he opened the door of the prison area, and Li Chengfeng finally stepped into the destination of this mission. At the moment, the real criminals had already gone out for some fresh air, and all they could see along the way were empty cells. But to be honest, the conditions in the ordinary prisoner area of this prison are really good. It's much more spacious than the 8 or 12-person dormitory in high school. Laughs. But apart from this, no strange phenomena were found. We're already here, cell number 40, go in. After the cell door opened, Li Chengfeng felt someone pushing him roughly from behind, obviously trying to push him in. This rough action finally made Li Chengfeng feel that this was a prison rather than a prison-themed hotel. It's just a pity that the guard who was leading the way shocked himself out instead. While he was still sitting on the ground in a daze, Li Chengfeng had already walked into the cell and closed the door. There were 2 beds in the cell. Li Chengfeng sat on the one that had obviously never been slept in, and looked around curiously. In his 2 lives, he has never been to jail, let alone received a car ticket. We will gather for roll call 3 times a day, morning, noon, and evening. The specific times are announced by radio, usually at 6 a.m., 12 p.m., and 7 p.m. We will have lunch after roll call, and then start work at 7 a.m. and 2 p.m. We will return to our cells after 9 p.m. The guard stood up with a groan, his fat body not quite moving. Lights out at 10 a.m., and any disturbance after that will be treated as nothing. Li Chengfeng put his hands on the prison door and asked with interest. So what you're saying is, after the lights go out at 10, something strange happens here. Ahem, I didn't say that. The guard immediately realized that he had said too much. He looked very secretive, adjusted his hat, and left with the rubber stick. Judging from the guards' reactions, they actually know something about this. Li Chengfeng couldn't help but worry for a second for the 2 brothers who were preparing to launch a prison break plan. Can they escape successfully? After waiting for a while, and seeing that the guard had completely walked away, Li Chengfeng reached out and tapped his ears. He turned on the microcommunicator equipped by the FBI and placed it on the earlobe, which could not be detected by the naked eye. Hey, Ingrid, Sky, I'm already in position. Ingrid got it. Sky received. How about the charges? Li Chengfeng understood when he heard Sky's slightly proud voice. It turned out to be you, BD. Okay, I've entered cell number 40. Li Chengfeng walked to the only table in the cell, flipped through the books, and said after seeing the annotations on them, I just confirmed the handwriting. It is indeed Michael Schofield's room. Li Chengfeng entered cell 40 in Area A for ordinary prisoners just for Michael Schofield, the protagonist of Prison Break. Because during the early investigation, it was discovered that it was after he and his brother were imprisoned that rumors of supernatural events began to spread in Fox River Prison. So Li Chengfeng paid so much attention to the two of them, not only because they were the protagonists of Prison Break, but more because among the few pieces of information available, they were extremely suspicious and had a high probability of being a breakthrough. Sky also entered hacker mode at this time. After a burst of keyboard tapping, Sky said to Li Chengfeng with doubt, Li, these two brothers are very problematic. What do you mean? Although the brothers Lincoln Barrows and Michael Schofield have their real information in the federal database without any trace of modification or concealment, there is no trace of their personal use on the internet. Is this weird? What if people just don't use the internet? Li Chengfeng scratched his head. If you asked him about those trivial things about biochemical viruses, he would know everything. After all, he had obtained all of Spencer's biochemical knowledge. But the internet? He knew that it was more convenient to film in America, where the scenes were simple and could be performed by 2 or 3 people at the least, or 5 or 6 people at the most. How is this possible? In this era, as long as they don't live a primitive life in the mountains and forests, they will definitely leave traces on the internet. So this trace can only be erased by humans? People who do this kind of thing are usually planning to sneak away or get into trouble and want to hide their identities. Sky said firmly. Why is she so sure? Because she had done this kind of thing a lot when she was in the Rising Tide organization. She's a skilled worker? I heard a hint of pride in your analysis. Li Chengfeng leaned against the table and continued. So what do you think will happen to these two brothers? Replacement? Identity replacement. Ingrid took over the conversation. Although the rumors of supernatural events started when the two of them entered Fox River Prison, I conducted a very detailed screening of local information. It turned out that a year ago, there was a rumor that there was a divine revelation in Fox River Prison accompanied by a divine vessel falling from the sky. And coincidentally, a week later, Rutgers Group acquired the public prison from the Illinois state government. Li Chengfeng was also stunned when he heard this. This timing is really too coincidental, isn't it? But what interested him more was the rumor about the God's vessel falling from the sky. If it were in another universe, if the law enforcement agencies took such a rumor as a clue, Li Chengfeng would definitely call him divine gold. But here, this is the most important piece of information, even more important than the identities of the two brothers. Li Chengfeng vaguely felt that everything that happened in Fox River Prison was related to this so-called God's vessel. Don't forget, the mission brief mentioned that there are traces of God in the deepest part of the prison. It seems that I need to check out the entire Fox River Prison tonight. I have hacked into the internal monitoring system of the entire Fox River Prison and can take over at any time, but the monitoring only reaches the heavy punishment area. There is no monitoring in the death penalty area. Wait, the prisoner's exercise is over. Okay, the communication is over for now. Li Chengfeng reached out to turn off the communicator, picked up the book on the table again and began to read it. After reading 3 pages, a figure stopped outside the cell. Who are you? I'm your new roommate, Li Chengfeng. Nice to meet you, Mr. Michael Schofield. Li Chengfeng put down the book and nodded to the other party. The Interpretation of Dreams is indeed a good book. I didn't expect a structural engineer to be so interested in psychology books. You are my new cellmate. Michael Schofield frowned slightly with melancholy. To be honest, even if Li Chengfeng is a straight man, he still can't help but admire this face. This face created by the mixed blood of 10 countries is really not exaggerated. Hello. I haven't been able to introduce myself yet. Li Chengfeng stepped forward and shook the other person's hands with both hands. Li Chengfeng, I was sent in because I killed 2 people. Murderer. Schofield looked at the sunny and cheerful boy in front of him, his eyes full of doubt. No matter how you look at it, this isn't the temperament a murderer would display, right? Unless this person has never considered killing as a wrong or bad thing. Impossible. A murderer who killed 2 people should at least be in the heavy punishment area. I am so ashamed. It is my fault that I was not sent to the disaster-stricken area. Li Chengfeng looked guilty. It is all my fault that I gave him too much money. In the end, I was only sentenced to 5 years. You are still ashamed. Even someone as thoughtful as Schofield couldn't help but open his mouth and wanted to say something, but finally swallowed it back. He had keenly noticed that the man in front of him seemed to be in an abnormal mental state. I hope you don't come to ruin my plan? In this somewhat strange prison, even the slightest bit of resistance would require several or even dozens of times the cost to resolve. Then let's get along well. Schofield gave a very perfunctory smile. But Li Chengfeng seemed to be unable to read the air at all. He came close to Schofield and whispered, I already know the truth of the matter. No, you are the god of gold. Schofield fought the urge to punch his new roommate in the face. You know nothing? Internet surfing has left you behind, right? What old jokes are you throwing out? The official entry into prison is during the exercise time, which is afternoon and before 1 p.m. And for the next half day, Li Chengfeng was like a ghost following him everywhere. Although he did not sit directly next to Schofield, there must be traces of Li Chengfeng within 5 steps. Moreover, Li Chengfeng maintained a polite and gentle smile from beginning to end, which made ordinary people feel warm and comfortable. But in the eyes of the Schofield and Lincoln brothers, it just looks creepy. Damn it! What's the point of this psychopath? Should I just kill him? I might as well just burn him to ashes. Listen to what you just said. Lincoln Barrows. Schofield looked at Lincoln with soothing eyes, but his words did not sound like that of a good brother who was willing to go to jail to save his brother. On the contrary, some superiors seemed to be reprimanding their subordinates. And when calling his brother by his name, he deliberately used emphasis. Lincoln calmed down when he heard his brother calling him by his full name. But the anger and brutality in his eyes could not be concealed. He really wanted to burn this Republic man named Li Chengfeng to ashes. But thinking about the reason why they came to this prison, they could only endure it. This scene was not only seen by Li Chengfeng. It was also displayed on the large screen of the Air Mobile Command Center. Ingrid Hannigan and Sky, who have completely taken over all electronic equipment in Fox River Prison, operate the onboard terminals and record what happens under each camera. Phil Coulson's entire team is sitting in front of the screen, watching the entire process of Li Chengfeng's mission this time. Even with Agent Li Chengfeng's ability, it is very important to play a good disguised identity in a completely unknown environment. Phil Coulson kept his eyes on the screen, but he was giving earnest instructions to the team members behind him. Remember, you are not a soldier running around recklessly, nor a lone law enforcer, nor a superhero flying high in a tights. You are an FBI agent. Completing the mission and eliminating the threat is your top priority. The team members did not answer, but heard a righteous voice coming from behind them. Yes, children, use your strength well, but don't rely on it too much. Everyone turned around. I saw a blonde young man wearing a leather jacket walking towards me. Who is he? Phil Coulson's teammates looked at each other, feeling a little familiar, but still can't recognize it. But Phil Coulson straightened his body, jumped up from the chair in an instant, and repeatedly raised and lowered his right hand and stretched it forward. I don't know whether to shake hands or salute. Idle? Oh no, sir, welcome back. I'm not an officer. I'm just an ignorant young man who just woke up from the ice. Call me Steve. Captain America Steve Rogers is not wearing his iconic battle suit, nor is he carrying a vibranium shield. He came empty-handed and sat down next to Phil Coulson. Then he turned around and shook hands solemnly with Melinda May. I heard that you were an agent recruited into the FBI by Peggy Carter herself. Yes, sir. I was recruited into the FBI by Director Carter when I was 7 years old. Will you come with me to visit Peggy Carter in a few days? As you wish. Even someone as cold as Melinda May showed great respect for Steve Rogers. Neither Nick Fury nor Phil Coulson received this treatment, but just looking at his face, you can't tell that Captain America was once the greatest hero in the whole of America. If you don't know him, you might think he is a star from nowhere. Okay, Steve? You just woke up, and you haven't completely adapted to the current society yet, right? When Phil Coulson saw Captain America sit down, he hurriedly sat beside him. When Captain America woke up, Phil Coulson's team was not there. Faced with Captain America who had just woken up after his body had recovered to its peak, Phil Coulson led dozens of field agents to chase and persuade the captain before he believed that everything in front of him was not a brainwashing illusion of Hydra. He also saw the real men who fought on the battlefield. He can really curse. They've also seen Wolverine's harsh trash talk, and compared to him, Captain America is even more intense. Cursing Hydra and killing Hydra has become an instinct ingrained in Captain America's bones. If I'm not mistaken, the man on the screen is the Li Chengfeng that Nick Fury has been mentioning, right? Yes, he was the one who dug you out of the Arctic glacier. Phil Coulson introduced Li Chengfeng to Captain America. He is 25 years old, an agent specially seconded from the Republic General Bureau by Director Nick Fury. He is now the best agent in the entire FBI, bar none. Is he carrying out a covert mission? The reason for the previous agent's amnesia is unknown, so we decided to conduct an undercover infiltration. Very wise. Sometimes it's faster to solve a problem with your brain than to crush it with terrifying force. Wait, what is he doing? As he was talking, Li Chengfeng pretended to pass by and came behind Lincoln Barrows. He reached out and touched his bald head. It's like laying an egg on a plate. Damn it, damn it. Pan him. AFKU, what on earth do you want to do, UBD? Lincoln Barrows finally couldn't bear it anymore, and ignoring Schofield's warning look, he pushed away Li Chengfeng's hand that was touching his bald head. He put his hand on his waist, and then as if he remembered something, he suddenly threw a punch. But Li Chengfeng arrived later and punched him in the jaw. The force of this punch was just right, knocking the man out instantly and causing a slight concussion. The guards who had been watching the excitement on the side saw one of them fall to the ground, and then they slowly gathered around to check on Lincoln Barrows' condition. Are you still alive? If you are, send these 2 troublemakers to the detention room. And this head guard was the one who registered Li Chengfeng for imprisonment. After looking Li Chengfeng up and down, he thought of his identity as a murderer. This Republican man should not kill Lincoln Barrows in the brig. Although he was a prisoner living in the death row, he could not die in this prison. Don't forget to separate the two of them. Li Chengfeng had no intention of resisting, and the guards were somewhat afraid that he might suddenly attack if provoked. It turned out that this was not an escort at all, it was just bodyguards leading the way. Li Chengfeng pointed at his eyes and then tapped twice at Schofield. Schofield definitely understood that this crazy man was reminding him, "I'm watching you." But to Schofield, these things are just trivial matters. The point is that Lincoln Barrows was sent to the confinement room, so he will not be released until at least 3 days later. So what about their plans for tonight? If he doesn't take action tonight, the thing on his back will. It's time? Just as he had thought before, all the inexplicable resistance would require an extra 10 times the cost to achieve the set goal. So tonight, he had to take a risk this time. The solitary confinement cell at Fox River Prison is a small room plunged into complete darkness, with only a small window that can be opened and closed from the outside. Li Chengfeng dares to guarantee that all the classic domineering boss characters will torture themselves to death when they come to this confinement room. After all, everyone suffers from stomach problems and claustrophobia. But Li Chengfeng sat on the ground, feeling extremely relaxed. The silent and deep darkness actually allowed him to think more freely. When I was teasing Lincoln Barrows just now, he seemed to be pulling out a shooting weapon from his waist. In the original novel, Lincoln Barrows should be a fist-fighting man. And that Schofield. He didn't feel like a genius architect who entered the prison to rescue his brother, but rather like a truly shrewd criminal. Smart? Criminals, who are you? Anyway, it definitely couldn't be the Schofield and Lincoln brothers. Ingrid calling the captain. Ingrid calling the captain. Please reply. I'm listening. Captain, we have already uncovered the details of Rogers Group, which acquired the entire Fox River Prison. All of their companies and departments are run by professional managers, and even the legal persons and shareholders hold shares on behalf of others. So, Rogers Group is a puppet company that was pushed to the front. That's right. Sky agreed with Li Chengfeng's idea, but she had already found the answer and continued confidently. I originally thought the clue was broken, but Phil Coulson and Steve thought we shouldn't think too much. Sometimes, the puzzle is on the surface. The puzzle is in the puzzle. Wait, who is Steve? Has the captain fully awakened? Now is my time to show off. You are such an unromantic man. Sky said coquettishly and started to explain directly. Think about it. What else does the word Rogers represent? Rogues. 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 Li Chengfeng slapped his forehead. He finally found the problem? Sky, you are so smart. Sky turned around and looked at Phil Coulson in confusion. So smart. Is he praising me? Should be, right. It was soon 10 o'clock in the evening. Once inside the solitary confinement room, everything outside definitely had nothing to do with Lincoln Barrows and Li Chengfeng, who were in solitary confinement. In the darkness from beginning to end, even time cannot be known. I can only keep time by measuring my pulse or counting silently in my mind. Li Chengfeng can do all these, but he doesn't need to. On the communicator, Sky and Ingrid were constantly telling him the time. Captain, it's already 10 o'clock in the evening. Sky began typing quickly on the keyboard, and soon, all the places with cameras in the prison were under her control. The guards strictly abided by the principle of not wandering around after 10 o'clock in the evening, and all returned to the guard lounge outside the prison area. Nothing will happen, they do this every day. Has the mouse come out of its hole? Wait, not yet. He seems to be pulling out a gun? No? 2. Haha, as expected. Sky, keep communicating. Clear. After the other side of the communicator fell silent, Li Chengfeng closed his eyes. His strong physical fitness brought him sensory limits beyond human beings. Even though the confinement room was some distance away from the ordinary area, he still caught the brisk and almost silent footsteps. The footsteps were getting closer, and soon, they stopped outside the door next to Li Chengfeng. Li Chengfeng also opened his eyes at this moment, and reached out to touch the door of the confinement room, so gently as if he was touching his lover's skin. Then his hands turned into diamonds and he tore open the alloy door like tearing paper. It feels good. Li Chengfeng paid tribute to the big guy from Kansas with this move. You know what? This feeling is really relaxing. Li Chengfeng twisted his neck and walked out of the confinement room. Turning around, I saw Michael Schofield using a freezing gun to freeze the door of the detention room into pieces, and Lincoln Barrows walking out of the detention room and taking the heat gun. To be precise, it was Leonard Captain Cold Snart, and Mick Heatwave Rory, a member of the infamous Rogue Gang, the Flash's everyday villain, and an avid fan. Just like Sky said, the identities of Michael Schofield and Lincoln Barrows were real, but they were replaced by 2 super criminals who looked exactly like them. Hey, you 2 from the Rogue Gang, what a coincidence, are you also going to escape from prison? Li Chengfeng waved at the 2 of them in a friendly manner, but what greeted him were 2 rays, one red and one blue. Fire and ice fell upon Li Chengfeng at the same time. Are you 2 giving me a scrub? I should have sneaked in a bottle of shower gel. When Li Chengfeng walked out of the collision of ice and fire, his entire body had turned into a diamond. Just by looking at the appearance, one can tell that the relatively primitive freezing guns and heat guns are unable to produce high-temperature flames or absolute zero that can threaten Li Chengfeng's diamond form. The only regret is that the prison uniform he changed into after entering Fox River Prison was completely turned into ashes under the attacks of Captain Cold and Heatwave. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and turned on the green light to transform at the same time. Even though the tight battlesuit after Green Lantern's transformation is a little sexy, it is still much better than running around naked. Especially not running naked in front of two grown men. Who can see the Republic's buttocks? Who are you? Are you from Gotham or Star City? Or Hell's Kitchen? Snart didn't know Li Chengfeng's identity and could only guess at the places most likely to compete with their rogue gang for business. I hope it's not someone from Gotham. Although Joker and Jokerts have disappeared recently, the other people in Gotham can be scary enough when they go crazy. And most importantly, these crazy villains in Gotham never accept negotiations. Well, to be precise, I'm here on behalf of Washington, Li Chengfeng replied in a profound tone. Finally, he meets a villain or hero who is not so well informed, and he hopes to keep this identity secret until the last moment. Washington? That's a special zone. Apart from Hydra, which villain wouldn't be careful enough to go there? SHH, don't ask. I'm doing this for your own good. Li Chengfeng's figure flashed, and he disarmed Captain Cold and Relang in an instant. Snart looked at Li Chengfeng and couldn't help but sigh. Then he raised his hands. The surrender was extremely skillful and smooth. Why did you, the rogue gang, come to Illinois instead of staying in Midtown? You even spent a lot of money to buy the entire prison. We don't know anything. McCreary answered in a muffled voice. He did not raise his hands, but having lost his weapon, he knew that he would not be a match for the man in front of him no matter what. Who can resist being able to transform into a diamond? No, you have to know. Li Chengfeng was also not vague. He directly materialized the green light of his will into a sword of Damocles in his hand and hung it above Microla's head. Snart and McCrory were obviously betting that Li Chengfeng didn't know much about this place. In fact, Li Chengfeng really didn't understand, but as long as these two people who knew more than him were afraid of death, then everything will be easy. I'll give you 5 seconds to tell me why you're here and who's your employer. We really? 5. What do you want to explain? No matter what you explain, it will be counted. 4. Our employer is a blonde British BD wearing a trench coat and smoking a lot. He drew a magic circle on my back to contain the artifact that was recently rumored to have fallen here. Snart finally abandoned his usual cadenced tone and sold his employer at the fastest speed in his life. But the blonde British soul in the trench coat. So you were hired by that scumbag Constantine? Yes, Constantine is very interested in this artifact that fell from the sky. Li Chengfeng was not in a hurry to take back the sword of Damocles that was embodied by the green light of his will, but instead used his eyes to signal Snart. Take off your shirt. What do you mean? Snart's momentary defensiveness and strange look almost made Li Chengfeng faint. I'm not gay, you closeted BD. I want to see the magic tattoo Constantine left on you. Snart was also embarrassed for a moment. It was his fault for thinking in the wrong way. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Just take it off. He has sacrificed his innocence for McCreary's life. After taking off his shirt, Li Chengfeng saw a sophisticated and complicated magic circle. Since acquiring Dr. Doom's teleportation magic, Loki's astral projection and Hela's necromancy, Li Chengfeng has also mastered a lot of knowledge about magic. Although he has not reached the level of Doctor Strange or Dr. Doom, he has officially entered the top ranks in terms of magic. Even so, Li Chengfeng could only roughly see that this magic circle did have the function of storing things. Since you have been lurking here for so long, can you answer a few questions for me? We can answer, but can you put this thing away first? McCrory pointed at the sword of Damocles that turned his bald head green. He swallowed hard and thought it was a good idea to give in time. Li Chengfeng shook his head, but raised the sword of Damocles slightly higher. Since the rumors of artifacts and supernatural events began to appear in this prison, a total of 4 FBI agents have come here. Do you know what they have experienced? Agent. Snart and McCrory looked at each other. Are you talking about those men in black suits who were invited to the warden's office? They just walked in and then walked out. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. In fact, even if something happened, we don't know because the warden never left the tower-like office. Li Chengfeng frowned. Yes, this weird warden was mentioned in the mission brief. It seems that in order to solve the agent's amnesia problem, I have to meet the warden. What is the so-called vessel of God? Li Chengfeng thought for a moment and decided to deal with the so-called magic weapon first. Anyway, the warden is a stay-at-home who won't go out no matter what, so we'll talk about it later. Lie. Just as Li Chengfeng was about to speak, Snart immediately raised his index finger and put it on his lips. The moment the booing ended, only a strong pulsating sound was heard coming from the deepest part of the prison area. Gudong, gudong. The sound was heavy, like the sound of an extremely huge amount of heart beating. Moreover, if he listened carefully, Li Chengfeng could tell that these were not 2 consecutive pulses coming from the same direction, but pulses coming from 2 locations one after the other, as if they were communicating. Behind the execution area, there is actually another area, but the guards have never been there. It's as if they deliberately pretend that the place doesn't exist. McCrory pointed to the shadowy passage in the dim light, as if it led not to a section of the prison but to the gullet of some giant beast. What they mean by no matter what happens after 10 o'clock, just treat it as if it didn't happen is that these 2 sounds will sound on time. Okay, let's go. So Snart and McCrory had to take the lead and head towards the unknown road ahead. The prison gate, which had never been opened before, was also pulled open by Li Chengfeng. Originally, the severe punishment area was somewhat popular, but since I stepped into this place, it has been completely deserted. But the pulsating sound in my ear became clearer and clearer. Finally, they passed the corridor and the view in front of them suddenly opened up to a circular hall, and in the middle of the hall was a deep meteorite crater. Snart seemed to have a sudden illness and slid down into the depths of the crater. The closer he got to the center, the brighter the magic circle on his back became. Finally, as Snart knelt exhaustedly in front of the artifact, the magic circle was fully activated. Only then did Li Chengfeng realize that he had just analyzed in the wrong direction. This is not a magic circle that collects things, but a reverse magic circle that collects things, which is release. In the grand light, a figure emerged from the magic circle on Snart's back. With a click, a Marlboro cigarette was lit. He put it in his mouth and sucked half of it fiercely. After an epic burst of inhalation passed through his lungs, he raised his head dejectedly. Good evening, my name is John Constantine. This person with super abilities who came from nowhere. Unfortunately, this artifact is now mine. So what? You don't know me either. Li Chengfeng was a little surprised, but still asked this inappropriate question. Are you a third-rate opera artist from the Republic? Why should I know you? I don't have a penny on me to throw into your hat. Although this scumbag Constantine was mocking Li Chengfeng in every word, at this moment, Constantine seemed so cute in his eyes. Once again, I sighed that I finally met two opponents who were not so well informed. It doesn't feel like everyone knows him. Yes, it's best if you don't know me. Li Chengfeng wanted to applaud Constantine. In fact, with Chengfeng's magic level, it is not difficult to find out his identity. But now he has been completely blinded by the so-called divine weapon. Captain Cold was lying on the ground gasping for breath. Considering his physical condition, it was impossible for him to be so tired after running such a short distance. Therefore, I must be carrying this so-called magic circle on my back. So what am I? A taxi. Ha ha ha, Mr. Snart, don't look so grim. Constantine looked at Snart and said with a smile, how could you be a taxi? You are definitely a luxury hotel, but when the pocket space opens the exit, it will absorb a large part of your physical strength. Don't worry, you only need to lie at home for a few months at most. Li Chengfeng raised his eyebrows. From this conversation, he roughly guessed the truth. This scumbag Constantine is estimated to have been hiding in the pocket space behind Snart for at least half a year. Although he is not isolated from the world, at most he just exchanges information with those people in the magic world. I wonder if Li Chengfeng seems quite normal, but it really doesn't matter whether Constantine is here or not. Li Chengfeng was just amazed at how this scumbag was always at the forefront of stealing other people's equipment. No matter how many artifacts you get, you are no match for the devil Nero. Besides, confidence is the 7th item for ADC, and shamelessness is Constantine's cure. Without the magic weapon, those guys from hell can't do anything to him, right? Mick Rory, who had just been left behind by Snart and Li Chengfeng, stumbled over and shouted at Snart. Snat? Are you still alive? Damn it! Have you ever seen a dead man still breathing heavily? Isn't that a magician next to you? Who knows if he made you continue to talk even though you're dead? I've seen it in novels and animations. Don't take literary creations as real. Isn't our current situation more outrageous than any literary creation? MD, a green light player and a magician, although they have some skills, they are still more or less ordinary people, so what are they playing with them here? Are you playing with your own life? Mick Rory wanted to continue talking to Snart to delay time and see if he could let Snart recover his strength so that he could run away. But he was kicked aside by Li Chengfeng, and rolled over while holding his waist. Sorry, it's smooth sailing. The reason why Li Chengfeng still had the leisure to bully Mick Rory was because he saw clearly what the artifact was. So everyone, it's nice to meet you here. Now Constantine is going to put away the artifact that belongs to him, and then open a dimensional portal and run away. Constantine gave Li Chengfeng a very coquettish thank you ceremony, then strode towards the artifact located in the center of the pit. Bending over, stretching out his hands, exerting force, with a smug smile on his face. Then he used too much force and lost his balance and fell to the ground. Ha 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 ha, where can I pretend to be so high and mighty? But you managed to catch a great white shark. Li Chengfeng laughed at Constantine without any hesitation. Joke? With his character, how could he actually try to take Mjolnir? Ordinary people just can't pick it up. When it's Constantine's turn, he should be beaten to a pulp. It was a good thing for him to fall like a dog and eat shit. Only, why is Mjolnir in a place like this? Isn't that right? Li Chengfeng scratched his head. Logically speaking, shouldn't that big stupid guy Thor still be staying in Asgard? Although Loki once said that he sent a distress signal to Thor. But is there any good thing in the world that reinforcements will come immediately after you ask for help? What's more, with Thor's super rough outlines and the Asgard people, who are immortal, having a dull sense of time, it would be impossible for them to arrive in time. This is what Li Chengfeng originally thought. But Mjolnir was right there not far away, and judging from Constantine's performance, he didn't move at all despite trying his best. Most likely it's genuine. Constantine wasn't really stupid enough to grab the artifact with his bare hands just now. Now that the hammer is here, can the god of hammer be far behind? As the saying goes, a highly poisonous creature must have a natural enemy within 5 steps and a sleeping dragon must have a phoenix chick within 5 steps. There will always be a big golden-haired fool within 5 steps of Mjolnir. Li Chengfeng glanced at the closed door at the end. Right there. Loki, Loki, I didn't expect that you are really the most favored one in Odin's family. Achoo, achoo, achoo. Loki, who was lying on the ground to rest, suddenly sneezed 3 times without warning. You have a cold. Pietro, who was sitting on Loki's left, was breathing heavily, but he did not forget to show concern for Loki. You are talking nonsense, little brat. I am the god of trickery of Asgard. I am not even from Earth. I just look like a human on the outside, but my internal structure is completely different, okay? If the cold virus on Earth can work on me, then the Earth is really not far from the next mass extinction. That means someone is talking about you. Wanda, who was sitting on Loki's right, was also very tired, but she continued to manipulate the crimson magic energy in her hands to twist the Rubik's Cube. This was also the method that Loki, a renowned assassin and magician in the 9 realms, taught her, so that she could better exercise control over energy. Huh? You're talking about me? Where did you learn this from? I saw it on Hela's phone. The Huxia internet is really amazing. Magic and divination can actually be found directly on the internet. If you sneeze once, someone is scolding you. If you sneeze twice, someone is missing you. If you sneeze 3 times, someone is talking about you. Do you believe the internet, or do you believe that I, Loki, have the final say in the Star Squad? Loki rolled his eyes. Ever since Li Chengfeng brought these 2 brats back, he has never cared about them. In fact, he is the one who takes care of these 2 super ability kids. If we say that Li Chengfeng is the scumbag father who picked up a child and then threw him home without taking care of him, then Loki is the eldest brother who inexplicably takes on the responsibility of raising his younger siblings. This month, he is really tired. He probably understood the feeling of Thor and Odin chasing after him to clean up the mess after he had done something. You have the final say in Team All-Star? Then can you let Big Sister Hela hit me less today? You know how vicious and heavy Big Sister Hela's attacks are? My small body really can't handle it. Pietro said with a sad face. Loki rolled his eyes. This silly boy really can neither understand what people say nor read the air. If he really had the final say, the first thing he would do would be to end this armed march where they would just get beaten up. One has to sigh that, as the former commander of the Asgard army, Hela is indeed very experienced in training troops. Every abuse against each individual is targeted abuse. For example, Loki himself had to use energy to materialize Li Chengfeng's face while dodging the attacks of 10 night sky swords. During this period of time, he almost had a stress response when looking at Li Chengfeng's face. When I see this face, my body starts to ache, as if the flesh that was cut by Night Sky Sword is opening again. But thanks to Hela's almost inhumane training method, Loki feels that his magic level has skyrocketed recently. The most important thing is, in an emergency, he would not subconsciously pull out his beloved little dagger, but use magic. Definitely. What he loved most was his pair of daggers. A magician who doesn't want to be an assassin is not a good magician. Not far ahead, Hela was staring at Harley Quinn. As a mortal, and a mortal without any special skills. Who said I don't have any special skills? Harley Quinn pulled up her torn fishnet stockings. My special skill is long legs. I meant about the battle. Yes, this is very useful in battle. Every time I show Li Chengfeng the fishnet stockings, I can perfectly attract his attention, and then I can successfully launch a sneak attack every time. You, Shenjin. After more than a month of being influenced by the internet, Hela's speech has changed from her original half-old queenly accent to a much more approachable one. However, when facing Harley Quinn, a psychologist who suffers from severe mental illness, he was at a loss from beginning to end. Although her physical fitness is only slightly better than that of the mutant siblings, she does not have a super ability. It's fine for an elite agent like Ada Wong who has experienced hundreds of battles, but how did this guy with barely qualified fighting skills perform much better than the mutant siblings this time, and sometimes even better than Loki's actual combat performance? It's unreasonable? Even if a mentally ill person has wild and unrestrained thoughts, they can't be this outrageous? Anyway, for a super military strategist who has fought in space wars for thousands of years, this is simply incomprehensible. Just when Hela wanted to study Harley Quinn in a different way, a portal suddenly opened behind her. Li Chengfeng, wearing a green light battlesuit, shouted from the other side of the portal. The Asgard siblings, come here. Come and see if this big golden-haired fool is from your family. Back to 10 minutes ago. What the hell is this goddamn weapon? I almost pulled a demon out of hell to possess it. Why is it not moving at all? While smoking, Constantine kicked Mjolnir on the ground in frustration. Outrageous? That's outrageous. He had never seen such a strange artifact. Even the hitting and kicking would not cause any counterattack or fight back. Apart from not moving at all, it was like an ordinary sledgehammer. If he hadn't been able to sense the divine power as violent as thunder and lightning, he would have thought it was a counterfeit product. Well, you seem to be quite relaxed. Are all people in your magic circle like this? Another male magician I know, his biggest hobby is to fight those warriors in close combat with 2 daggers. Isn't this guy a bit mentally ill? Constantine answered this subconsciously, but he suddenly realized that the person who said this, very close to him, even standing behind him, so the moment he turned around, Constantine started chanting a spell. But as soon as the first syllable with an obscure and strange pronunciation came out of his throat, all the following spells along with a puff of cigarette were choked into his lungs by a hand. This caused a violent and dull cough. The one who was the last to arrive and pinched Constantine's mouth with his hand was naturally Li Chengfeng. You can't expect the two guys lying on the ground recovering their health to suddenly stand up and become the protagonist, right? Hush, you scumbag magician, don't recite the spell to summon hellfire. Li Chengfeng shook his finger in front of Constantine. Playing with fire too much can easily make you pee on the bed. As a well-known magician like you don't want to play incontinence in public, right? Constantine had no time to listen to Li Chengfeng's dirty talk. He could only feel that the hand pinching his face was like an iron clamp. Since he didn't know ventriloquism, he could only use his life-saving trump cards to break free from the hand. But the person with super abilities in front of him didn't even give him any chance. Instead, he used green light that he had never seen before and didn't understand to form a straitjacket commonly used in mental hospitals. If he could see this scene, the unknown mutant leader with the online name Magneto would definitely be moved to tears. Yes, that's the feeling. This feeling is so refreshing. The pain can only fade away if you share it with someone. Constantine was also confused by the scene before him. What kind of weird ability is this? This green energy is neither the power of technology nor any kind of magic. Even Constantine, who had fooled the kings of hell, could not analyze this energy and counter it in a short time. For the first time in so many years, he felt a little despair. Especially after his hands were completely controlled, he couldn't even cast magic that didn't require chanting. Constantine, a famous magician, a super scumbag whose betrayal times are comparable to his cheating times. Li Chengfeng let go of the hand that was holding the other person's mouth. So how did you know there was a magic weapon here? If I answer you, will you let me go? I have an 80-year-old mother and a baby who has just been weaned. Do you think I would believe it? You, Constantine? An 80-year-old mother and a baby who had just been weaned. Then it can be the other way around. Even though Constantine had been controlled by Li Chengfeng, he still managed to say a few words. I have an old mother who just weaned herself, and an 80-year-old child. Li Chengfeng had no good feelings towards this kind of guy who had no bottom line. Although I liked Constantine very much in the past, that was only because he was a comic character. It's really hard to like such a scumbag when he is standing right in front of you. But, after all, he is an excellent old magician who is capable of solving many large-scale incidents. Maybe I will really need to ask this thing for help in the future, because this grandson is really wild. Although I don't want to kill him, but there should be no problem in giving him a couple of punches, right? Even with Constantine's wide range of sexual interests, he wouldn't be turned on by something like this, right? Seeing that Li Chengfeng's eyes were looking more and more brutal at him, Constantine, who was the most likely to escape, immediately chose to give in. My super ability brother, we have no grudges in the past or in the present, so why don't you just treat me like a fart? I don't want this artifact anymore, how about giving it to you as a gift? Li Chengfeng was a little surprised, because Constantine spoke this passage in fairly standard Republican language. You can speak Republican. I'm not talented. I once spent quite a long time on an island called Purgatory in the southern waters of the Republic. Constantine smiled shyly. Speaking of Purgatory, I made a good friend there. He's now an elite agent of the FBI. I have a very good relationship with him. If I disappeared, he would definitely turn the whole of America upside down just to find me. What an excellent rhetoric, using words to lower the defense, and then simultaneously begging for mercy and threatening. If Li Chengfeng was really an ordinary super ability user with no background or even sent to prison, he might really be threatened. But what a coincidence. This good friend you're talking about, isn't he an archer named Oliver Queen? Have you heard of my brother's reputation? If that's the case, then it's easy to say. After you release me, the artifact will still belong to you. What are you doing? Li Chengfeng did not continue to listen to his nonsense, but took off the communicator and switched it to external speaker mode. Sky, is Oliver here? Yes, yes. Sky's voice rang out from the other end of the communicator. Not only Oliver, our entire team is watching your mission this time. It's just that there is no surveillance at your location. What a pity. Don't feel sorry for now. Let Oliver have a say. Li Chengfeng urged, and 2 seconds later, the voice coming from the communicator turned into a magnetic male voice. Agent Li, is there anything I can help you with? Right now, there is a British magician in a yellow windbreaker in front of me. He said that he has a life and death relationship with you and that he made friends with you in Purgatory. Purgatory? Britons? Magicians? Could it be that B.D. Constantine? Oliver's voice immediately rose an octave. That B.D. asked me to help him take the damage. I'm a long-range archer, B.D. He said he has a very good relationship with you. Bullshit? At most, we just do each other a small favor. He also said you'd turn America upside down to find him. Let's not talk about whether I have this ability or not. Even if I do, it must be because he has offended me to the point of no return. Constantine's face turned dark as Oliver Queen's voice came from the communicator. After the lie was exposed, my brain was forced to work frantically. The identity of the man in front of him was clear. He was an FBI agent, and he must be a high-level agent. Even a proud person like Oliver felt a little respectful towards him. Ahem, so you're an FBI agent. Constantine suddenly said in a regretful and upright voice, the flood has flushed the Dragon King Temple. I'm also an FBI agent. You're talking bullshit. Li Chengfeng didn't trust this guy who talked nonsense at all. But Constantine arched his butt and said flatteringly, please relax a little. My FBI ID is in my trouser pocket. Be careful not to touch anything strange. Seeing the other party's expression, Li Chengfeng did not believe what he said, but he still removed part of the green light and took the certificate he mentioned. Just looking at the cover, it is indeed an FBI document, but it is not an AIC document. Although the FBI is a unified agency, it has its own headquarters in each major country, so the credentials are naturally different. There is a bald eagle on the cover of my certificate from the American General Administration. There is a lion and shield on the cover of the certificate of the British Royal Government. And on Constantine's ID card was the one that Li Chengfeng was very familiar with, the dragon. That's right. TNND Constantine, this is an FBI certificate from the General Administration of the Republic? Who are you fooling? Fake certificates have been brought to the head of the General Administration of the Republic? Li Chengfeng smiled without saying anything, then took out his ID. The identical pattern froze Constantine's smile on his face. How come he is from the General Administration of the Republic? The General Administration of the Republic captured a British man in America. What are you doing? How dare you forge a fake FBI ID? I can't let you go this time. I'll have to lock you up for more than a decade after this is over. After Li Chengfeng finished speaking, he did not give Constantine any more chance to cause trouble, and skillfully sealed Constantine's mouth with the green light of his will. Then he threw him aside. At this time, McRory had recovered from Li Chengfeng's kidney shot and had also reached the bottom of the pit. He wanted to come over to help Snart up, but he didn't expect that Constantine, who was bound by green light, was thrown in front of him. Li Chengfeng also saw McRory and shrugged at him. You and Snart are not allowed to run away. Your affairs have not been completely explained yet. Li Chengfeng threatened the two first, then pointed at Constantine on the ground, but you can beat him up to vent your anger. It can also be regarded as a way to adapt to prison life in advance. Snart, quick, don't come to help me, beat him up. First break his nasty British nose. Li Chengfeng ignored McRory's roar, Snart's cheers, and Constantine's faint screams of pleasure, and walked forward to try to pick up Mjolnir. And then failed. There's definitely something wrong with this hammer's recognition system. Even though I'm such a strong person, it can't work. Humph. Although I like to stare at Wang Ji and Harley's thighs, I am a very noble person. Yes, it's all the hammer's fault. Li Chengfeng grumbled in dissatisfaction, but did not dwell on it. Instead, he came to the cell at the end. This door is an ordinary iron door, but there are a lot of complicated magic circles on it. After Li Chengfeng tried to disassemble them, he found that they were all arranged against divinity. It has no effect on ordinary people, but once an alien with divinity like Loki enters, his limbs will become powerless, and his divine power will be suppressed to a state of almost nothingness. For example, a person with a devil fruit ability who is controlled by sea stone. In other words, there really is a god locked up here. With the addition of Mjolnir in the pit, the identity of this god is obvious. Thor. Li Chengfeng had no hesitation. He tore open the iron door and walked in. As expected, in the center of the magic circle, there was a tall, godlike blonde Su Jinjiang. Grass? Thor looks more like Su Jinjiang when he looks haggard and weak. After erasing the magic circle, Li Chengfeng decisively opened the portal, ready to hand Thor over to the team and bring the entire team over. Because he could feel the moment the magic circle was erased. In the direction of the warden's office building, a strange red streak crossed the sky. After Li Chengfeng opened the portal, the first person to rush through the portal and arrive inside the Fox River prison was not the two Asgard gods, the goddess of death Hela and the god of trickery Loki, but King Aida. She even hooked it in with a grappling gun. What the hell? A portal thing can be hooked by a grappling gun? It turns out this thing has a physical body. Your teleportation magic, are you asking me? Ada did a light backflip and landed gracefully. I'm just a little surprised, that's all. What's even more surprising to me is that you seem a little eager to see me. To be honest, I do want to see you. Ada's eyes showed a tender look, and then, he stepped on Li Chengfeng's instep, and crushed it hard with hatred. Although it didn't hurt at all for Li Chengfeng, and was even a little itchy, he still had to make things clear, right? Why did he kick me right away? Fortunately, Li Chengfeng no longer had shoes on his feet. The clothes and shoes issued by the prison had long been turned into ashes and dust in the ice and fire world of Captain Cold and Heat Wave. If Li Chengfeng were to wear the signature sneakers he bought last month, he would be in so much pain. Although he doesn't know much about rugby, the co-branded shoes he produced are really nice looking. Sure enough, the only advantage of cheap things is that they are cheap. The only disadvantage of expensive things is that they are expensive. After hearing Li Chengfeng's long-lost witty remarks, Ada's anger inexplicably subsided. But calming down doesn't mean there's no anger. Ida pointed angrily at the other side of the portal. How dare you say that? I'm a mentally stable mortal, but I was trained for a whole month by a level universe war maniac who has conquered several planets. Do you know what a mortal is? Living in the home of a colleague I'm flirting with, changing clothes a few times to hint at him, but he never takes the bait. And then dealing with the team management of this person who usually doesn't care about it, and finally having to handle all the complicated and numerous paperwork. Damn it, there's not even a normal person in this team who can help me share the paperwork. Even though I'm in such a miserable state, I still have to train. And I'm the Asgard goddess who shows my true strength. I only make a 5-figure salary a month, and I need to do some work to save the world every day, so why do I have to sacrifice myself? With such a small amount of money, I have to save up for a long time to buy a grappling gun. What the hell am I doing? King Ada's fierce bombardment finally made Li Chengfeng react. It seems, that's the situation. When Hela proposed to train an army from Midgard, he agreed without thinking. He was thinking at the time that it might be a good idea to train this group of Superman types. But I forgot that there is Ada, a relatively ordinary person. He has never treated Harley Quinn as an ordinary person. First of all, her physical limiter seemed to have been completely open due to her mental problems. Although it will not truly exceed the limits of the human body, the strength, speed, and flexibility displayed are far beyond that of ordinary agents. Secondly, this woman is definitely the luckiest person in this universe. If this universe is a comic or novel universe created by some weird fan author, then Harley Quinn is probably one of the absolute protagonists. The highest authority in the entire America General Administration regards her as the closest thing to a daughter in his life. Bruce Wayne and Batman have certified her as one of the rare true female friends. She is also the senior of the big guy from Kansas and a schoolmate of Lois. When she was chatting with the big guy, it even seemed that Harley Quinn had introduced him and Lois. After understanding this experience, wouldn't anyone say it's awesome? Even Black Braised Egg and White Duck Egg, two experienced old men, took a deep breath after Li Chengfeng reported Harley Quinn's latest personal information. To put it bluntly, Harley Quinn can now just go and conquer the world, and it is something she can do with a high probability. Well, it was my oversight. It was a little unreasonable to put you among these super ability people. Humph. Even so, I am the warrior who has received the highest assessment score from the Asgard goddess in the past month. Ada rolled her eyes. Just because I complain doesn't mean I'm bad. After complaining to Li Chengfeng like this, she felt much more balanced. Then she looked around and saw the golden-haired Su Jinjiang with his eyes closed in the middle. She asked with some doubt, "Who is this thing? Where is this place? Oh my god, I was so busy listening to your complaints that I forgot about the important things. Ada, this is a serious mistake on your part. How could you chat with your boss and make him forget about the important things?" Li Chengfeng deliberately put on a vicious look and glared at Ada. "Your problem is very serious. Change your hair to white silk when you get home from get off work, and your boss will have a good talk with you. Also, refer to your job title when you are working." After saying this somewhat shameless man turned around and walked into the portal. At this time, he did not bother to talk to the team members who were neatly lined up on the ground to recover their physical strength. Instead, he shouted to the sister and brother, Hela, the goddess of death, and Loki, the god of trickery. "The Asgard siblings, come here. Come and see if this big golden-haired fool is from your family. My goodness, he's wearing nothing but his underpants, sleeping with his butt sticking up in the deepest cell of Fox River Prison. If he had worn one more piece of clothing or one less piece of clothing, I would have thought he was a normal person. So you're assuming that the Asgardians are not in their right minds," Loki muttered as he stood up and walked to the portal. "Although I do agree with your point of view, the Asgardians, including myself, are not in their right minds." Li Chengfeng glanced at Loki in surprise. Wow, Loki can think rationally at this time? This emotional stability is a bit scary. It seems that the beating that the big guy from Kansas gave to shock his mind and worldview through his body was really effective. "My queen, what do you mean by what you just said?" Hela was currently wearing a battlesuit with intricate patterns, similar to the one she wore when she first emerged from the seal, but this one was obviously not a cheap one. She just walked straight towards Li Chengfeng. The double body of a queen and a goddess made this tall and majestic lady exude both a domineering aura and the compassion unique to a god. Li Chengfeng felt overwhelmed by this kind of visual impact. "What are you talking about, you big golden-haired idiot? Have you used your ability to pick up at least one person every time you go to a place? You call this ability?" Li Chengfeng pressed his forehead and laughed bitterly. "Do you think I think so much? Isn't this a coincidence? I have just confirmed that it is definitely an Asgardian. I have some guesses about the specific identity, but I still need Loki to confirm it." After Li Chengfeng finished speaking, he turned around and walked back to the other end of the portal. Hearing what Li Chengfeng said, Hela found it magical. "My brother, isn't Midgard a little too magical? How come there is another Asgardian?" "Don't ask. Midgard is a place that has some metaphysics to it," Loki said with a familiar expression. "Don't forget that even you, the eldest sister, were sealed in Midgard by our father for no apparent reason, right?" "That's right. To be honest, we seem to be part of this abnormal situation. Don't? I made a deal with the Mad Titan named Thanos through careful consideration and using my eloquence. I invaded Midgard and he gave me manpower, that was an entire interstellar mercenary army. But in the end, wasn't he easily defeated by that god on Earth named Clark Kent?" Hela criticized her brother mercilessly as she walked into the portal. "Big sister, please don't be so harsh on me, a kid who's not even 1,500 years old." Loki followed through the portal. "I obviously chose the wrong place to invade that time. If I had chosen Washington, it wouldn't work because Li Chengfeng is there. I should have. New York? Yes, I should have chosen New York. You choose whatever you want." Li Chengfeng turned around and glared at Loki fiercely. This wasn't the look he put on when flirting with Sister Wong, but the look he really wanted to beat her up. If he chooses New York, Stark alone and the FBI's influence in New York will not be able to stop the Chidori army. But if it really happens, Li Chengfeng can guarantee. He promised that Loki's head would be delivered to Odin personally. "You saved your life," Li Chengfeng said. patting Loki on the shoulder. Come and take a look at this man. Does he look familiar to you? Does he look like your elder brother who is not related by blood but has the same brain circuit as you? Loki was stunned when he heard that and quickly ran forward to check. After seeing the face of the golden-haired Su Jinjiang clearly, he was stunned at first, then he patted his brother's head and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, Thor, it really is you. I never thought you would end up like this. My dear brother, what's wrong with you? Why are you naked? And your butt is sticking out? I heard that Midgard likes handsome men the most in prison. Hela was more direct. He stepped on Thor's butt mercilessly and walked directly to the other side to check the complicated magic circle on the ground. To be honest, Hela was not very interested in this biological brother whom Odin had never met. She even had some natural resistance to this brother who looked very similar to Odin when he was young. In comparison, she prefers Loki, a somewhat rebellious giant of Jotunheim, as her younger brother, but this younger brother is more like Odin in every aspect. But unexpectedly, with just this one kick, Thor groaned and then slowly woke up. The first thing I saw was Loki. Loki, you actually tricked me with a letter for help. Comments. Previous who lied to you? I was really caught by a scary guy at that time. Okay. I stayed in that magic suppressing cell for a whole year. Loki got angry when he heard his brother say that. Although he has always used the sheep are coming prank to fool Thor in the past, he will probably continue to do so in the future. But the only time he sent the letter for help, he was really asking for help. That's communication across the universe? Who would have the time to make such a broken thing to fool his stupid brother? And you didn't come to save me? Look. In the end, we saved you. After hearing these words, even Li Chengfeng, who is so shameless, felt that Loki's face this time was a little too ugly. Since Thor was in Midgard at the moment, that is to say, after he received his brother's letter for help, even if he still suspected in his heart whether this was another prank by Loki, the god of trickery, he only thought about it in his mind. The body is honest. He immediately rushed to Earth from Asgard, fearing that something might have happened to his brother. Woohoo, he is indeed a good brother who loves his younger brother. I'm a little disappointed with you two. JPG. Thor did not notice Li Chengfeng's ambiguous and teasing look. Instead, he continued to speak angrily to Loki. You've been imprisoned for a whole year? And in a magic cage? Look at me, I've also been imprisoned in this place for a year. Look at these magic circles designed for the gods. There are 50 of them stacked on top of each other. I can only muster a little strength at 10 o'clock every night to resonate with Mjolnir and barely move a little bit outside of the magic circle. And you, my brother? One of the best magicians in the entire 9 realms. How can I believe that this magic circle and cage were not prepared by you for me? After hearing this, Li Chengfeng probably understood. The matter is simple. Thor rushed from Asgard to rescue people, but ended up being imprisoned. For a year, he thought it was his brother who did it. Now that I see my brother, I realize that I was wrong. My brother really asked me for help. So even though I am still complaining to my brother, I feel unusually relaxed and even happy in my heart. This time, his brother finally didn't lie to him again. After possessing the original Green Lantern ring, although he could only manipulate the green light of will, his perception of other emotions also became much sharper. Li Chengfeng could actually feel that Thor was in a very happy mood at the moment, and he didn't even care about the fact that he was only wearing shorts. Really, except for their different faces, these two brothers have exactly the same Tsundere personalities. Thinking of this, Li Chengfeng turned his attention to Hela again. If Tsundere is considered a family characteristic, then would this tall and majestic sister also have this kind of reversal charm? Although Tsundere will fade away, he can always fight. At this moment, the Asgard goddess was concentrating on examining the magic circle that was destroyed by Li Chengfeng. Divine counterattack, magic suppression, weakened body, nightmare cycle. Well Hela, what did you see? Except for the magic circle used to counter the divine power, the rest are normal magic circles. There is nothing strange about them. The key point is this magic circle that counters the divine power. Without it, even this weak blonde chicken would be able to escape from the predicament in a very short time. Although I don't know the origin of this divine counter, I can be sure that it was definitely not created by a magician, but by some higher being. Hela turned around and walked towards Li Chengfeng with a frown on her face. Once again, he stepped on Thor's butt. This time Thor has come to his senses. Hey, you are such a rude woman. I am Thor Odin, the first child of the father of God Odin, the god of thunder of Asgard, and the future king of Asgard. Hela frowned as she looked at her silly golden-haired brother who knew nothing. The first child? The future king of Asgard. Hela snorted. Do you think you're the first person to hear this promise? What do you mean? Who are you? My stupid Odo, you know nothing, Thor Odin. The moment Li Chengfeng heard these words, he felt a surge of anger in his chest, neither going up nor down. Finally he found the best person to vent his anger on. Even though Loki had sensed something was wrong when he saw Li Chengfeng looking around, he was still a step too slow and was grabbed on the shoulder by the Queen of Gods appointed by his eldest sister. My dear Queen of Gods, what can I do for you? Loki tried to break free of the hand while talking about something else. Hey, Wanda and Pietro are still waiting for me? And Harley, if we all run to this portal, aren't you afraid that she will lead Wanda and her brother astray? Is it useful to escape now? When Hela proposed to train you, I warned you many times. The hand that pinched Loki's shoulder continued to exert force. Even Loki, an Asgardian, could not bear it. Don't let Hela indulge in mobile phones and social networks. Listen to what she said just now. Naruto and Game of Thrones, what a mess. My lady queen, please listen to my explanation. You know what my elder sister's temper is like. As the crown prince of Asgard and the commander of the army, if I had the ability and courage to control her, would I have been fooled and threatened by you into signing a 250-year employment contract? Loki also felt wronged. Don't look at his usual appearance. In Hela's eyes, he is nothing. If he is obedient, he will be a good brother who follows his elder sister's lead. If he had any intention of rebelling, he would be nothing more than a half-blood of the giants of Jotunheim. So, let him supervise Hela? He would rather go to the psychological counseling class taught by that madman Harley Quinn within the FBI every day. In other words, as the god of trickery, his physical structure and control over human nature make him basically immune to mental illness. Otherwise, he must find a way to get mentally ill and clear his mind. While Loki was being beaten by Chengfeng, Thor also started to get angry. What? You mean, you are actually my eldest sister? The first child of the father of God Odin in the true sense? The commander of the Asgard army and the crown prince of Asgard? No, you evil heretic. Don't try to deceive me. Humph, it seems that we have been at peace for too long. Old Odin actually raised an heir as naive and stupid as you. It seems that he is really old. Hela has been observing Thor over and over again, and after thinking for a long time, she still can't figure out how this guy could sit on her former position as crown prince. But from the perspective of his character, Hela actually likes this blood-related brother very much. In the past, she had many warriors under her command who were as simple but brave and skilled in fighting as Thor. Even she would never hate such a person. But if someone with this kind of personality became the king of Asgard, that would be a disaster for the entire Asgard. In Hela's eyes, Thor, at least the current Thor, he simply doesn't have the potential to become a king. Shut up. Even if you are really my eldest sister, I will not allow you to insult the father of God Odin. Thor said this, forcing his weak body that had not yet recovered, and raised one hand with all his strength. When Chengfeng saw Thor's action, he moved to the side silently. TNND, this guy didn't even look to see if there were any obstacles on the road when he summoned the hammer. He didn't want to be hit by a hammer for no reason. And there was no need for him to solve this problem. Mjolnir's previous owner was standing right here. There was nothing to be afraid of. However, it was only when Thor summoned Mjolnir that Chengfeng remembered that there were 3 buddies outside waiting to be imprisoned in the FBI jail. Although no one was watching them, given their state and the threats Chengfeng had made against them, they were probably still waiting there obediently. It's not necessarily strange, maybe Mick Rory is still beating Constantine. This time, Zhakang has suffered a big setback. Go, bring everyone here together. This armed training is over. Chengfeng raised his chin to Loki. After they come over, control the 3 criminals outside. Ah, what criminal? You still have time to catch thieves. As an FBI agent, it is my duty to fight crime, and this thief wanted to steal your family's heirloom hammer. As the person involved, can you kowtow to me as a token of your gratitude? Your divine gold. Loki rolled his eyes, turned back to the other side of the portal, and brought Wanda and her brother and Harley Quinn, who were still lying dead. At the moment the portal closed, everyone saw a warhammer made from the core of a dead fixed star flying through the air and heading straight for a blonde burly man wearing only shorts. Thor is about to touch Mjolnir? Just like when the goddess of death Hela stands on the land of Asgard, she will regain her former glory. If Thor holds Mjolnir, his power, which was sealed in the hammer by Odin's spell, will immediately begin to feed back to Thor. This is also the reason why Thor was ridiculed as the god of hammer in the early stage. In essence, it is because his ability is too powerful and cannot be perfectly controlled. So for Thor, Mjolnir is both a weapon and a limiter, and also a phoenix healing pack that takes effect instantly. But a slender hand with distinct joints was quicker and firmly grasped the head of Mjolnir's hammer. The corners of Thor's mouth, which had been raised, completely froze. Many years later, when the father of God Thor Odin recalled this day, he would always hold his head in his hands and howl to the sky. 2 inches. Just 2 inches. Loki, if you were given a chance now, would you really kill Thor? Chengfeng sighed, his eyes full of melancholy. If it was before, I might have, but now, forget it. Why? You're still asking me why. Loki pointed at Thor, who was being beaten on the ground by Hela, speechlessly. Look at what he's been beaten into by my elder sister. My mother would never recognize him unless she looked at his soul. Upon hearing this, Chengfeng also looked at Thor's originally angular face of a typical European and American handsome guy. Now, let alone the race, even the species seemed to have changed a bit. No way. His own sister was too ruthless. Just hit him in the face with a hammer. That is, Thor originally had terrible physical fitness, and Hela did not actually use her power as the goddess of death, but only used her physical fitness to attack Thor. This was definitely a show of mercy. Chengfeng discovered that, apart from being a war maniac, Hela was not as hostile to her family as he had imagined. Even towards her father, the father of God who ruled all of Asgard and later sealed her on Earth, she was not completely disgusted. What she hated was that her father completely denied everything she had ever done. But Chengfeng was very understanding and even felt that Hela was quite restrained. You took me to fight and seize territory since I was a child. You taught me how to fight and how to fight. When I felt that I could inherit your will, you said that you wanted to rule in peace and thought that I was too cruel and bloodthirsty to inherit the throne. What is the difference between this and the prince is ill and you should encourage him? What are you doing? Are you teasing a fool? Where in the world can there be such a resentful crown prince? So beating up his younger brother to vent his anger can also be considered as getting some interest back from Odin in advance. Seeing this, Li Chengfeng and Loki definitely chose to continue watching the fun from the sidelines. The quarrels and fights between siblings are so loving, laughs. At the beginning, Thor was very tough. He gritted his teeth even when he was beaten and even tried to fight back. Later, after his face was completely beaten into a pig's head by Mjolnir, even someone as simple-minded and slow-witted as Thor reacted. It seemed that his eldest sister didn't want to beat him up, but wanted to slap someone in the face by beating him up. And beating the crown prince would be a hit on the king's face. This is definitely an unprovoked disaster for me. Thinking of this, Thor suddenly felt a surge of grievance in his heart. My eldest sister, I was wrong. When Thor said this, Loki's forced stern face finally broke. Ha 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 ha, this is so funny. This big golden-haired fool actually has a day when he admits his mistakes and begs for mercy. Epsilon equals Omicron asterisk. Alas, according to my analysis, if he were facing a mortal enemy now, a person like Thor would never beg for mercy even if he died. Li Chengfeng sighed, but now the one beating him is his blood sister. Isn't it normal to beg for mercy from his sister? Humph. I won't give him this chance. If he gets beaten, he will definitely get beaten completely. How can he beg for mercy? Wait, I'll go and sow discord among them. Loki's eyes rolled, a plan came to his mind, and he walked towards the domestic violence scene in Asgard with a sly grin. Li Chengfeng stretched out his hand, but was still a step too late and failed to keep Loki. He definitely didn't mean to not stop Loki, and he really didn't want to see more excitement. Big sister, please don't let him go. He is definitely in cahoots with father. You and I are the only ones in our family who are in the same group. We are the best in the world. Hela, who was using a hammer to educate her younger brother, turned around subconsciously when she heard Loki's voice. After seeing Loki, the nameless anger in my heart grew stronger and stronger. Thor does look and feel very much like the young father of god Odin. But Loki, the adopted son, is more similar to Odin in character. Big sis, what do you mean by looking at me like that? Loki was keenly aware that the way Hela looked at him was obviously not right. The next hammer hit him. Li Chengfeng? Help. I'm sorry, there's really nothing I can do to help. FKU, if I can make you the queen of god, I will take your last name. When did I ever say I wanted to be the queen of gods? I clearly wanted to be the executive vice-god king. Li Chengfeng was a little exasperated. Hela, think about it. Your father allowed these two fools to mess around in the 9 realms, and instead sealed you on Earth when you were determined to strengthen Asgard? Are you angry? Are you sad? Then beat him up? Your brother will not become useful unless he is beaten. Although the scene of Hela beating up the two brothers did look spectacular, Li Chengfeng was the most dedicated agent in the FBI, so he still led the rest of his men out of the cell and left the 3 siblings some private space as a family. There are too many main players, so Hela may not be able to perform well. It is estimated that Night Sky Sword has been summoned at this time. Li Chengfeng took one last look inside the cell, then made the sign of the cross on his chest with one hand, made Taoist hand gestures with his hand, then shouted Amitba and strode out the door. Harley Quinn, he seemed to have done a lot of things just now. King Ada, if you use religion as a joke, be careful of being reported. After leaving the cell, Li Chengfeng no longer had the heart to play memes, because that was just a way to relax before proceeding to the next step of work. There are 3 people in the pit, 2 of whom are well-known criminals, but they only care about making money and are not very harmful. As for the other one, Li Chengfeng looked at Wanda who was standing behind him. He is a magician, a very good magician, but now he is completely controlled by my green light of will. He can neither cast seals nor chant spells. But you must pay attention to him when you escort him, because he is a scumbag with no bottom line. Yes, Captain. Wanda nodded hurriedly. She was not used to Li Chengfeng's performance of tasks yet, so she said timidly, Big Sister Hela taught me how to manipulate my own magical energy in the past month. If it is a magician who cannot fight back, then I should be able to seal her power temporarily. Very good, then I'll leave Constantine to you. As they spoke, several people had already walked down to the bottom of the pit. McRory continued to beat Constantine relentlessly. Li Chengfeng rubbed his eyes. Well, did you just see this scene in the prison cell? They all beat people into pig heads. Is this the legendary sense of déjà vu? However, the gap between McRory with his butt sticking out and the Asgard queen is really too big. They're all butts, why should we look at McRory's? Isn't Hela delicious? Okay, McRory, stop it. I think beating him into a pig's head is retribution. But McRory was a reckless man, and he was so angry that he didn't listen to anyone. Li Chengfeng rubbed his eyebrows in annoyance. Pietro, wake him up? Okay, Captain. Pietro gave Li Chengfeng a brilliant smile that he had never shown a month ago, and then disappeared in an instant. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, they can only see Quicksilver Pietro rushing out like a flash of lightning, but Li Chengfeng can clearly see Quicksilver's every move. Ever since Pietro's mutant ability stabilized, his limit speed has been increasing. But after all, it has just awakened not long ago, and its ability is limited. Currently, it is only at a level of about 600 miles per hour, which is still a long way from reaching the speed of sound. But it's enough. Pietro subdued Mike Rory in an instant. Although Quicksilver is a mutant whose signature ability is speed, his body was also changed by the X gene in order to adapt to the ability. His cardiovascular and respiratory systems were several times more efficient than those of normal people, and his muscle tissue did not produce fatigue toxins. Although his strength could not compare with those of monsters, moving several hundred kilograms was no different from playing a game. As his speed increases, his body will evolve further. Thinking of this, Li Chengfeng suddenly thought of Barry Allen. If nothing unexpected happens, given Barry's personality and life experience, he will most likely become good running buddies with Pietro. After all, there are fathers who are as good as dead and mothers who are really dead. So miserable. Definitely, it depends on who you compare it with. Compared with an ordinary family with both parents, it is definitely miserable, but compared with my grandfather, it is much happier. At the moment, Bruce Wayne, who is far away in Gotham, is carrying out his daily training. He suddenly sneezed, leaving him a little confused. Master Bruce, are you a little too tired recently? Alfred, who was cleaning the Batcave, looked back at Bruce Wayne and said, you haven't sneezed like this in many years. It was just a sneeze, Alfred. Bruce Wayne said, and continued to train. But he had a premonition. Someone is teasing him behind his back? Li Chengfeng, who had just thought about Batman in his mind, looked at Mick Rory who was beaten into a dumpling by Pietro, walked up and squatted beside Constantine. Can you still talk, Constantine? Woo-oh, woo-oh, let me go, I won't run away. Are you crazy? Do you think I'm that white duck egg that can read your thoughts? Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. I will let you go, but you are not allowed to run away. If you run away, I will mobilize the entire FBI to find you. Even if you hide in the deepest part of the magic world, I will find you. You should know that I have this ability. Hearing this, Constantine stopped whining and nodded hastily. Run away. He now felt several powerful energies at the same time. The most conspicuous ones, besides Li Chengfeng in front of him, are two others. One just appeared out of nowhere in the cell. The other one appeared in the warden's office building outside the cell. Constantine's frown deepened. Even if I want to run this time, I probably won't be able to. Li Chengfeng let go of Constantine without any psychological burden. Although this guy may betray and run away, he is smart. He would never run away in front of someone because the success rate is too low. Constantine's greatest strength is that he is very self-aware. Ahem, you're so cruel. You actually used this strange green light to turn into a cylinder and stuffed it into my mouth. The touch reminds me of my last ex-boyfriend. FK, I didn't let you go just to hear your dirty talk. Li Chengfeng was not interested in Constantine's pansexual love history. He was more curious about the one in the warden's office building. Who is it? Or, what exactly is it? But Li Chengfeng knew that this thing had to be of a high quality, otherwise it would not be able to knock down Thor. And Hela also said that the one who created the divine counter-magic circle must be a higher-level existence. The fact that Hela could say this meant that this being was at least a dimensional lord at the same level as Mephisto. It is even possible that he is an existence superior to level Godfather. If he were at one of those signature locations, he could use his experience to determine which great god it was. But this TNND is in Fox River Prison. The most evil thing here is the teabag. I just want to liven up the atmosphere. Constantine lit up a cigarette even though he had a pig's head on his head. After puffing on the smoke for a while, he said the second half of the sentence, after all, if nothing unexpected happens, we will be done soon. Li Chengfeng frowned. Game over? If a scumbag like Constantine is so desperate, who is in the warden's building? Since you have perceived the existence of the one in the warden's building, then you should also have sensed the one in the cell, right? Yes, the one in the cell is yours. Constantine asked, then patted his forehead. FK, that BD who played with fire just now was too heavy-handed. I must have a concussion. I should have thought that since you guys walked out, it means that the one in the cell is yours. With her, do we have a chance of winning? Do you think that when facing an entire universe, even if there is one more god, it will have an impact on the outcome? Li Chengfeng was not very satisfied with Constantine's answer. According to him, his task would be impossible to complete at least in a short period of time. Although the system task has no time limit and no penalty for failure, Li Chengfeng also knows that the best way is to retreat first. There is ample time. But Li Chengfeng felt aggrieved. At this moment he even wanted to shake the big guy from Kansas over. That human magician, stop exaggerating. Just when Li Chengfeng was struggling over whether to retreat or not, a female voice full of kingly dominance came from behind him. It was Hela, the goddess of death, who looked refreshed after beating up her brother. The two men who were following behind her and supporting each other were her resentful younger brothers. Li Chengfeng really didn't expect that Hela's beating would directly bring out the brotherhood between the two brothers. Fists are such a good thing. Constantine subconsciously wanted to refute Hela, but immediately realized that this was another being worthy of being called God. Honorable goddess, although I don't know your identity, I was not exaggerating just now. I can feel that it is an existence outside our universe. This kind of dimensional lord is an omniscient and invincible existence in the dimension they rule. Constantine explained. Now he really did not hide or deceive anything. And just when Agent Lee just caught me, I already felt that the existence had broken through the boundaries of the universe and infiltrated his power into our universe. At the moment, at least in this prison, it has been covered by another universe. It's just a little bit of energy escaping from the cracks. Hela curled her lips. She had seen many dimension lords. He can manipulate time and reality at will, and can reshape his universe into another form in the blink of an eye, but that is only the case in their own hometown. After leaving, he is at most a level godfather. Apart from anything else, after Mephisto left the Hell dimension, he had many conflicts with the original Asgard. Both Odin and herself had fought with Mephisto. Very strong, but beatable. This human magician is still too young. Hela, are you sure about what you just said? Li Chengfeng walked forward and asked in a low voice. Hela's answer would determine whether he could complete this mission. At most, he is level godfather. Hela was absolutely certain. No matter how powerful the dimensional lords and plain Mephistos are, they all have to pay a price for their omnipotence in their hometown. Hearing this, Li Chengfeng breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Hela thinks the same as him. With Hela's degree of strength recovery and Li Chengfeng's current ability, it should be no problem for them to face an ordinary level godfather together. How can you be so sure that it's just the power that escaped? Constantine frowned and asked the goddess of death a question. Even a man like him who has no bottom line would choose to argue to the end if he was refuted in the area he is most proud of. Because if the Dimension Lord really overlapped and covered this area through some means, then we would not even have the chance to speak just now. We would be directly turned into nothingness by the guy who rules this dimension and have never existed. Hela at the moment had already walked to Li Chengfeng and stood still. She pulled Li Chengfeng into her arms with unparalleled dominance. My queen, you don't have to worry. In addition to my theory, the most obvious evidence is that you were able to activate the teleportation magic just now. Li Chengfeng was stunned. It seemed to be true. I am no longer the rookie who had just mastered the magic of teleportation but couldn't even tell the difference between dimensional teleportation and ordinary teleportation. Ordinary portals can only connect two locations in the same dimension. This shows that this prison definitely still belongs to the current dimension. But don't be too happy too soon. Although this human magician made a wrong judgment, there is a reason for it. Hela lowered her head and whispered to Li Chengfeng, someone in this prison has collected artifacts or items related to this dimensional lord. Through the power of the same source, the descending dimensional lord may become more powerful. Why do you like to breathe heavily even when you talk? Li Chengfeng was a little amused. In other words, the enemy is not necessarily an ordinary level godfather, but a top-level godfather. After a moment's hesitation, he heard Phil Coulson's voice again on the communicator. Li, are you all right? Sky and Ingrid just discovered a rapidly expanding energy entity in Fox River Prison. You guys also detected it. Li Chengfeng was stunned. How strong is it? The distance is too far, and the monitoring equipment cannot make detailed measurements, but the various indexes are higher than when the goddess of death Hela entered the FBI headquarters. The information Phil Coulson brought in time confirmed that there is a level godfather in the warden's building who is stronger than the current Hela. Looking at the team members behind him, Li Chengfeng sighed. Forget it. I can't drag my teammates who haven't developed yet into a battle of this level in advance. Just as he opened his mouth to give the order to retreat, a green light suddenly appeared in Li Chengfeng's hand, forcing him to swallow the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He didn't summon the green lantern to charge the ring? Asgardian, there's something to do with the power of the emotional spectrum. A childish voice sounded from the green lantern furnace. Li Chengfeng was really stunned this time. What the hell? How come my green light furnace can speak human language? Has it become a spirit? And he's a Shota. He quickly picked up the green lantern, but there was no sign of him transforming to repay his gratitude. Please stop imagining those dirty pictures in your mind, okay? I'm still a child. What does that mean? They still have a connection? Li Chengfeng looked towards the small window with the green light, and sure enough, he saw the little ion shark spinning around excitedly. A very human expression appeared on that small and delicate head. If Li Chengfeng guessed correctly, this expression is called speechless. Are you an ion shark? Yes, dear Asgardian, it is me. You just said that this so-called Dimension Lord is related to the emotional spectrum. Yes. Then I can't go. A top-level godfather with the power of the emotional spectrum. Are my team going to deliver food to him? I can help you, but I'm too young now. I can only merge with you for 1 minute at most. Merge? Fusion with ion shark? Li Chengfeng slapped his forehead suddenly. Yes? I have the killer weapon, the light beast. Even if it's just for a minute. Li Chengfeng made a decision immediately. Ada, you, Harley, and Wanda and her brother, escort these 3 criminals back to the FBI and stand by. Hela, Loki, come with me to meet that damn lord. After Li Chengfeng finished speaking, he opened the portal. Although Ada Wong and Harley Quinn expressed concern in their eyes, they also understood that a battle of this level was not something that mortals like them could get involved in. So he chose to obey Li Chengfeng's orders. After seeing off the team members, Li Chengfeng looked at Thor and asked, don't you want to go see the guy who imprisoned you here? After I see him, can I beat him up? Definitely. Then let's go. Seeing that her brother seemed to be a little more normal after being beaten, Hela simply handed Mjolnir back to Thor. Thor's condition immediately recovered, and with a loud bang he smashed a big hole in the outer wall of the cell. What comes into view is the prison governor's building. However, at this moment, the Victorian-style building has completely turned blood red, and a huge amount of figure is standing in front of the building at this moment, also covered in blood red. I have been waiting for a long time, ants. When you die, you will cry out my real name in despair, my name. Crimson Lord, Sidorak. Sidorak? The Sidorak who created Juggernaut? Li Chengfeng frowned as he looked at the tall human figure whose armor, skin, and energy covering his body were all blood red. Even among those well-known Dimension Lords and Plain Mephistos, Sidorak is the most powerful one. His control over the original Crimson Universe makes him the top dimensional lord. But Sidorak is different from that St. Mephisto. Mephisto is keen to personally descend to the earth to get involved in various major events. It was he who caused maggots to grow on the Celestials, it was he who seduced Adam and Eve to eat the fruit of wisdom, it was he who created Ghost Rider on Earth, it was he who bewitched young Thanos to invade the ancient Earth. It is no exaggeration to say that Mephisto runs through the entire human history. Compared to Mephisto, Sidorak can be said to be at the other extreme. Sidorak seems to have a slight interest in things outside the Crimson Universe, but this interest cannot prompt him to leave his Crimson Throne. Therefore, the way he influences the real universe is to materialize his power into objects and then project them into the real universe. For example, the famous Juggernaut Cain Marco is a product of Sidorak. As the non-blood-related brother of White Duck Egg, he gained the powerful divine power from Mephisto of this plane through contact with Sidorak's Crimson Ruby. Theoretically, Juggernaut is strong enough to compete with the Savage Hulk. Some even believe that he can even fight against Green Sorrow in his normal state. But the fact is, Juggernaut can't be considered a first-line villain most of the time. In addition to the editor's credit, there is also the fact that Sidorak's power will be greatly reduced after leaving the Crimson Universe. However, these are only said in reference to Juggernaut and the Crimson Ruby of Sidorak. After all, the one on Juggernaut is just one of them. Legend has it that Sidorak released 8 deep rubies into the real universe. Maybe the 8-in-1 is the true power of Juggernaut or even the Sidorak duplication. The person in front of him was over 4 meters tall and looked similar to Juggernaut, but was definitely different. Li Chengfeng could confirm that the Crimson Giant in front of him was definitely stronger than the current goddess of death Hela. But this is so unreasonable. It's just as illogical for him to call himself Sidorak. Li Chengfeng didn't think that the ruler of the Crimson Universe would sit idle and wait for an Asgard god to descend to Earth. Dearest Guardian, do you feel the terrifying red energy emanating from that person in the distance? How can I not feel it? This powerful force is as conspicuous as a searchlight in the dark night. That is red in the emotional spectrum, representing the spectral energy of rage and hatred. The voice of the ionic shark emerged in Li Chengfeng's mind. Li Chengfeng heard this and then he calmed down and felt it seriously. Sure enough, the red energy emanating from the surroundings actually reacted slightly with the uncontrolled green light of will, which fully proved that this was the rage red light belonging to the emotional spectrum. But Ion Shark, in addition to the power of the emotional spectrum, this red light should also contain powers from other dimensions or even other universes, right? Yes, in addition to the rage red light, there is another crimson power in these crimson energies, which accounts for a considerable proportion. And the nature of the energy is so compatible with the rage red light, so even if the red light furnace has not been created, the rage red light can be integrated into itself for control. Although the ion sharks in Li Chengfeng's lamp furnace are in a newborn state, as natural and naturally born lamp beasts, a lot of knowledge is imprinted in their consciousness by the entire universe. The power of the Crimson Universe is very compatible with the rage red light, which was within Li Chengfeng's expectations. Those who become juggernauts will always sink into the abyss of rage and destruction. Even if they are strong-willed and can suppress this desire for a period of time, they will eventually fall. The power of the Crimson Universe is not so easy to control. And through the confirmation of the ionic shark, Li Chengfeng has deduced what the monster in front of him is. The power of the Crimson Universe probably comes from the Crimson Ruby of Sidorak, and there is probably more than one. In addition, he used some means to discover and manipulate part of the rage red light, and finally combined the two, which attracted the gaze of Mephisto sitting on the throne in the distant Crimson Universe. So the Crimson Universe temporarily invaded the real universe, and the combination of the power of the Crimson Universe and the red light of rage became the carrier of Mephisto Sidorak's consciousness. So there is nothing wrong with him calling himself Sidorak, because his consciousness is indeed Sidorak. But he is definitely not Sidorak. The only reason he has such powerful strength is because of Sidorak's interest in him. He probably wants to see what other tricks he can come up with. Otherwise, at most, she would be at the same level as Hela now. If he just thought he could fight against the true god Mephisto in this dimension just now because of the trump card of Ionic Shark, he is now completely relieved. Possessing two mixed energies is generally very powerful, but such people also have a common weakness: unstable. Ion Shark mentioned that the reason why the rage red light was controlled, besides being attracted by the same energy, was that the original red light had not yet been created. Ownerless energy is naturally easier to control. But what if there is an owner? For Atrocitus in the original novel, creating the lantern ring might require metaphysics and magic, but Li Chengfeng already has a way. Since Crimson Ruby can attract and control rage red light, wouldn't it be wonderful to use Crimson Ruby as a medium to create a red light furnace? Li Chengfeng suddenly became inexplicably excited. After all, this kind of behavior seems to be considered a kind of NTR. Hela, what chance do the two of us plus your brothers have against that guy? Winning or losing depends on a hair's breadth. The strength of energy may not necessarily be reflected in combat effectiveness. But what is certain is that this battle will last a very long time. As Hela spoke, she strode out of the big hole that Thor had smashed open. With every step you take, a night sky sword appears in the air. Sister, let me lend you a helping hand. Thor excitedly chased after Hela, Mjolnir spinning rapidly in Thor's hand. Crackling lightning kept ringing around Thor, and blue arcs flashed across his eyes. Compared with the big golden-haired guy who was beaten just now, Thor now looks more like the god of thunder. This is different from the surging fighting spirit of Hela and Thor, their siblings. Loki was more willing to be more careful. Lee, is that guy who calls himself Sidorak really the Mephisto from that dimension that is said to have arrived? What you think? Just looking at this guy's original strength, he's very strong. Even my eldest sister is outshined by him. But if this is the real Mephisto of this dimension, isn't it too weak? That's right, he's just an imposter who carries a trace of Sidorak's gaze. Li Chengfeng patted his shoulder, just like your sister said, powerful energy does not necessarily have corresponding combat power. You 3 Asgard siblings should be able to deal with him, so, go. Pokemon. You are the Pokemon. Your whole family is Pokemon. Loki complained subconsciously, and then suddenly reacted, what do you mean by that? What do you mean that the 3 Asgard siblings can deal with him? What about you? I am a high-level FBI agent. As your leader, I definitely have to do things that leaders are good at. Before Loki could spit out the curse words in his heart, he saw a big golden-haired guy flying backwards and hitting him. In the name of Odinson. What a powerful enemy. Thor stood up and stretched his muscles. Li Chengfeng secretly admired in his heart, he really is worthy of being the big golden retriever who has the possibility of surpassing Odin in the future. His physique is so powerful. He is obviously not a level godfather yet, but after being knocked away by a level godfather, he has no obvious injuries except for being a little embarrassed. Loki, what are you still dawdling about here for? Thor looked up and saw Loki. Without saying a word, he grabbed the other's collar and flew out. Thor, you #UN% and *and. Looking at the 2 brothers flying away, Li Chengfeng pretended to wipe away the non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes. Ah, what an enviable brotherhood. Then he also walked out of the big hole. However, Li Chengfeng did not rush to the battlefield where he was fighting against Sidorak. Instead, he went around it and entered the building that was also dyed crimson from the side. Fighting? Li Chengfeng smiled. Friends, I am a high-level agent, not a gladiator. Do I have to fight every battle myself? Moreover, our dear team members have just experienced an armed training march from the goddess of death. Isn't this a test of the training results? It's definitely not that he wants to exploit the Asgard laborers, absolutely not. For an FBI agent, solving problems and completing tasks are the top priorities, and efficiency is the most important. At this moment, Li Chengfeng was going to rush directly into the Crimson's rear while the 3 Asgard siblings were fighting with Sidorak. Li Chengfeng always felt that the building behind Sidorak was the place where the problem could be solved fundamentally. As expected, the moment Li Chengfeng stepped into the red building from another direction, the Sidorak that was fighting the 3 Asgard siblings suddenly focused its attention on him and rushed towards Li Chengfeng regardless. But unfortunately, it was blocked by Hela in time. Hela, he is indeed guarding something. You guys hold him back and let me handle everything inside. Although in the midst of a great battle with level godfather, Hela's voice still reached Li Chengfeng's ears. Be careful, my queen. As it should be, my god king. After officially stepping into the building, everything that comes into view is scarlet. Damn it, I really don't know who came up with these things. At least this grandson's aesthetic taste is completely screwed. Apart from scarlet and crimson, he doesn't even know how to use other colors. Look, scarlet walls? What kind of person would decorate their house like this? As Li Chengfeng spoke, he used his will to materialize a huge sword with an overly fantastic style in green light. With a swish, the big sword stabbed into the wall easily like inserting tofu. Then he easily drew a circle and cut a piece from the wall. Li Chengfeng looked at the red energy in his hand. After a part of it came into contact with the green light of will, it suddenly seemed to boil and reacted. Ion Shark, shouldn't the opposite of Rage's red light be Hope's blue light? Why would it become so violently hostile when it comes into contact with the most neutral will's green light? This is just a summary of the opposing attributes of the emotional spectrum. In fact, when the Rage red light comes into contact with the energy of any other emotional spectrum, it will become antagonistic. The power of the emotional spectrum is more extreme as it moves toward the edge. Li Chengfeng nodded. Indeed, this can be seen from the performance of each Lantern group in the original work. Red Lantern Corps is pure madness. The Star Sapphire Corps, also known as the Purple Lantern Corps, is a love-minded group. Rage and love are the things that can easily drive people into extremes. Is this an emotional spectrum or a philosophy textbook? Li Chengfeng muttered, threw the cut wall away, and continued to walk deeper. The building is very tall, but it actually has only 4 floors. Each floor has extremely high ceilings. But unlike what one might have imagined, there was no internal guarding force on the first 3 floors. It was just an empty scarlet building, revealing a bit of weirdness in its silence. Tada, tada. Throughout the entire building, apart from the occasional sound of Thor and Loki greeting each other during the battle, the only sound that echoed throughout the building was Li Chengfeng's own footsteps. Every time Li Chengfeng went up a floor, he would conduct a thorough search. But without exception, there was nothing wrong except the scarlet energy. Now he had reached the 3rd floor, and conducted the same search, but still found nothing. Just as Li Chengfeng sat down on an office chair with a little exasperation, he stared closely at the door leading to the 4th floor at the end of the stairs in front of him. There was an extremely dense scarlet energy blocking the way, and its energy intensity was actually no less than that of the entity outside that called itself Siderak. Such a strong defense. This means that behind this layer of energy, there is definitely a real person behind the scenes. Li Chengfeng took a deep breath, turned on the communicator and tried to contact Sky and Ingrid, but found that the communicator had failed. Even when it was turned on, only a rustling noise could be heard. This is the FBI's most advanced communicator, capable of long-term, noise-free communication between the ground and the space station. Just now I could still hear the sound of the 3 Asgard siblings fighting Siderak, but now it seems as if this thing never happened. In other words, the reality here has been distorted in a certain sense. Strictly speaking, the area where Li Chengfeng is located is no longer the original universe. But this is just a wall, a barrier. It still can't compare to the real conscious entity out there. Li Chengfeng twisted his neck, and after a cracking sound, he finally stood up from the chair. I have to do such dangerous work every day. The job of a high-level agent is not for people. This time when I go back, I must ask the 2 old men, black and white, to give me some gold coins. Li Chengfeng muttered, and then he activated all his abilities. In fact, in terms of power, there is no difference between the original Green Lantern and the level Godfather, except that it does not have those mysterious abilities. Even under the bombardment of the original Green Lantern, the Scarlet Barrier was not reduced quickly. But there is no better way at this time. So 5 minutes, 10 minutes. A full half-hour passed before Li Chengfeng finally dug a hole in the barrier that was big enough for him to barely get through. This thing is really tough. It is indeed mixed with the power from the Crimson Universe. No wonder Juggernaut's ability is reflected in the indestructibility and immortality of the body. Li Chengfeng muttered and slowly squeezed in through the hole. Finally, he arrived at the 4th floor which had been hidden behind the energy barrier. On the stairs at the beginning, it was no different from before, the same scarlet, the same weirdness and dead silence. But once you actually walk up the stairs and enter the space on the 4th floor, you'll feel suddenly enlightened. This is a huge amount of office, bright and warm. Most importantly, the walls were not the scarlet color that we had seen so often, but ordinary beige wallpaper. Li Chengfeng looked towards the desk at the back. A white man with a sinister and fierce appearance was sitting behind the desk. However, he was not wearing a uniform that showed off the power and status of a prison warden. Instead, he wore a white coat over his shirt. Those bulging muscles can hardly be contained. Okay. She is a character that could fit right into a work like Bakey's with just a photo, but she is dressed up like a researcher. Only then did Li Chengfeng realize that the water margin was not deceiving him and he understood what dressed like a scholar meant. But when the man raised his head and let Li Chengfeng see his eyes, Li Chengfeng overturned all his previous conclusions. Wisdom, madness, and self-destruction flashed in those eyes at the same time, and Li Chengfeng couldn't help but nod secretly. Well, these eyes really have the flavor of a mad scientist. It just doesn't fit this body well. You are very interesting. You were able to defeat my subordinates and break through the barrier I set up to come to me. I hope you can bring me enough pleasure. Li Chengfeng's eyes twitched. Then he walked up to him and slapped the guy who was muttering the villain's lines to the ground. Ouch! How can you be so unsportsmanlike? Nonsense! I'm not a member of your weird game. Why should I talk to you about martial ethics? And you're spouting the cocky lines of a middle school boss. How old are you, bro? Ahem, all men who die are teenagers. The muscular man in the white coat was not angry at all. He just covered his face and sat up from the floor. At this time, Li Chengfeng also saw that on the desk not far away, there were several objects emitting faint red light. But Li Chengfeng's attention was all attracted by this so-called warden, so he didn't notice it. He walked right past the warden and came to the desk. I saw 4 red gems neatly placed in a tray. Then, there was a blood-red bull the size of a palm, lying on top of these 4 gems and snoring. This gem is obviously the famous Crimson Ruby of Siderak. According to legend, 8 of them were sent into the real universe, but now 4 of them have been collected together. As for the thing sleeping soundly on Siderak's Crimson Ruby, Ion Shark, if I'm not mistaken, this should be a lantern beast, right? Yes, this is the lamp beast born in the red light of rage, the blood slaughter bull. The voice of the Ion Shark sounded again. I didn't expect that the ancestor red lamp furnace had not yet been formed, but it actually ran out of the red light of rage. Perhaps these 4 Crimson Rubies can, in a sense, also become carriers of lamp beasts like the original red lamp furnace. Li Chengfeng was delighted when he thought of this. In other words, he could directly use these existing materials to complete the last step and actually build the red light furnace to carry and control the blood slaughter bull and the surging rage red light, instead of using this power in an extremely primitive way like it is now. However, when Li Chengfeng thought of this, he turned around and asked the guy who was still sitting on the ground and refused to get up. Who are you, and why did you not become a corrupted being like Juggernaut after coming into contact with the Crimson Ruby of Siderak, but instead collected the Crimson Ruby and became a breeding ground for Rage's red light and blood bull? Me? I'm just a poor guy who can never die. The warden stood up and walked to Li Chengfeng. Li Chengfeng looked at the man again and found that the ruby pendant on his neck was of a strange style. At least it doesn't match his clothes at all. I am not interested in whether you can die or not, or whether you are pitiful or not. What I want you to tell me is why you can resist the power of this red gem. Li Chengfeng stretched out his hand and placed the big sword embodied by the green light of his will on the opponent's shoulder. But the warden didn't care about being threatened by the sharp weapon. Instead, he turned around and sat down across from the desk. You mean the voice that once said it would give me immortality and make me a juggernaut? You heard Sidorak's voice and did not fall. His words actually have that kind of effect. The warden scratched his head in surprise. I just rejected him. To be honest, his words are too low level, far inferior to those of professional scammers. Is the problem words? His power won't let you go just because you refuse. Oh, you mean this? Unexpectedly, the warden seemed to remember something, pointed outside the gate, and said with a silly smile, the entity outside is my previous self. What the hell? Li Chengfeng was completely confused by the other party's words. What does the previous me mean? I have to say, there is more fun in your universe than I imagined. Oh, by the way, I haven't introduced myself yet, right? It's been a long time since I last had this kind of normal communication with other people, so it's inevitable that I'm a little uncomfortable. My name is Jack Bright. If you don't like it, someone in a certain universe once gave me a nickname, called Dr. Liang Liang. Dr. Liang Liang? Li Chengfeng suddenly felt a mouthful of blood rising to his throat. Damn, how come there are these troublemakers in this universe? Are you Dr. Bright? One of the 4 doctors of Apocalypse in the Foundation. Oh, you know about the Foundation? It seems you are also a traveler from another universe. Other universes? Also, in other words, this world doesn't have such a thing as the Foundation. That depends on what time you use as the standard. Dr. Liang Liang put his hands behind his back, looking mysterious. In the past, there was no Foundation. Definitely, there is no Foundation now, but in the future, there will definitely be one. Li Chengfeng slapped Dr. Liang Liang on the forehead without any hesitation. Speak human language? Don't tell me riddles? The riddle teller must die. Li Chengfeng's slap directly hit Dr. Liang Liang's forehead on the table, and blood oozed out instantly. Cough cough cough. What a grumpy guy. But Dr. Liang Liang seemed to be used to it and didn't care much whether the body was injured. 2. After all, he is now equivalent to the Lich in the Western fantasy world. As long as SCP-963, which serves as the life box, is not destroyed, he will be immortal. But can this state really be considered alive? Li Chengfeng had never imagined this feeling, nor did he dare to imagine it. After all, when it comes to things related to the Foundation, the greater the profit, the greater the cost. As a guy sneaking between universes, don't complain about others' rudeness to you. Who knows if your native universe will trace your whereabouts and attract those damn anomalies. Li Chengfeng looked at Dr. Liang Liang. Although most of the stuff from the SCP Foundation isn't that powerful, there are still some tricks to those supreme deities. Definitely, the shame of the supreme divinity are just so-so. We can't say they are bad, but judging from their performance, they are essentially level godfather. But there are also supreme deities with high performance, enough to compete with those real monsters. Judging from the current level of development of the universe, if we really encounter a supreme deity with high performance, we may not be able to stop it. Unless Superman has an epiphany and reaches the level of Silver Superman, whose power is almost idealistic, it won't work. After all, those supreme deities often use methods like manipulating time and rewriting reality. Abnormal? No, I've studied the universe we're in now, and there's no so-called abnormal. In other words, you're all abnormal. Dr. Liang Liang spread his hands. He knew what Li Chengfeng was afraid of. Look, aren't those so-called dimensional lords and plain Mephistos of yours similar to the supreme deities recorded by the Foundation? And what's the difference between you Supermans and abnormalities? It's just that most of you can accept universal values. This is why I said that organizations similar to the Foundation will definitely appear in the future, because with the development of human society, no one can guarantee that every Superman will be a person with normal values. Li Chengfeng was silent. In a sense, there is nothing wrong with Dr. Liang Liang's evaluation of this universe. The strength of those first-line heroes and villains is far beyond the reach of those anomalies in the Foundation. That is, those old-fashioned classic anomalous entities can be touched. But it's just a touch. Do you still expect shy people or immortal evil lizards to kill characters like the big guy in Kansas? So what are you going to do? I am very interested in your universe. It is so interesting. It is much more interesting than facing those bizarre anomalies. Tisk, we still have to thank you. What? You can thank me if you want. Forget it. You like to attack my head. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. He had originally lost some interest in this crazy scientist who was essentially insane. Okay, I don't want to say more to you. If you don't want to be thrown into a dark room deep in the ocean trench as a pendant for the rest of your life, then cooperate with me. You must be kidding, right? Dr. Liang Liang's expression finally began to become unnatural. He was not afraid of physical death, but he could not accept the eternal dark imprisonment. Thinking of this, Dr. Liang Liang scratched his head with his hands, turning his originally relatively smooth hair into a tangled mess. Well, I'm really defeated by you black-handed and heartless FBI agents. AFK, how dare people from the Foundation say that others have evil hands and bad hearts? After Li Chengfeng refuted Dr. Liang Liang, he pointed to the 4 Sidorak crimson rubies on the table and the sleeping blood slaughter bowl lying on it and said, If nothing unexpected happens, do you want to use these 4 deep red rubies as a basis to create a device that can manipulate the red light of rage? Rage. Red light? Is that your general term for this red energy? No, only part of it. The other part is from the plane of Mephisto in the Crimson Universe. So that's how it is. That's right, if my research is correct, these 2 forces with extremely similar properties can accommodate each other, but just what? It's just that I haven't been able to find a way to change the form of these gems. These are indeed divine creations. They are too strong. It seems that a highly intelligent person like Dr. Liang has also thought of creating a device that can carry and manipulate 2 kinds of energy, but he just does not have the corresponding means to complete his idea. Li Chengfeng looked at the deep red ruby on the table, thought for a moment, then reached out and picked up one. Dr. Liang wanted to reach out to stop him, but Li Chengfeng's hand was too fast. It was so fast that the blood slaughter bull didn't react and was still sleeping on the other 3 gems, but its drooping hoof looked a little funny. Hey, what do you want to do? You can't just use the pendant to change your body like I can. You don't have to worry about that. You should think carefully about what kind of contribution you can make after you come back with me, right? What kind of contribution can I make? When did I agree to go back to the FBI with you? The FBI or the little black box at the bottom of the ocean? Choose one. FK, do I even need to choose? Dr. Liang raised his hand. Definitely choose the great FBI. Li Chengfeng snorted, and seeing that the red light emitted by the gem in his hand was getting brighter and brighter, he stopped bullying Dr. Liang and instead strengthened his will. Since the nature of Sidorak's power in the Crimson Universe is almost identical to the red light of rage, the green light of will definitely have a restraining effect on Sidorak's power. Fair mortal, I am Sidorak. You will become my believer, my spokesperson on Earth. You'll be a juggernaut. Hearing this voice, even though Li Chengfeng possessed the green light of will, he couldn't help but be stunned. When he came to his senses, Li Chengfeng found himself in a deep temple where everything was scarlet. Unlike the prison building that was forcibly dyed with red energy, the deep scarlet color here was extremely natural, as if it was born to be this color. Li Chengfeng looked into the depths of the Crimson Temple shrouded in darkness. He should go inside. That's right, go inside. Such a thought inexplicably emerged in Li Chengfeng's mind, and then Li Chengfeng reacted immediately. Unexpectedly, even with Batman's willpower, enough to awaken and drive the original Green Lantern ring, he was still affected by Sidorak's consciousness. Should I say, is he worthy of being the most powerful Mephisto? The invisible pressure has begun to make Li Chengfeng's spine numb. Then Li Chengfeng walked inside without any hesitation. It's just a little bit of wind and frost, laughs. It looked dark outside the temple, but as soon as you took the first step inside, everything around you started to light up. I don't know where the light came from, but Li Chengfeng's eyes suddenly lit up. The long scarlet corridor extended inward almost infinitely, and Li Chengfeng walked for an unknown amount of time. He seemed to have temporarily lost his ability to sense time. What is certain is that the Crimson Universe where Sidorak is located is completely different from the real universe in terms of the speed of time flow, physical properties, and so on. Li Chengfeng walked another 200 steps, and the corridor that seemed endless suddenly came to an end. After taking a step forward, the view in front of me finally became clear. The interior of the temple before us seemed to be floating in the center of the entire universe. There were no crimson walls in front, behind, or on either side, but rather endless space. Definitely, even the universe is filled with scarlet. Li Chengfeng raised his head. At some point, an extremely tall person suddenly appeared on the crimson throne in front of him. Human, you are very interesting. Sidorak, you weird hairy gods like to say to people you are very interesting. Li Chengfeng curled his lips, looking speechless. No, human named Li Chengfeng, I think you are interesting from the bottom of my heart. Sidorak leaned forward slightly, and the huge body on the throne was finally fully revealed in front of Li Chengfeng. The armor on his body is exactly the same as that of the Juggernauts. This further proves that Juggernaut is essentially a vehicle that allows Sidorak to descend into the real universe when needed. Dr. Liang's previous body, the Sidorak who is currently fighting the 3 Asgard siblings, is essentially also a Juggernaut. Juggernaut is nothing more than a combination of Rage's red light and a trace of Sidorak's consciousness, completely becoming a duplication of Sidorak. If nothing unexpected happens, this is the price that those who enjoy the power of Juggernaut's eternal immortality will pay. One day in the future, they will become the vessel of Sidorak, and their original consciousness and soul will turn into nothingness the moment Sidorak descends. They are clearly eternal and immortal, yet they are destined to be destroyed. What an ironic fate. As a Mephisto who belongs to another dimension, I'm not sure whether you have a so-called inner heart. Whether it's the body or the soul, the structure is completely beyond the understanding of ordinary people. Ha ha ha, you can actually think so much. Sidorak replied, all creatures that became juggernauts in the past would be immersed in power and destruction the moment they saw the temple, but you can actually walk in front of me, talk to me, and even look me in the face. That's because I know that this is just a projection of the Crimson Ruby taking me into the Crimson Universe. Li Chengfeng was also very surprised that apart from the whisper belonging to Sidorak, Sidorak's power actually had no original effect on Li Chengfeng. The green light of will, the Dionysus factor, and some of the Kryptonian traits. You are better than any juggernaut in the past. No, you are better than all juggernauts combined. Cedarak did not deny what Li Chengfeng said, but he could see through Li Chengfeng's ability with just one glance, and even discovered the Dionysus factor. You know, even Batman, the father of DC Comics, couldn't detect the presence of Dionysus factor in Joker's blood, but it exists. Cedarak can do it. I can only say that he is worthy of being the strongest plane, Mephisto. I never said I was going to be a juggernaut. That's not up to you, Cedarak said as the entire Crimson Universe began to flicker with red light. A thought can affect one's own native universe. Li Chengfeng was still sighing when he heard the anxious voice of the Ion Shark. Asgardian, quick, merge with me now. Otherwise you will really be pulled into the Crimson Universe. Li Chengfeng was a little dumbfounded when he heard what Ionic Shark said. Why can Dr. Liang run away after a stern refusal, but when it is his turn, he will be dragged into the Crimson Universe? He didn't believe that Dr. Liang could escape. It was just that Cedarak's interest in Dr. Liang was not enough for him to do so. Are you really that greedy for his body? Li Chengfeng immediately began to feel something was wrong, and everything around him was gradually becoming more real. He is detaching from the real universe. FK, this guy is serious? Li Chengfeng immediately summoned the ancestor Green Lantern Furnace. The Ionic Shark no longer stayed in the lamp furnace and swam continuously, but jumped out and drilled into Li Chengfeng's lamp ring. Asgardian, since I am only a newborn lantern beast, our combined state cannot last long. Like I told you before, it will only last for a minute. Is 1 minute enough? That's enough. The next moment, Li Chengfeng's green light battlesuit changed slightly, and the mask formed by the green light of will covered Li Chengfeng's overly handsome face. In the next minute, Li Chengfeng will become the strongest form of green light. Ion Man. The power of the Ion Shark was handed over to Li Chengfeng without reservation, and in an instant he completely mastered the power of the Ion Man. Since Ion Shark is just a newborn, in addition to the time limit, his state is not at the peak of Ion Shark, so he cannot directly control time and rewrite reality, but it is enough to resist the will and power of Cedarak spreading from the Crimson Universe. 30 seconds. In just 30 seconds, Li Chengfeng cut off all contact with Cedarak, and in the blink of an eye, the space he was in was transformed into the Warden's building. I underestimated you. Even the new lamp beasts were born in your lamp furnace. I'm very curious, what kind of storm will you stir up in the real universe? I will always keep an eye on you. Cedarak's voice grew fainter and fainter, until it finally faded into nothingness. Always watching you? Grass. Just by looking at this sentence, I thought it was a stalker who came out from some corner. And it's the kind that tracks you from the internet to the coffee shop around the corner from your house. Alas, it's really disgusting when you think about it. Tisk, these dimensional Mephistos are all a bit perverted. Li Chengfeng just muttered something, and immediately the voice of Ion Shark rang in his ears. FK, you damn Asgardian, you still have the time to think about this? Have you forgotten that my tender body can only hold out for a minute? Hurry up and use the remaining time to deal with these gems. When Li Chengfeng heard the sound of the Ion Shark's extremely weak kidneys, he almost burst out laughing. The physique of the young lamp beast is really not very good, but the short ones are also cute. Ha 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 ha. Li Chengfeng laughed in his heart, then reached out to the 4 crimson gems and the blood-slaughtering bull. Little shark, please be more careful. The blood-slaughter bull, who had just been sleeping like a dead bull, finally woke up with a start when he felt the power unique to the Ionic Shark coming towards him, and was half dazed and half stupid. Surprisingly, it was a soft and tender lowly voice, but the lines had nothing to do with softness. Moo, snacks. Where are the snacks? Are there any snacks that I, a lamp beast, can eat? What the hell, Ion Shark? Little Maverick, relax. Li Chengfeng grinned, his smile was so harmless. Definitely, this is just his good self-image, but in the eyes of the blood slaughter bull, this is the Ion Shark gathering a group of brutal and unscrupulous humans to capture these carefree lamp beasts? Ion Shark? Bull, I have never provoked your green light of will, have I? Why are you targeting me first? Help? Kill the bull. Okay, stop being sad. Li Chengfeng flicked the blood slaughter bull's head with his finger. He was still in the Ion Man state, and this flick directly made the blood slaughter bull become paralyzed. The power of the native lamp beast is great, but in order to unleash it, it must merge with the owner of the lamp ring. What Li Chengfeng is preparing to create but has not yet created is the ancestor Red Lantern. In other words, now the blood slaughter bull is just a small figurine that looks quite intimidating. 15 seconds left? Hurry. Okay, stop rushing me. Why don't you just change your name to Death Shark? After Li Chengfeng agreed, he began to shape the original Red Lantern using the deep red ruby as the base. Using the maximum ability that Ion could mobilize, he analyzed 4 crimson rubies and then condensed them into the shape of a lamp. While the shape was changing, Li Chengfeng also began to change the properties of the crimson ruby by relying on his ability to partially influence reality. How many steps are needed to make the original red light? Answer: 3 steps. The first step is to erase its connection with the Crimson Universe. The second step is to rewrite the energy screening mechanism to make it a common carrier of deep red energy and rage red light. The third step is to put the small figurine and the bloody slaughtered cow in. Finished? Although it was the first time that Li Chengfeng used the power of Ion Man, he was very adept at using it and just managed to complete the shaping of the original Red Lantern furnace at the last second. He even had time to pack up all the scarlet mixed energy that enveloped the entire Fox River prison and stuff it into the Red Lantern furnace. Outside the prison building, the Asgard siblings were locked in a tug-of-war with Sidorak. Although the energy level is higher than the current Hela, and has the awareness brought by Sidorak's gaze. But a knockoff is still a knockoff. Although Hela and her two siblings were quite cautious at first when they didn't understand Sidorak's tricks. But as they fought, they discovered that although this tall red giant possessed great power, too bulky, if Li Chengfeng were here at this moment, he would be able to see the clues at a glance. Because this so-called Sidorak is still based on a juggernaut. Although the energy level has been raised, the fighting method and the essence of power have not changed. At most, because of the mixture of Rage's red light, it can spew out terrifying blood flames like maggots on the tarsal bones from its mouth. But the pre-roll is too long. Among the three Asgard siblings, Hela and Loki are not only proficient in magic but also agile. Even a reckless man like Thor can handle them with their speed and agility. But the problem is that the opponent's huge amounts of flaws are caused by super thick defense and health bars. By the end, Hela began to doubt whether she could handle this super sandbag even if she was at her peak. However, when a soft and shrill lowly voice was faintly heard, the originally terrifying scarlet energy suddenly faded from Sidorak like a tide, and then rushed into the warden's building. Sidorak clenched his fists, as if he was not having enough fun. Gods from Asgard, I am very satisfied with this massage. I will keep an eye on you. But the loss of power made Sidorak realize that this entertainment was over. 15th second. The Ion Man state ended, and the crunchy shark, which was suffering from extreme kidney deficiency, drilled out from Li Chengfeng's heart. The red lantern stove seemed like an altar with the sacred fire lit, burning with red light. A red lantern stove that was completely different from the original appeared in front of Li Chengfeng. Since the original material used to make the lamp is 4 deep red rubies from Sidorak, the entire lamp is made of scarlet and translucent material. Li Chengfeng picked up the red lantern with one hand without any hesitation. I saw the bloody bull circling madly in the red light furnace as if it was having fun. What the hell? As soon as awakening comes, the big bunk bed is directly changed to a big villa? You humans are quite kind-hearted. You know what's good about your brother. Li Chengfeng lifted up the lantern and hung it in front of his eyes. Why don't you hurry up and give me the red lantern ring as a thank you gift? Although you have unparalleled willpower, it seems that you don't meet the standard of a red light. What about you thinking about it? Shwetu Niu wanted to say something, but he found that the red lantern furnace was getting restless. He could only kick his calves' hooves and run to the corner, watching the energy in the lantern furnace surge and swirl, and finally condense into a translucent lantern ring made of the same material as the lantern furnace. Then it turned into a red light and rushed out of the lamp. After circling around Li Chengfeng for a long time, it finally stopped. Intelligent life has been targeted. Li Chengfeng from Earth. There is a boiling rage in your heart. You belong to the Red Lantern Corps. This scene made the Blood Slaughter Bull, who was also a new light beast, couldn't help but shout in that tender lowly voice. What the hell? How can a green light owner who is so calm and stable have such overwhelming anger and hatred? Are you kidding me? Little Niu, I'll teach you a lesson. Li Chengfeng was not surprised at all. Instead, he stretched out his fingers and rubbed the little Niu with a lowly voice. Every Republic citizen who has studied modern history will always have a raging anger in his heart that will never go out. As he spoke, he stretched out the hand with the green lantern ring. The red lantern ring seemed to have an automatic navigation function, and it actively avoided the index finger where the green lantern ring was, and then put it on the middle finger. The hot blood is red with anger, taken from the remains of a corpse that has not yet cooled. Deep hatred and deep resentment boil the lungs. I will forge your path to the underworld. Previous. Next. After the Blood Slaughter Bull watched the Republic man in front of him successfully awaken the original red lantern ring, the whole body of the bull became numb. It is true that she is a newborn lamp beast, but she is just a lamp beast, and is in a symbiotic state with the ancestor lamp furnace. She can grow in the ancestral lamp furnace, and possess the owner of the lamp ring with the help of the power of the ancestral lamp furnace. She can even control the lamp furnace at certain times, but she cannot influence the lamp ring's decision on the candidates for the Legion. As a lamp beast, the Blood Slaughter Bull, born in the red light of rage, she possesses a vast amount of knowledge and cognition that she is born with. In her impression, the apostles of the red light of rage must be in extreme rage and hatred. Even if one can control one's body and mind at the beginning, those limited human nature will sooner or later be completely wiped out in the eternal rage, and in the end only a body controlled by rage will remain. Shouldn't their faces look like they are ready to fight to the death without saying a word? After Li Chengfeng put on the original red lantern ring, not only did his anger not dominate his reason, but he also revealed a gentle smile. I originally thought that it was the resistance of the green light of will to the red light of rage that allowed him to maintain his sanity. But Xiao Niu soon discovered that because Ion Shark was forced to merge when he was a minor and temporarily became Ion Man, the energy of the original Green Lantern's lamp furnace and lamp ring were temporarily exhausted, and the Green Lantern transformation was also lifted. In other words, completely relying on one's own will? Damn it, no wonder the memory of the Lantern Beast is so poor. Don't mess with the lone Green Lantern. The green light of will has a lot of advantages when facing other colors of the emotional spectrum alone. What are you mumbling about, little calf? Little bull, I've really learned a lot this time. Blood Slaughter Bull stared with a pair of curious big bull eyes at the man who just turned from Ion Man to Red Lantern Demon. How can I describe him having both Green Lantern Ring and Red Lantern Ring at the same time? A combination of contradictions. Li Chengfeng looked at the very silly and naive lowly Blood Slaughter Bull, and suddenly felt that maybe he was destined to collect all the new lamp beasts? Grass. What kind of emotional spectrum version of the Sage of Six Paths? But speaking of lantern beasts, after freeing itself from Ion's possession, Crunchy Shark went straight back into the Green Lantern Furnace and began to sleep. Li Chengfeng knew that activating Ion Man's outrageous ability would be too much of a burden for the newly born Crunchy Shark and the ancestral lamp furnace. For now, it seems that he will have to say goodbye to the Green Lantern Force for the time being. It seems that Ion Man's power can only be used as an emergency trump card in the future. After all, you can't always think about squeezing the little shark. Hearing about the kidney deficiency, he felt phantom pains in his kidneys. But the original red light can completely fill the current gap. Even in terms of destructive power and aggressiveness, the red light is even more powerful. Moreover, the original Red Lantern built by Li Chengfeng through the power of Ion Man does not have as many negative effects as in the original work. Although rage, hatred, and resistance to injustice will still cause the owner of the Red Lantern Ring to fall into eternal rage, this rage can be controlled within a controllable range, perhaps because they were exposed to and integrated with the power of Ion and the green light of will when they were shaped. After the transformation, Rage's red energy will still flow in his blood vessels, but the phenomenon of the ring replacing the heart or death if the ring is taken off will never occur. In a sense, the original evil attribute of the red light has been washed away. Li Chengfeng was quite satisfied with the result. He was really afraid that the Red Lantern Corps would send a group of mad vandals to smash his sign. Dr. Liang, who witnessed the whole process, had his eyes bulging and his mouth open as wide as possible. How did he create such an exaggerated cartoon expression with an ordinary face? It can't be the unique skill of their Foundation universe, right? Hey, Dr. Liang, what are you daydreaming about? Dr. Liang's soul was pulled back from the sky by Li Chengfeng's words. What had he just witnessed? It was Mephisto, or the Supreme Deity, entrenched in that crimson dimension of the universe, that crossed the boundaries of the universe to deal with a human? Then this human suddenly and briefly transformed into another Supreme Deity. No, it should be a defective Supreme Deity, and it seemed that he had not reached his peak state. What kind of person is this FBI agent in front of me? A Mary Nakayama who can temporarily transform while still in the three-dimensional world? He has always believed that the Foundation universe is the most bizarre among all the universes. But now he had to admit that there were still many weird things, and the Foundation was no longer worthy of the word the most, but could only be regarded as one of the. Did you just briefly rewrite reality? Whether it is severing the connection between the Supreme Godhead and the real world or rewriting the properties of the Deep Ruby, it is obviously permanent. That's not something those damned reality benders can do. And since his soul entered SCP-963, no matter which universe he is in, he will almost certainly be recognized as one of the constants by the will of the universe. In other words, any degree of reality rewriting that happens around him will be perceived by him. Well, right. Li Chengfeng scratched his head. As one of the top lanterns, Ion's high performance was extremely exaggerated. Manipulate time and rewrite reality. He even fought against the well-known bug character Superman Supreme and destroyed several universes. If we only look at the high performance of the Blood Slaughter Bull, it is still a long way from the two top lamp beasts, the Ionic Shark and the Inspector Monster, but it is much stronger than the performance of the other lamp beasts. She possessed an ordinary father whose daughter was RD and brutally killed. After brutally killing the RT, she beat up the ghost who came. The anger fueled by fatherly love is enough to burn the vengeful spirit of God. But these performances are based on the fact that the lantern groups and lantern beasts have existed and grown for a very long time. The two kindergarten-level light beasts in Li Chengfeng's hands became so weak in the kidneys that they collapsed after just a short while of combining. MD, don't call yourselves the Green Lantern Corps or the Red Lantern Corps, just change the name to Ion Shark Nursery and Bloody Cow Nursery. Then what's the difference between you and God now? Have you ever seen such a short God? Dr. Liang rolled his eyes. Nonsense. God knows whether you are acting or not. Now that the issue has been resolved, have you made a decision? Li Chengfeng used the rage red light to materialize a hot teaching stick, which lifted the ruby pendant from Dr. Liang's neck. Are you going to follow me back to the FBI? Or will you put up a futile resistance and be buried by me in a trench that will never see the light of day again? When Li Chengfeng and Dr. Liang walked out of the warden's building side by side, they did not see any fighting. Instead, he saw the three Asgard siblings studying the giant man lying on the ground. For the love of Odin, is this thing really human? I've never heard of a Midgard human growing to this height. My dear brother, if you have no experience, don't show it by shouting. It's really Master Suo who came to New York City. Look at how ignorant you are. Shut up, both of you. Have you forgotten what I just taught you? Hela at the moment looks neither like a goddess nor an elder sister, but an iron-blooded commander who is teaching his young soldiers how to deal with various enemies encountered in the space war. When facing an enemy with too strong defense and endurance, either accumulate enough strength and use all your strength to launch an attack that exceeds the opponent's defense, in order to break through the enemy with just 1 point. Or use the advantages of speed and magic to focus on weak organs. Once you are on the battlefield, don't think you are a god. Hela's teachings can be said to be strict and effective. Loki has been taught by Hela in this state for nearly a month, and now he is naturally used to it. But Thor had just recognized his father and was clearly not beaten enough. He actually stiffened his neck and retorted, "What you said is not true, elder sister. Didn't you call yourself the goddess of death when you hit me?" But this question was taken over by Li Chengfeng. "Nonsense, when your sister beat you up, she didn't even think of it as going to the battlefield. That's domestic violence? Wouldn't it be necessary to bring out the name of the goddess of death to suppress you?" Thor was so frustrated by Li Chengfeng's words that he wanted to say something several times, but finally gave up. Odin is above. It's fine that he can't beat his elder sister who is 1,000 years older than him, but this so-called FBI agent from Midgard himself doesn't seem to be a match for him either. Plus, he's been imprisoned for so long by some powerful dimensional Mephisto. Midgard's tricks are too complicated, and he wants to go back to Asgard. "It's not that I'm afraid, I just miss my mother Frigga." Loki chuckled. He was very familiar with Thor's expression. Now Thor's 3 views have been completely shattered by repeated beatings and then rebuilt on the ruins. "I had the same expression when I was beaten." Loki actually has a secret about this matter, which even Li Chengfeng doesn't know. Li Chengfeng only knew that he was knocked away by the big guy from Kansas and was finally captured alive by the Doctor of Doom in a green robe. But he didn't know that he had received more than just these 2 beatings. The big Kansas guy's punch sent him straight from the Mets to New York. If this was the iron fist of physics, then the one I experienced in New York was a magical explosion. He free fell for an hour before being dropped in Latveria. Thinking of this, Loki felt all the hairs on his body stand up. He must become stronger. Even if he wants to live a good life on Earth, he has to change this passive situation where he is beaten wherever he goes. But with Thor's brain, he just needs to figure it out slowly. Haha. "So this body on the ground is the body you abandoned before?" Li Chengfeng asked Dr. Liang. "That's right. I was originally just a thin man who wasn't very tall. I didn't expect that the power of the Juggernaut could make a person so strong and sturdy. If I had known, I would have tried it. I've never experienced a body that's strong to this extent." Li Chengfeng frowned. It wasn't because he had any opinion about Dr. Liang, but he felt that the face under Juggernaut's helmet looked familiar. "Isn't that right? How could Juggernaut collapse from exhaustion?" "Hela, what happened to him? Why is he lying here incapable of fighting? What's going on? It seems that you have solved the source of the Scarlet's strange power, and you have successfully controlled it." Hela looked at Li Chengfeng, who had changed color, with some surprise. "I can feel that at that moment, the distortion of this space disappeared instantly, and then this thing calling itself Sidorak lost the power of level Godfather, leaving behind a sentence fun time is over, and then it became what it is now." Li Chengfeng nodded. Because Juggernaut's original soul was occupied and destroyed by a trace of Sidorak's consciousness, and because of Sidorak's departure, it completely became an empty shell. The only reason he didn't return to his original form was because he was still wearing the same armor as Sidorak. "So, dear Queen of Gods, you haven't answered me yet. Did something strange happen to your Green Lantern ring, or did you find a ring of another color? My God King, please allow me to introduce you to this red light that controls the red of rage." Li Chengfeng raised the lamp forward in a pretentious tone, and then, nothing happened. Clam. Li Chengfeng was stunned for a moment. Had he been making the wrong judgment all along? The red light stove was placed in front of Hela, but there was no reaction at all? Shouldn't it be? Generally speaking, he was treated as the crown prince, marshal, or even a comrade in arms by his own father for thousands of years, and then was betrayed by his father and sealed in Midgard for thousands of years. Is it not an exaggeration to say that I feel tremendous hatred? You know, there's a character with a similar positioning in a certain FG universe. That guy made his dad sit on the golden toilet all his life and couldn't get off, and he could only play with that crappy talker every day to kill time? But why is he not reacting at all in front of Hela? But Li Chengfeng is not the kind of idiot who starts to get stuck on something just because he can't understand it. He firmly believed in one sentence: "Nothing is difficult in the world as long as you are willing to give up." Nothing to say. Instead, his attention was immediately drawn to the empty shell of the Juggernaut on the ground. Even though its face had become somewhat distorted after expanding to more than 4 meters in height, it was inexplicably familiar. Li Chengfeng stretched out his hand to take off Juggernaut's iconic semicircular helmet, but he didn't expect that the last trace of red light on the empty shell was absorbed by the Red Lantern ring. Then, the armor turned into dust, and the swollen and distorted body returned to its original state. Li Chengfeng wiped his face. "Good job. Isn't this the tea bag that I mentioned several times before the mission started? What world lines converge? It starts with complaining about teabag and ends with complaining about teabag. And what does this have to do with jailbreaking? Oh yes, it really does. This big stupid guy Thor really escaped from prison. Ding, the mission Prison Break, brother has been completed." Quest-related characters: Captain Cold, Heatwave, Constantine, Thor, Juggernaut, Teabag. Obtain Captain Cold's genius-level mechanical engineering expertise. Get the literary foundation of Heatwave. Obtain Constantine's traditional black magic. Get Thor's controlling thunder and lightning. Obtain Juggernaut's unstoppable power. MD, you are really amazing in the dog system. If this dog system had a physical body, Li Chengfeng would definitely let it know what pain is. Doing this kind of sweet yet smelly shitty work every day, I really don't know if it's because he's just too unlucky, or if the creator of this system is too disgusting. Captain Cold's genius-level performance in mechanical engineering is truly amazing, mainly because he is not one of the rich people relying on technology. He is a person who relies on various handcrafted and black tech modifications. There's an inexplicable sense of déjà vu of goblin technology, and Heatwave really isn't anything to write home about, but isn't this literary foundation a bit too abstract? Definitely. If Heatwave in Legends of Tomorrow is any guide, then he is truly a genius-level romantic novel writer. His pen name is Rebecca Silver, and he is so popular that he even returns to the main timeline to hold book signings. But, what does Li Chengfeng want this thing for? This is a comic book universe. This isn't a plagiarism universe? As for Constantine's black magic, I didn't think it was that powerful, but after Li Chengfeng initially mastered it, he discovered its real advantages. Versatility. Theoretically, no matter what Li Chengfeng does, he can use black magic to assist him. But the prerequisite is that Li Chengfeng can tolerate those inexplicably disgusting spellcasting media. When I think of the eyeballs and broken legs in the drama, ugh, only someone like Constantine can bear it? And what comes next is the fragrance in the mixture of fragrant and stinky. Thor controlling thunder and lightning. It does not refer to his original divine power related to thunder and lightning, but to his control over thunder and lightning in nature. Although it is an ability borrowed from Thor, if you look at its performance, it is more like Storm's ability. But no matter what, so cool? How can an ability related to lightning not be cool? Being handsome or not is a matter of a lifetime? The last one is the most valuable ability this time, the embodiment of unstoppable power. This ability from Juggernaut provides neither a bonus to strength nor a bonus to energy. Described as a juggernaut that moves in a certain direction, making it nearly impossible to stop its motion. Does it look a bit abstract? Let me put it another way and it will make sense. As long as you start exercising, you are basically free from control. Do you know about BKB? However, if this ability is applied to Juggernaut, once he sprints forward, he cannot be stopped. Lee, are you listening? Lee. Captain, if you hear me, please reply. At this time, Sky and Ingrid's voices were heard again from the communicator which had just been filled with noise. After Li Chengfeng completely severed the connection between the Crimson Ruby and Sidorak, the energy was completely absorbed by the red light furnace, and the space distortion caused in the vicinity has returned to normal. The communicator naturally operated normally. Li Chengfeng received it. The mission has been completely accomplished. That's good. Just now, all the electronic products in the Fox River prison failed. Only just now did the communicator return to normal. Sky explained the situation to Li Chengfeng. But those inside the Fox River prison are all civilian products. They are completely broken. So what happened? This is a long story. You will receive a mission report, Li Chengfeng said, and opened the portal. By the way, remember to tell Phil Coulson and the others to bring people to clean up the mess. Li Chengfeng looked at the big hole in the prison wall and the bumpy ground in front of the warden's building. He now feels that the most important thing is to recruit a science-approaching team, which is specifically responsible for whitewashing and deceiving people who should not know the truth. Back at the FBI headquarters, the team members on standby came towards us. The most reliable Ada Wong has temporarily detained Captain Cold, Heatwave and Constantine in the square cabin prison built by the FBI for those with super abilities. Everyone can live in a single room and the treatment is good. After listening to Ada Wong's report, Li Chengfeng nodded, then gently pushed Dr. Liang, who had been standing on his right, forward. This is Jack Bright, you can call him Dr. Liang. From today on, he will officially join the FBI and become a member of the Internal Affairs team. By the way, Ada. Li Chengfeng raised his chin towards Ada Wong. Use my terminal to send a full band pinned message in the FBI system. Okay, what do you want to send? As King Ada spoke, he took out Li Chengfeng's personal terminal from his body. That's right, apart from Li Chengfeng himself, most of his things were with the girls. For example, the mobile phone became Hella's toy, the activation key of the Quinjet was kept by Harley Quinn, and all office supplies were in Ada Wong's hands. His high-level FBI authority is simply reserved for Ada Wong. No one is allowed to touch Dr. Liang's pendant, also known as Dr. Jack Bright. Li Chengfeng said this and glanced at Dr. Liang again. You too, don't be so ostentatious, put the pendant inside your clothes. It's a bit uncomfortable to put it in the clothes. Are you going to let it go? Or do you want another seat under the trench? Come on, you're awesome. Facing Li Chengfeng's oppressive gaze, Dr. Liang could only cooperate helplessly. So am I one of yours now? Our own people? Not completely. In fact, Li Chengfeng still doesn't know why Dr. Liang came to the real universe. Is there another purpose, or is it simply seeking profit and avoiding harm? Therefore, it is safest to keep it under your nose. And regardless of his purpose and personality, Dr. Liang is an expert in bioengineering and abnormal genes. The X-Men captured and brainwashed a group of Hydra scientists who specialized in studying the X gene from Latveria, and encountered a big bottleneck in studying how to catalyze the X gene and enhance strength. If Dr. Liang joins in, he might become a key figure in opening up the situation. Okay, then I'll try my best to be one of our own. So when do I start working? What's the salary? Dr. Liang, who has a very flexible bottom line and a bit of a funny personality, got into the role very quickly. The most important thing is your cafeteria delicious? Let me tell you, I hate the cafeteria of the Foundation. The taste is so bad that at one point the entire site relied on SCP-458 infinite pizza boxes to solve lunch. You can rest assured about the salary. The FBI has never been stingy with high-level talents. It's just that it's hard to get extra funds. I mean, it's hard to approve them. As for the cafeteria, just be careful not to go to the Huxia food window. Damn it, America's Huxia food is a scam. After deciding whether Dr. Liang Liang should stay or go and the strict monitoring and containment measures for Dr. Liang Liang, Li Chengfeng disbanded the team. Although Wanda and Pietro had joined the FBI for a month, they were not in good condition at the time, so they moved directly into Li Chengfeng's house. Ada Wong simply took the two curious babies and Dr. Liang Liang to visit the FBI headquarters. Even at night, various departments of the FBI continue to operate normally. As Thor was too naive, Hela and Loki decided to take him to experience the unique delicacies of Midgard, definitely using Li Chengfeng's card. As everyone dispersed, only an unusually calm Harley Quinn was left beside Li Chengfeng. "What's wrong, Harley?" Li Chengfeng asked Harley as he walked into the elevator. "You are a little too quiet today. This is not like Harley Quinn at all." "Oh, my pudding, even a brilliant lunatic like me has a few days every month when he gets tired of the day-to-day madness and begins to long for the ordinary." Li Chengfeng translated this sentence in his mind. "Oh, my period is here. Press the button for the -5th floor, which is the prison where the FBI holds super ability criminals." Li Chengfeng and Harley Quinn stood side by side in the elevator. When the elevator door was about to close, Harley Quinn pounced on Li Chengfeng and began to bite him. Then the floors start from 1 and finally until it becomes -5. Bite. The elevator door opened again, and Li Chengfeng pretended to be calm as he wiped the lipstick marks on his right cheek, and took off the Harley Quinn hanging on him. "I simply gave up on my neck, which means I have strong enough physique, otherwise my neck would definitely be covered with strawberries. So after all this fuss, it's not that my period has come, but that I'm completely unable to hold it back." Since Harley Quinn transferred her affection from Joker to Li Chengfeng, this is the first time they have been apart for more than 24 hours. The series of brutal kisses just now scared Li Chengfeng. Definitely, it feels great too. Although Harley's mental state is not very good, her face is indeed beautiful. Moreover, the movements were much faster. The moment the opponent pounced, Li Chengfeng suddenly felt the amazing elasticity of the opponent. In other words, there were surveillance cameras in the elevator, otherwise Li Chengfeng would seriously doubt that his chastity might be in jeopardy. Woohoo, pudding energy is fully replenished. You have completed your supplement. Tomorrow the Ministry of Internal Affairs will send a report about my work style to the desk of that black salted egg. Are you afraid? Are you afraid of Internal Affairs or Nick Fury? Are you crazy? Oh, you are indeed crazy. Then let's give one last kiss while no one is around. MMMM. Li Chengfeng finally couldn't resist the temptation of the little crazy girl and pushed her against the wall. Lips and teeth touch each other. He is indeed a virgin, but he is not a fool. When the meat is really in your mouth, you will eat it without hesitation. And he hadn't seen this little lunatic for nearly a month. To be honest, miss her a little. Only, bloody hell, you FBI can be so creative. Is it too late for me to join now? Just shut up, you British magical BD. They let someone like you join the FBI? Unless the brains of the FBI people have been gnawed by zombies. It turns out that kissing can have this kind of atmosphere. This is another accumulation of material. 3 teasing voices sounded one after another. They were the 3 bastards arrested by Li Chengfeng. Constantine, Captain Cold, and Heatwave. When Li Chengfeng and Harley Quinn just got out of the elevator, their attention was on each other, so they didn't notice that the square cabin prison where they were held was not far away. Listening to them teasing them from time to time, the 2 shameless guys Li Chengfeng and Harley Quinn didn't care at all. Instead, he stared at the 3 people. Until they realized that the atmosphere was not right, they fell silent. "You've all calmed down, right?" Li Chengfeng curled his lips. "It seems like you don't quite understand your situation. You don't think I just want to imprison you temporarily, do you? Well, what else can we do? Even the FBI has to abide by the basic law. AFK the basic law, snart." Li Chengfeng walked to the prison door of Captain Cold and said with a sly smile, "From today on, all criminals with super abilities and special skills will be detained by the FBI. Believe me, I have enough authority to do this." Li Chengfeng couldn't help laughing when he thought about putting super criminals in ordinary prisons. The person who did this is a real genius. Before the 3 could react, Li Chengfeng suddenly retreated and turned around. "Who are you? Get out right now." It was quiet all around. Not only Constantine and the other 2 were puzzled by Li Chengfeng's behavior, even the crazy Harley Quinn was a little confused. But Li Chengfeng ignored them. Instead, he pointed at the corner and threatened, "I'm only going to count to 3. Those 6 people in the corner, get out of here. Don't make me say it a second time." Suddenly, a voice was heard coming from a corner that seemed empty to the naked eye. Hey, Li, don't turn into a white lantern, and don't banish us to the dark dimension. Damn it, Stark." At this time when he wasn't a white lantern yet, and he hadn't become Sorcerer Supreme yet. "Oh my god, won't my saying this affect the timeline? The timeline isn't that fragile, but you better watch your big mouth." Okay, I'm really defeated by you, Professor Stein. After a distortion of light and shadow, a group of people in different clothes appeared in the corner. Leading the group was a sexy blonde beauty wearing a neat and tight white battlesuit. Long time no see, Lee. Who are you? And how did you get into the FBI headquarters? My fault. We always forget that you are not who we know you to be. The blonde beauty nodded apologetically. I am Sarah Lance, a level 5 agent of the FBI, codenamed White Canary, and I am affiliated with the FBI's Special Team Legends. Legendary Squad. Li Chengfeng's eyes gradually widened. What the hell? How did the Legends team become a special team of the FBI? Isn't this ridiculous? The FBI doesn't have such a team. Harley Quinn asked with a frown. Even though I'm crazy, this is no reason for you to fool me. Sarah Lance shook her head and replied. The current FBI definitely doesn't have one, and that's because we're from the future. And the reason why we traveled through time to the present FBI and met you is because you in the future left us a mission. Agent Li Chengfeng, acting director of the America General Bureau. Li Chengfeng admitted that he was really confused at first. But it was not because of the other party's identity. Although there were several unfamiliar faces on the opposite side, Li Chengfeng still recognized Sarah Lance's face. So I guessed it was the legendary team right away. What confused him was the origin of the legendary team? With Sarah Lance's explanation, Li Chengfeng gradually understood everything. First, he formed a legendary team in the future and selected talents from various places in the timeline to join it. Sarah Lance, White Canary, the sister of Oliver Queen's ex-girlfriend, was thought to have died in a shipwreck, but was actually rescued and trained by the League of Assassins. Martin Stein, top nuclear scientist, physicist, inventor of the Firestorm Matrix. Jefferson Jackson, responsible for spacecraft maintenance. The two can then combine into Firestorm. And then there is Adam Ray Palmer. Apart from the people who were supposed to be in the legendary team, Li Chengfeng really didn't recognize the other two. It was only through Sarah Lance's introduction that I suddenly realized it. First, there was the guy who was called Stark at the beginning. His full name was Howard Stark. Yes, he is Tony Stark's biological father. He was taken away by the Legends when they were being hunted by the Winter Soldier. This device that achieves invisibility through optical distortion is his work. And when she introduced the woman who had remained silent, she spoke up and interrupted Sarah Lance. The language used is the Republic language. Li Chengfeng, my name is Wu Fengji. Are you from the Republic? Your last name is Wu. Wu Fengji. Li Chengfeng didn't react at first. Isn't Wu Fengji the TM White Phoenix? The White Phoenix is stronger than the crazy Dark Phoenix Jean Grey, and it is the strongest Iron Fist ever. But the shock was only for a moment. The Wu Fengji in front of him obviously only had the dragon power that belonged to Iron Fist. That's right. If you become a White Phoenix, you will most likely have to leave the Earth. Let me summarize. In your timeline, I was the acting director. Where is Nick Fury? I really can't reveal too much. I can only say that director Nick Fury is alive and well. On the contrary, you disappeared completely after officially announcing the establishment of the legendary squad and specifying the target. Li Chengfeng nodded. He still had to maintain due respect for the timeline. Those who played with time would eventually be played with by time, unless he used the Ion Man transformation to directly manipulate time originally. So, I asked you to come to this time to recruit members, right? That's right. You said that there are only 3 people in the FBI's prison at this time, and they are all suitable candidates to board the Wave Rider. Li Chengfeng turned around and looked at the 3 people in the prison who were completely confused. To be honest, these 3 people are indeed the original members of the legendary team. But the style of this recruitment is too biased. Which good person would go to his own prison to recruit people? But then again, the legendary squad actually does have some meaning of time labor reform. But this can be considered as a way of making use of waste. Otherwise, what would be the point of locking these 3 guys up here? It's useless except for wasting the FBI's food. It would be nice to let them contribute to protecting the timeline, just as a substitute for operating the sewing machine. Since it's my own decision, then take them away. You just believe it. Why doesn't he believe it? Harley Quinn shrugged and spread her hands towards Li Chengfeng. It sounds like this is something this guy would do. Outside the prison, Li Chengfeng and Sarah Lance quickly reached a consensus. Constantine, Captain Cold, and Heatwave were handed over to the Legends squad. Before they left, Sarah Lance seemed to have just remembered something. By the way, Lee, go to the combat training room on the 12th floor now. You will meet an unexpected person. This character specifically asked you to come to this timeline, and you agreed. Won't this cause fluctuations in the timeline? The timeline is much more solid than you think. You taught me this, teacher. Teacher? You call me teacher. Although I only call you teacher, but you are the closest thing to a father in my life. We from the FBI all like this line, right? Li Chengfeng waved his hand and bid farewell to his future disciple and daughter, but he still couldn't help but complain. He clearly remembered that Black Braised Egg had said this. If nothing unexpected happens, Phil Coulson will say the same thing to Sky in the future. So my future self will follow the same pattern, right? This line of dialogue runs through 3 generations of the FBI, spanning from the past to the future. Really 6. Wow, she said you are her dad. You learned this ability to summarize from a host named Zhu Mingdan, right? Don't say so much useless things. This is time travel. Tie pants hot. It's not cool, most of the time you have to wait in the time buffer. You can imagine that there is endless green space around you, similar to the universe, without day and night. That's no different from being in Arkham. You can't tell the difference between day and night in the ward. But who cares? Let's go. Didn't your daughter say that an unexpected person would appear in the training room? After the excited Harley Quinn finished speaking, she jumped onto Li Chengfeng's back and pinched his butt. Hurry up, go to the training room. Li Chengfeng was reluctant to let her go, so he could only carry this crazy lady on his back into the elevator. I feel like there will be more and more letters reporting on work-style issues tomorrow. Arriving at the training room on the 12th floor, Li Chengfeng put Harley Quinn down. Then he checked his collar to make sure the ambiguous mark on his neck would not be exposed. He pushed open the door of the training room and walked in. I saw that the huge amounts of sandbags were being attacked by continuous heavy punches. The speed was so fast and the power was so terrifying that it was definitely beyond the limits of ordinary people. His long brown hair fluttered with his movements. He was wearing simple jeans and a white shirt. His ordinary attire concealed a well-trained and strong body. A bang sound was heard. The sandbag, which was more than a person's height, finally couldn't bear the weight and was knocked away by a punch. Fine sand was scattered all over the ground. Li Chengfeng and Harley Quinn walked forward, and the other party immediately noticed them, but was not surprised. Instead, he picked up the leather storage bag leaning against the wall and walked towards them. The shape looks like a shield. When he walked up to her, Li Chengfeng realized that the woman was almost as tall as him. You in the future told me that if one day I finish my mission and don't know where to go, you can choose to come to this timeline. Introduce yourself. My name is Peggy Carter. You can also call me Captain Carter. Previous. Next. The next day, early morning, Nick Fury hummed the West Coast Alvin and the Chipmunks tune as he drove to the headquarters in Washington, D.C. He is in a pretty good mood today. To be precise, his mood has been getting better and better since Li Chengfeng came. Even my paranoia is almost gone. He felt that seconding Li Chengfeng from the Republic was the wisest decision he had ever made in his life. Think about the current situation of the American Bureau of Investigation. Professor X took over the F.B.I. Academy and sat in the rear of the F.B.I. He himself was in charge of the overall situation, while Li Chengfeng and Phil Coulson led the charge. Perfect. The only problem is that this little monster Li Chengfeng is causing bigger and bigger troubles each time, and the thighs he has won over are stronger and stronger. Just Shen brought back 2 in total. Oh, no, according to the mission briefing sent to the terminal last night, the brother of the goddess of death and the god of trickery was also abducted by him. Tisk, the most urgent thing is to transform the energy detector at the headquarters. The monitoring room flashes every day like a white lightning, which is too dazzling. When Nick Fury thought of this, he had already driven into the parking lot of the FBI headquarters. After parking in his own dedicated parking space, he locked the car and left. When he arrived at the headquarters lobby, a man not far away immediately walked towards him. Director Nick Fury. How have you been these past few days, May? Aside from having to take care of a whole team of brats, it's not bad. Isn't Steve Rogers on the team too? A World War II veteran who has been frozen in the Arctic ice for decades is not as easy to deal with as those little devils when he comes into contact with modern society. Melinda May's expression barely changed when she said these words, but one could still see a hint of resentment in her. Nick Fury looked at one of his trusted agents and did not continue asking questions, but turned to another question. By the way, Phil Coulson, how's everything going? Completing missions, formulating training plans, and investigating the intelligence dealer known as Acute Eyes, it's been very busy and fulfilling. He hasn't had time to dwell on his own resurrection for a long time. Very good. Remember, don't mention the Tahiti project to him, and don't provoke him to find the truth. This is the best protection we can give him. Nick Fury couldn't help but sigh when he thought of the Tahiti project. GH325 made from the blood of the blue man. Nick Fury doesn't know the name of the Kree, can save FBI agents who are seriously injured, dying, or even recently dead. Originally thought to be a miracle drug from heaven, but ultimately discovered to be a deal with the devil. After being resurrected using GH325, people will be very normal at first, but after a period of time, their mental condition will begin to deteriorate, and complications such as hypergraphia, aphasia, and catatonia will appear. People with poor psychological quality may even turn into lunatics. Eventually they chose to erase and replace their memories, but the pain of replacing their memories through surgery was 3 times more horrible than death. At the end of the Tahiti project, some people committed suicide, while others went crazy. Have you ever confessed to Agent Li Chengfeng about the Tahiti project? Li. Nick Fury was stunned for a moment and looked at Melinda May. Why do you mention Li? This matter has already passed. Is there any need for him to know? It's time to change your suspicious personality. Melinda May was not afraid of the director. After all, she was trained by Peggy Carter herself. Even in the FBI with so many abilities, Agent Li Chengfeng is the strongest one among them. Not only does he have multiple abilities, but he is also constantly discovering new abilities. He may not be able to solve the sequelae of the Tahiti project. Although it hasn't happened to Phil Coulson yet, it's only a matter of time. You care about Phil Coulson more than I thought. Nick Fury pressed the elevator switch and walked in with Melinda May. Sir, I just have no expression since I was a child, not that I have no emotions. Melinda May stood astride Nick Fury's left rear with her hands behind her back. But Phil Coulson always fails to express his feelings when he should, like a piece of wood that cannot be touched by oil or salt. Nick Fury smiled and began to reminisce about the past with May. To be honest, the fact that you two are not dating is the most surprising thing in my life. Melinda May glanced at the back of Nick Fury's head and said calmly, he is a person who passively accepts feelings and will never learn to take the initiative. Otherwise, I would not have agreed to Andrew's proposal. So men, don't be too passive, just like you can't wait for Agent Li Chengfeng to discover the problem with Phil Coulson before confessing to him. You're back again. I've always been first in debate and language logic tests. I just don't have much expression. Nick Fury rolled his eyes, but luckily the elevator had reached the floor where the office was located. Bite. Following the elevator prompt sound, the elevator door opened immediately. Nick Fury and Melinda May walked out one after the other. But in his office, he saw a man and a woman sitting at a desk and on a sofa respectively, chatting happily. Nick Fury pushed open the door and asked the guy sitting at the table unhappily, Li Chengfeng? You don't want to sit on the sofa or the chair, but you have to sit on my desk. The person sitting on Nick Fury's desk is definitely Li Chengfeng. Who else has the courage to do this? Hella did, but she wasn't interested. Oh, Fury, you're here. Li Chengfeng lightly jumped up and landed on the ground with a front flip. And May? That's great. Let me introduce you to a new friend. Li Chengfeng said this and pointed at the brown-haired woman sitting on the sofa. At the moment the woman with her back to the door stood up and turned to face Nick Fury and Melinda May. Then, the expressions of both people were petrified. Hello, Nick Fury and Melinda May? In this timeline, Melinda May became an FBI agent instead of a Supreme Court judge. You are. Nick Fury rubbed his single eye and looked forward again. Is he dazzled? Even Nick Fury, the king of FBI agents, the big black salted egg who could make plans and win battles thousands of miles away, was stuttering so much that he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Oh, look at my brain. I was a little excited to see someone familiar, so I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Peggy Carter, but not your Peggy Carter to be exact. You can call me Captain Carter. Li Chengfeng looked at Nick Fury and Melinda May who were completely confused, and laughed while slapping the table. Aren't you a leader? I'll get your leader here. See if you dare not approve funding for me? Li Chengfeng, you are really the devil in my life. Hey, thanks for the compliment. Humph. But even if it's Peggy Carter, so what? She's not Director Carter from my timeline anyway. What should I be afraid of? You are so arrogant when you say this. Li Chengfeng poked the black braised egg's waist with his arm. Then why don't you dare to sit down? What's wrong? Are you feeling guilty? You're the one feeling guilty. Your whole family feels guilty. I'm showing my respect and reverence to a World War II hero and super soldier from another timeline. FK. You're the leader, but you don't show any hesitation when you flatter your superiors. Why didn't you do the same when you were with Pierce? Nonsense. Alexander Pierce is not even a hair's worth of Peggy Carter. Li Chengfeng gave a thumbs up to the black braised egg. Otherwise, he deserves to be a leader. Just for this flexible bottom line and virtual moral integrity, the position of director must be his. Peggy Carter sat beside them with a calm and composed look. Captain America in the real universe was frozen in the Arctic ice for more than half a century. Although he is old, his mental age is actually still that of a young man. But Captain Carter is different. She has lived from World War II to the present, and has even experienced a series of adventures from the Earth to the universe and even to various timelines. This is a true elder and wise man. Li Chengfeng sincerely wanted to say thank you to his future self for giving him such a stabilizing force. By the way, Captain Carter, we talked about joining the FBI yesterday. Didn't we already talk about this? That's true, but I hope you can take on the position of Commander-in-Chief, and I'm just the captain of a special team. I don't have the final say on this position. Li Chengfeng laughed, his face full of sincerity. But when Captain Carter heard him say this, he immediately retorted. I've never been the Commander-in-Chief you mentioned, Captain Carter said, spreading his hands. I've always been the one charging in the front. There's nothing wrong with me commanding local battles, but the FBI Commander-in-Chief is more about controlling the overall situation. I'm very interested in the special team you mentioned. This. Li Chengfeng was a little embarrassed when he heard this. Who could have thought that this man was still thinking about charging into battle and risking his life? So he cast a few glances at Nick Fury, signaling him, the one who would make the final decision, to say a few words. Yeah. Although there is no good candidate for the Commander-in-Chief except Captain Carter, we are a free country, so we still have to base it on personal wishes. We can discuss the Commander-in-Chief later? Agent Li Chengfeng, Captain Carter will be assigned to the Star Team first. Don't forget to go to the Internal Affairs Department to get a set of documents. Nick Fury looked at Li Chengfeng's resentful eyes and couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. There was no way. Although he had been in power for many years, seeing Peggy Carter's face would still remind him of the time when he was just an ordinary agent. The accumulated power is too great. He really couldn't bring himself to refute in front of that face. And then there is. Being able to fight on the front line has always been Peggy Carter's wish in the real universe, but her age and seniority have pushed her to a high position and she can only sit in the back. Since Captain Carter is the owner of the super soldier serum, let her replace the old man who has been constantly up and down in chaos and sobriety to fulfill his dream. Not bad. Seeing that Nick Fury shared the same opinion, Li Chengfeng didn't know what to say. It would be great to have such a professional veteran agent join his star team. After finishing the business, Li Chengfeng left Captain Carter at the FBI headquarters and left. Because it seems that Nick Fury and Melinda may still have a lot to say to Captain Carter. Just as Li Chengfeng left Nick Fury's office, the old phone he had exchanged for the latest model from Hella rang a few times. 3 text messages came in succession from different numbers. Li Chengfeng clicked with his fingers and opened the first one. The first was a text message from Bruce Wayne. Ever since Li Chengfeng met Bruce Wayne, he often asked him to help him find some things through his wealthy business channels, such as Turigen crystal. But while reading this text message, he also felt a pang of pain in his heart. Those 2 Turigen crystals cost him nearly $3 million. As expected, the issue of wasting funds must not be stopped. Then he opened the second text message. The content is also very simple. It's all done. Li Chengfeng nodded. Grant Ward is truly a professional killer, his efficiency is extremely high. He took out Agent Sitwell, who held important positions in both the FBI and Hydra, without anyone noticing. The word both indicates that he also took out a group of American politicians who were in cahoots with Hydra. And most importantly, no relevant information was revealed, which means that the deaths of these people have not been discovered yet. At least in terms of assassination techniques, this scumbag is far superior to Beiji Barnes, who made it so that Winter Soldier's nearly invincible assassination and infiltration level exists almost only in the settings. But this is not enough for Li Chengfeng to let him go. He did promise Grant Ward to spare his life, but the others did not agree. Feeling good about the plan going smoothly, Li Chengfeng clicked on the third text message. It was a text message from that narcissist Tony Stark. Judging from his tone, this should be a piece of information with no nutritional value. But when he turned down, Li Chengfeng's eyes suddenly widened. FK Tony Stark? You're such a good brother to me. You're here to give me a pillow when I'm sleepy. Ha ha ha. Li Chengfeng didn't expect that Tony Stark would give him such a big gift at this time. The text message also expressed the desire to meet and get together. Li Chengfeng's Quinn jet was sent for routine maintenance, and it was not worth it for him to fly the Airbus alone. So Li Chengfeng went back to Nick Fury's office, facing the gazes of 5 eyes, and touched Nick Fury all over. Touch the car keys and run. Will you die if you buy a car yourself? I don't have a driver's license. Li Chengfeng showed Nick Fury a confident and determined expression and left the headquarters in a flash. Even the worldly wise Peggy Carter felt that this strange way of interaction between superiors and subordinates was out of place. The middle-aged Li Chengfeng she met in other timelines was a man who was calm, serious in everything he said and did. How come this guy was so lewd when he was young? At noon, the sun is shining brightly. Ms. Potts, where is my best brother Tony Stark? I just called him over 20 times and he didn't answer any of them. After driving all the way from Washington, D.C. to the Stark building in New York, Li Chengfeng stopped the car and rushed into the office of the president of Stark Industries on the top floor of the building without hesitation. Definitely, the current president and controlling shareholder of Stark Industries is actually Pepper Potts, and Stark is just a mustache guy who lives off her. Perhaps it was because after being completely rejected by Lois that he finally realized who the person he loved was. His relationship with Pepper has rapidly heated up over the past month. Why are you so sure? Because of the look on little Pepper's face, you can tell at a glance that she is in the passionate love period. Calm down, Agent Li Chengfeng. Tony will be here soon. He has an appointment to have lunch with me, so wait a little while. Little Pepper took Li Chengfeng to sit on the sofa, and sat next to him. You are in such a hurry to find Tony. Is he doing something bad outside again? Why, Miss Potts, he definitely did a very good thing. Oh, this isn't serious, is it? What's so serious? It's a good thing he didn't do it, and I'm not being sarcastic. Li Chengfeng reacted and was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. What on earth does Tony Stark do every day? Looking at my girlfriend's current state, she has caused a lot of trouble for the family. Don't worry, Miss Potts. Although Tony is a little bit dishonest and has many shortcomings, he is still not capable of doing anything that is against the law. I hope so. Little Pepper stretched out her hand and shook hands with Li Chengfeng, and just call me Pepper from now on. At this moment, Tony Stark just turned in from the door carrying a large paper bag. While taking off his sexy sunglasses, he said, "Oh Pepper, some great cheeseburgers. I swear on my dad's beard, there's nothing better in all of Queens." Shit, Li Chengfeng, what are you doing here? And you're holding my girlfriend's hand. Tony was instantly overwhelmed, and his mustache was trembling. When Pepper saw Tony's expression, she felt a little proud and a little shy. Come on, it's just a polite handshake. Do you think everyone is like you, shaking hands and wanting to rub off a layer of skin? Li Chengfeng complained about Tony Stark's past, but he was not affected at all. Instead, he put the paper bag on the table and rushed over in 2 steps. He sat down between Xiao Leijiao and Li Chengfeng, separating the 2 people. Hey, are you a jealous elementary school student? Li Chengfeng pushed Tony Stark, who kept pushing against him. Pepper is like a sister to me. Even if I am a scumbag, I can't do anything to her, right? Don't be ridiculous. Everyone in the FBI knows that you are attracted to older women and you have an affair with the 3 older women in the star team. Ahem, a sister is different from a sister, Pepper, don't listen to his nonsense. Li Chengfeng hurried to explain that although he was a reserved person, he still wanted to maintain the image of a serious person in front of his friends. Tell me, what do you want to see me for at noon, you busy man? You're not here to eat for free, are you? Have you ever heard that people who disturb other people's private time will be kicked to death by a donkey, and I only bought 2 burgers. Although Tony Stark still spoke in a stern manner, he finally stopped quarreling with Li Chengfeng. Will I be kicked to death by a donkey? I will come today even if I am kicked to death by Hela. Li Chengfeng smiled and put his arm around Tony Stark's shoulders. Who made my good brother Tony Stark do such a great thing? Didn't you text me this morning to tell me that you recently helped Nick Fury to transform and upgrade the latest model of flying aircraft carrier, and reached a new cooperation with the FBI and Stark Industries, which can greatly reduce the construction time of the flying aircraft carrier and is expected to be completed in a short time? When Tony Stark heard about this, he immediately put his arm around Li Chengfeng's shoulders, looking like a good brother. What's the relationship between us? Your business is my business, and I'm also very interested in a lot of your FBI technology. You know, ever since that little girl Sky became a member of your FBI, it's become much more difficult for me to hack into the FBI database. Actually, this matter started with Nick Fury contacting me, hoping that I could help solve the engine problem of your FBI satellite launch. I looked at the design drawings and found that only a few small changes would ensure that the satellite could continue to conduct suborbital flights without landing. Then the beautiful agents led by Nick Fury came up to me and complimented me. You know me, I don't like to pick up girls, but I like to show off my skills in front of beautiful girls. So I followed Nick Fury to the underground and sorted out the problems of the flying aircraft carriers. They are easy to solve and will be put into use within 2 weeks. After all, 90% of the construction has been completed. Tony Stark said here, pointing at himself complacently. Definitely, I have filled the most important 10%. After hearing this, Li Chengfeng understood the whole story. God TM doesn't like to pick up girls, but likes to show off his skills in front of beautiful women. What's the difference between this sentence and Lu Fengxian's sentence? Cloth is not good at fighting, but it is good at resolving a fight. Stark had inadvertently done himself a big favor. So, Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes, leaned over to Tony Stark's ear, and told him all the possible drawbacks of the Insight project. Tony Stark's expression kept changing as Li Chengfeng spoke. Then am I being more of a hindrance than a help? No, we are just unaware of the aureole behind us. Li Chengfeng smiled. Insight plan? It's just the biggest piece of bait on the hook. I originally wanted to wait for a chance in the future to wipe out the entire Hydra in one fell swoop. But Grant Ward's assassination happened to create an intelligence blind spot in Hydra's vision for a period of time, and Stark's improvement of the flying carrier filled in the most important ingredient of the bait. It is better to do it now than to wait for a day. Since there are no major tasks recently, we might as well put the complete elimination of Hydra on the agenda. Using the superficial Insight project as bait, Hydra was given an opportunity to control the world. If they don't take the bait, then something strange will happen. Wait, Lee, did you tell Nick Fury about this? It won't be too late to tell that black salted egg after I complete the layout. Besides, I don't plan to let the Insight plan take effect. Besides, Hydra will definitely want to directly attack the America headquarters by then. This is a good opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. Catch them all in one fell swoop. You said that as easily as swatting a fly. Tisk, you're a 1,000-year-old fox, what's the point of playing Liao's eye with me? Li Chengfeng poked Stark's waist and said with a wicked smile. Don't tell me you didn't leave a backdoor in the satellite and aircraft carrier databases that only you can crack and open. Do I look like that kind of person? So is there one? Have. After Li Chengfeng reached a consensus with Tony Stark, they prepared to start setting up the entire scene. As an excellent, perhaps the best agent, this was the first time that Li Chengfeng had played this trick of luring someone into a trap and then catching the turtle in it. But this finally gave him a lot of real feelings of being an agent. After all, after traveling through time, all the things he experienced were so cruel that even a superhero might not be able to handle them. Thinking of this, Li Chengfeng made a video call with Phil Coulson using his personal terminal. A few seconds later, Phil Coulson's bald head appeared in front of Li Chengfeng. Li, why are you free to look for me today? I just completed the mission. As for the Star team, they just finished a month of armed training, so they are taking a few days off. I can't sit still, so I want to see if you have any troubles that need my help to solve. Don't be ridiculous. I don't have anything important to ask you to come here. But if you want to come, you can. I'm on my way to Peru now. Okay, I'll be there soon. Li Chengfeng nodded, opened the portal, and walked in. What? Nick Fury's black-boiled egg car? You can't get lost if you park under the Stark building. He even borrowed 2-wheel locks from the Stark Industries parking lot. Phil Coulson suddenly felt a chill on his back and found that Li Chengfeng had appeared behind him. To be honest, the portal is a good trick. I always thought it only existed in movies and comics. In my opinion, no movie or comic book can be more fantastic than the real world. Li Chengfeng smiled and patted Phil Coulson on the shoulder. Where are the team members? They are all in the operations conference room. This is their first time to come into contact with 084 items. Item 084, a special number of the FBI, means everything about this item is unknown. Generally speaking, they are either relics of ancient super civilizations or alien objects. For example, in the original book, Thor's hammer was discovered, with huge amounts of energy, but for some reason it could not be moved. It was just a standard 084 item. This brings us to the first object in history to be numbered 084, the Kree obelisk. This thing is truly a pit within a pit. The prophet on the outer layer is purely a protective layer used to kill non-inhumans. Because Jiaying and the others melted the crystal that wrapped the prophet, causing the two to mix together, they would be released at the same time, which is why the non-potential inhumans were carbonized to death directly. In fact, pure Turigen crystal is not harmful to ordinary people. After all, it's because Jiaying and his group of inhumans are uneducated. But this is not their fault. Compared with the Celestials, where the mutants originated, the Kree Empire, which created the Inhumans, is purely a group of interstellar warmongers and has no reputation at all. I don't know how many times I was beaten by Odin, Hela and their men. Li Chengfeng and Phil Coulson walked into the Airbus operations conference room one after another. At this moment, the team members, including Steve Rogers who was not wearing a uniform, were listening to Gemma Simmons from the Science Baby duo excitedly talking about her yearning for the Peruvian biome. You should know that there are more than 200 kinds of snakes in the jungles of Peru. The venom of the South American giant snake is very strong. It not only has neurotoxins, but also can hydrolyze human protein and has a hemolytic effect. It is a very troublesome venomous snake. Steve Rogers whispered to everyone. Is this child always this active and excited? After spending some time with Steve Rogers, the members of Phil Coulson's team have been able to communicate with him normally without any worshipful expressions. This is definitely due to the fact that Steve Rogers has never worn Captain America's old uniform since he woke up from the ice. Phil Coulson, a die-hard fan, has repeatedly asked Steve Rogers if he needs to make a new Captain America uniform, but Steve Rogers has declined every time. After waking up, decades had passed, and his state of mind had changed by huge amounts. Maybe Captain America is no longer needed now, and Steve Rogers can live out his own style. So, what Steve Rogers wore was a set of standard combat uniform of the FBI, and only the familiar round vibranium shield on his back reminded the team members of him. Yes, he is Captain America. Well, it's just a minor occupational disease. Barry Allen replied slowly, just like Fitz gets so excited every time he sees Mr. Stark's armor. I subconsciously analyze every visible trace. That's good. I thought Gemma was the type who couldn't sleep the day before a spring outing. Well, from what I saw of the dark circles under Gemma's eyes, she was indeed too excited to sleep last night. Li Chengfeng looked at Steve Rogers who was so peaceful now, and thought to himself, what would happen if he were to meet Captain Carter? After all, one is about to lose his Peggy Carter, and the other one, Steve Rogers, had already lost her. Good afternoon, dear team members, I, Li Chengfeng, am back again. Before Phil Coulson could open his mouth, he heard Li Chengfeng yell ah. Suddenly, everyone in the team except Steve Rogers, including Gemma Simmons who was in an excited state, shuddered. This sound? Go away, demons. Go away, demons. Bring my cross over here. Oh no, I'm going to have stress vomiting when I hear this sound. Ugh. The scene, which had been relatively calm just now, suddenly became chaotic. Li Chengfeng's eyes trembled slightly. Are these bastards really that serious? Especially Barry Allen, stress vomiting? It was obvious that his training intensity was the lowest at the beginning. Please, Speed Force, hurry up and come down and chop me up. He really couldn't stand seeing Barry Allen acting like a little bottom. But it seemed that in the secondary fan fiction on the theme of boys' love, Barry Allen seemed to be firmly in the role of a little bottom. It's so miserable. In the original novel, they would offer sacrifices to the gods to restart the story no matter what happened. In the second novel, they even had to offer sacrifices of chrysanthemums. Oh, Barry, it's really hard for you. Ugh. Is it really that exaggerated? Li Chengfeng looked at the Phil Coulson team that was in a mess with some disgust, kicked Wade Wilson who was lying on the ground twitching to the side, made way for him, and came to Steve Rogers. I've heard a lot about you, Steve Rogers. Me too, Li Chengfeng, thank you for digging me out of that damn ice. Steve Rogers stretched out his hand and shook hands with Li Chengfeng. I thought you were going to call me Captain America. I didn't see Captain America, I just saw an old soldier who wanted to say goodbye to the past and start over. When Li Chengfeng came to the Airbus through the portal, he was almost in Peru and there was not much time left. The Airbus belonging to Phil Coulson's team eventually flew over huge amounts of dense forest and landed on flat ground outside the forest. Then he drove the FBI's specially made off-road vehicle towards the coordinates that had already been determined. Li Chengfeng did not pull the portal directly. After all, Phil Coulson's team would not always carry out missions with him, so it would not be a good thing for them to get used to the convenience of the portal. Besides, it's not easy to travel across the country at public expense, so you have to see the scenery, right? After about an hour's drive, they arrived at their destination. This is an excavation site of the ancient Inca civilization. Li Chengfeng first went into the surrounding woods and took a look around. After making sure there were no traces of any large creatures, he nodded and asked everyone to start moving. After Fitz and Gemma gathered all the tools, they got out of the car talking and laughing. By the way, Gemma, is this the bushkill you mentioned on the plane? Hearing this, Fitz and Gemma immediately turned around and saw that a yellow-brown poisonous snake was wrapped around Li Chengfeng's beautifully muscular forearm. This ugly thing was indeed a giant South American bush viper, and it was biting Li Chengfeng's hand desperately with its mouth. However, Li Chengfeng's physical strength is still there, and a snake's fangs cannot break his defense at all. OMG, is it fun to wrap a poisonous snake around your hand? And this snake is biting you. Don't mention it, it's really itchy. It seems that this little guy likes me. As Li Chengfeng spoke, he untied the snake from his wrist. Then he swung his arm and threw the snake back into the jungle. Snake, thank you so much. After seeing Li Chengfeng throw away the snake, Zhenma came over to check Li Chengfeng's wrist. Although she knew that this thing couldn't break Li Chengfeng's defense, but the venom from the giant bushkill was now dripping down his hands onto the ground. Zhenma quickly took out the high-concentration disinfectant and washed Li Chengfeng's hands. Gemma, although I know it's good to be careful, these snake venoms really don't affect me. I'm fine even if I drink them directly. Agent Li Chengfeng, I definitely know this won't work for you. Gemma Simmons sighed, but if the venom is not dealt with, I'm afraid other team members will be infected. Clean it up quickly to prevent you from causing trouble for us. Agent Gemma Simmons, as your leader, I have to say a few words. You didn't treat me like this in the beginning? Give back the admiration you have for the star agent, you bastards. Fitz and Gemma both rolled their eyes at Li Chengfeng and were too lazy to continue paying attention to this young high-level agent. He turned and walked into the ruins of the ancient Inca temple not far away. This ancient temple hidden in the dense forest has existed for at least 500 years. It is also the place where the 084 item was detected this time. Li Chengfeng followed Gemma and Fitz into the ancient Inca temple. After the two conducted the most detailed field survey at present, they came to a conclusion. Everything inside is ancient, from the Inca era, or even before the Inca era. Fitz pointed at something on the wall that clearly didn't look like a product of ancient civilization and said, but I don't think anyone with a normal IQ would think that this is something that should be here. In the fossil rock layer that was just mined at the innermost part of the temple, there is actually an unidentified object with an orderly mechanical structure embedded in it. Zhenma continued, what does this mean? It means that it has been here for at least 1,500 years, which is longer than the existence of this temple. But judging from the craftsmanship, it looks a bit like a German product. Li Chengfeng looked at the science babies duo who were discussing excitedly and decided to go out for some fresh air. With Captain Cold's genius-level expertise in mechanical engineering, he could tell at a glance that this should be something like an energy transmitter. However, although he has knowledge, he is not essentially the type to engage in scientific research and technology. May, have you eaten? As soon as Li Chengfeng walked out of the ancient temple ruins, he saw Melinda May who had just parked the car in a secluded place. Definitely in Huxia. It is a happy thing to be able to communicate in Huxia outside the Republic. You should use such pleasantries on other people. Blame me, blame me. By the way, have you and Fury told Steve Rogers about Captain Carter's existence? Not yet. Rogers has just begun to integrate into the current generation normally. Don't stimulate him for now. After a while, I will take him to meet our Peggy Carter. She has been relatively sober recently. When talking about Peggy Carter in this timeline, Melinda May's usually expressionless poker face actually showed a rare hint of sadness. Li Chengfeng immediately stared at Melinda May vigilantly. Why are you staring at me like that? Melinda May touched her face subconsciously. Is there something on my face? No, I thought you would say the lines that an FBI agent must say in that situation. Li Chengfeng said with lingering fear, Peggy Carter is the closest character to your mother in your life, something like that. Believe me, I almost get a nervous breakdown when I hear this kind of sentence recently. Well, I have a real father and a real mother. Thank you, my dear parents. You have won so much with both parents. As Li Chengfeng spoke, he suddenly made a few tactical gestures used by FBI agents. Melinda May understood immediately. The two of them leaned towards the dense bushes on both sides. Then the two men attacked at the same time and pulled out several men with guns from the bushes. They are all fully armed soldiers. Li Chengfeng had noticed them as soon as he arrived at the outskirts of the Inca ruins, but he was too lazy to alert them. He always catches everyone in one fell swoop. The reason why he called on Melinda May to take action now was because the opponent's manpower had almost been assembled. Melinda May and Li Chengfeng knocked down the soldiers in front of them in an instant. At the same time, several military off-road vehicles suddenly drove over from all directions. Dozens of soldiers, also fully armed, pointed their guns at the two men. FK, I just let it go for a while, how come there's a sudden miracle? Oliver Queen, Wade Wilson, and Steve Rogers suddenly walked out from the dense forest of soldiers. Li Chengfeng spread his hands, indicating that he didn't know either. The 5 people present were all experienced agents. They just exchanged glances with each other and decided on the next course of action. 5 people surrounding dozens of people, that's reasonable. Then they performed a vivid drama of a tiger among the flock of sheep. Soon, there were dozens of people on the ground who had completely lost their combat ability. I heard that there is a group of rebels in Peru who are resisting the government. Could it be them? Wade Wilson put away his swords and said nonchalantly. No, they are well equipped and well trained. No matter which country they are in, these dozens of people are excellent soldiers. They are obviously the regular army of the government. Oliver Queen observed very carefully, but why did they ambush us? We have already informed the Peruvian officials this time. What happened? Phil Coulson walked out of the Inca ruins with Barry Allen, and his expression suddenly changed when he saw the Peruvian government soldiers lying on the ground. A group of government soldiers attacked us for no apparent reason. Don't worry, we used non-lethal means, so there is no need to worry about causing an international dispute. Steve Rogers' words gave Phil Coulson peace of mind. But what happened next made him spit out the reassurance that had just reached his throat. Because soon, a person he was once very familiar with appeared. More than 20 seconds after the battle ended, Peruvian military police commander Camila Reyes rushed over, and all she saw were soldiers lying on the ground groaning. And Li Chengfeng, who seemed to be waiting for someone. Who are you? Camila Reyes was shocked. What happened to my soldiers? I am Li Chengfeng, a level 7 agent of the FBI. My team is here for a matter concerning international security. Li Chengfeng's expression was calm. After all, he knew exactly where the other party came from. The game of cat and mouse is something you never get tired of playing. Just as he finished speaking, some of the regular soldiers lying on the ground slowly woke up and could struggle and utter some groaning sounds. Logically speaking, they definitely showed mercy, otherwise even if it was non-lethal force, he wouldn't have come to his senses so quickly. FBI. Camila Reyes was a good actress. Her pretended confusion looked flawless. I am Camila Reyes, the commander-in-chief of the Peruvian military and police. You need to explain your actions on our territory. As you wish, Commander Camila Reyes. Li Chengfeng nodded and pointed to the Inca ruins behind him. We have detected the existence of item 084 in this Inca ruins in Peru. As the commander-in-chief of the military and police, you should know that according to the international convention signed by Peru, item 084 is contained by the FBI and does not belong to the country of discovery. Seeing that Camila Reyes wanted to say something, Phil Coulson came over from behind and waved at her. Phil. Camila. Phil Coulson walked up to his old acquaintance with a smile on his face and said, How many years have we not seen each other? You have been promoted to commander-in-chief. In fact, it was 3 years ago. Phil, we should say hello now. After that, Camila Reyes and Phil Coulson gave each other an intimate kiss on the cheek. Shit, it's Phil Coulson's old flame again? So what is the charm of this bald guy that makes such a charming old lady unable to forget him? It's just that Li Chengfeng's grandson is very bad. He likes to interrupt others when they are exuding an ambiguous atmosphere. Are you Commander Camila of the Peruvian government? Very good. Now I have something I need your help with. Oh, philosophy. Camila Reyes shook her head. The agents under your command are all very good, but they lack respect for people. Camila, I think you misunderstood. Although he is standing here, in fact, he is not my subordinate. In a sense, his position and importance are higher than mine. Phil Coulson's expression instantly changed from meeting his former ambiguous object to being businesslike. Although Agent Li Chengfeng is very casual, he never asks strangers questions without reason, so I think you'd better answer his questions honestly. Camila frowned slightly. Damn those acute eyes. How could there be no information about such an important person? The situation was urgent, so she had no choice but to climb up the pole. After seeing Camila acquiesce, Li Chengfeng asked. Considering the situation of the Peruvian government army and the rebels fighting each other, how could the commander-in-chief have time to come here to meet her old lover? Or does Peru have the technology to detect the 084 object? That's why they deployed so many elite soldiers here. Actually, we were searching for the rebels, and encountering you was just an accident. You're just being stubborn. Let me answer for you. Li Chengfeng walked between Camila Reyes and Phil Coulson and whispered, Acute Eyes told you that Agent Phil Coulson will lead a team to recover item 084 today, right? They said it's a weapon that can be used to end the civil unrest in Peru. But there's an obstacle that must be eliminated. Camila Reyes's face changed drastically when she heard that. She quietly distanced herself from him, and looked at Phil Coulson with a complicated and resolute look in her eyes. Phil Coulson was also shocked, but he was surprised by the woman's cruelty. So, when did you decide to give up the feelings between us? From the moment I saw your team. Should I thank you for not deciding when I got the intelligence? Camila Reyes shook her head helplessly and decisively pressed the button on the communication device in her hand. For a moment, all that could be heard was the roar of more car engines in the distance. The number of people exactly matched the number that Li Chengfeng discovered when he first patrolled. The other party had indeed gone out in full force. Subdue the FBI agents and seize item 084. Camila Reyes ordered coldly, and then said to Phil Coulson, I'm sorry, Phil, I have to make a difficult choice between you and my country. Don't worry, as long as you don't resist, I won't hurt you. After eliminating the rebels, I will surrender to the International Military Tribunal and the FBI. Yeah, Phil Coulson nodded. He understood that things were already irreversible. So I turned and walked towards the mountain. Turn around and walk towards the Inca ruins. Team, follow orders. Try not to kill anyone. This is your team now, so I'll listen to you. Old lovers don't talk about past feelings, but Phil Coulson still softened his heart. In fact, he is not a saint. If the other party has some evil purpose, he will shoot and kill without hesitation. But whether it was Camila Reyes or these soldiers, they had no other way to save their country and chose to take risks. Phil Coulson really couldn't bring himself to deal with such a person. This is also his most humane side. After all, the black salted egg is extremely calculating and decisive in killing, but will anyone really like this black salted egg? Honestly, Commander Camilla, I sincerely recommend that you surrender immediately. Li Chengfeng showed a sincere smile to Phil Coulson's old lover. After all, I have to remind you that if you fight me, it will really hurt. Camilla ignored Li Chengfeng's verbal attacks and gave clear and concise orders. Team 1 and Team 2 are suppressing the target. Team 3 is on alert. Team 4 and Team 5 are surrounding the temple. We must not let anyone escape. In her opinion, although these FBI agents are very powerful and such a small number of people can actually make an entire combat team lose their combat effectiveness, they are still no match for the firepower of an organized army. If it was that scumbag Grant Ward, he would have to give up the head-on battle and look for other ways out. But in reality, even if Li Chengfeng was not there, with 3 top agents and Steve Rogers, the problem would be solved easily and happily. Not to mention Li Chengfeng, this idiot. Alas, she is so stubborn. Li Chengfeng expressed his regret for Camilla's choice. People are always like this. Before they show overwhelming strength, no one will listen to them seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chengfeng's eyes seemed to be filled with lightning. Lightning manipulation. Thousands of lightning bolts suddenly struck from the clear sky, like the mighty power of heaven. The soldiers didn't even have time to shout before they lay on the ground twitching. Under Li Chengfeng's abnormally meticulous control, the scene seemed grand, but no lives were lost. After all, they are a group of soldiers fighting for their country. They take risks. Although it is not recommended, it can be respected. And the most important thing is that if he really killed these 100 people, he would be sued by the International Military Tribunal, and it would be a disgrace to the Republic. The head may be cut off and blood may be shed, but the face of the Republic cannot be lost. But these soldiers will have to stay in bed for a month or so. Camila Reyes just stood there, watching everything happening in front of her with despair on her face. Hearing the sound of fighting outside, Gemma and Fitz ignored the excessive high-frequency radiation on the 084 item and ran out of the temple holding it. As a result, he happened to witness this scene that seemed like a punishment from heaven. Gemma pointed blankly at Li Chengfeng, who was not far away. Another new ability. Can Agent Li still be considered human? If nothing unexpected happens, Li should still be considered a human being, right? I mean in terms of self-awareness. If possible, I really hope to give Agent Li a full-body examination, with biopsies. Gemma said with admiration. After all, Li also has a powerful self-healing ability. When everyone heard this, they all turned around and looked at Gemma. Big sister, why are you becoming more and more like a mad scientist? Give Li Chengfeng slices for research? Why don't you slice it and taste it to see if it's salty enough? The difficulty is equally high anyway. Why are you staring at me? I was just telling a scientific joke? How could I really use my colleague for biopsy? Gemma looked at the people making a fuss in silence. Besides, I'm afraid I'd need a scalpel made of vibranium to cut open Li's skin, right? So we don't need to do a biopsy. Phil Coulson nodded with a smile. If you have any questions, just ask him. Li is always happy to answer any questions you have, right? And I'm also very curious about what Li's body structure is like. After Phil Coulson finished speaking, he turned around and contacted the International Military Tribunal. Since there were no casualties, it is estimated that Camila Reyes will be released after the International Military Tribunal negotiates with the Peruvian side. After all, during a period of civil unrest, the Peruvian government would definitely protect the military and police commander at all costs. But he had other problems. Tell me, Camila Reyes, who is that crazy guy called Acute Eyes? Have you ever met him in person? Everything about him is a mystery, but he knows everything about us, like a prophet in the legend. Prophet. Phil Coulson has never believed in such things, but there are always such facts in front of him that force him to believe. A prophet is dangerous, a prophet with bad intentions is even more dangerous. But did Li just mention Acute Eyes in Camilla's ear? Phil Coulson looked at Li Chengfeng, who was patting Barry and Fitz on the shoulders and bragging. Maybe I can get the answer from him. Li, I need your help on something. At the moment, Phil Coulson's team's Airbus has returned to the FBI headquarters and is now parked nearby. The rest of the team, at the moment, were waiting for the slingshot plan to be implemented again. The slingshot project refers to a plan to destroy these 084 objects that cannot be analyzed or controlled by launching them directly into the Sunvi rockets. But this is just to fool the low-level agents of the FBI. Agents at level 7 and above all know that the so-called slingshot plan is just a sleight of hand, and there is actually nothing in the rocket. Those items that were said to be launched into the sun and destroyed were actually sent to a top-secret warehouse called the refrigerator after layers of protection. So Li Chengfeng and Phil Coulson, who knew the truth, did not go to watch the rocket launch at this moment. Li Chengfeng put down the green carbonated drink in his hand and said with a smile, Phil Coulson, you really can't help wondering, you want to know who that BD called Acute Eyes is, right? I don't believe in prophets, but this man has obviously endangered the safety of the entire world. Li Chengfeng pushed a glass of Phil Coulson's favorite whiskey in front of him and said, think about it first. If he was really a prophet, why didn't he let Camilla find this weapon long ago? After all, this thing has been in the jungle of Peru for thousands of years. In the end, it was only when the FBI detected the existence of item 084 and sent your team to retrieve it that you told Camilla about the existence of this weapon. Li Chengfeng's words gave Phil Coulson a new idea. If this so-called prophet doesn't have the quirk of liking to watch friends break up, then it means that he obtained the information about item 084 at about the same time as the FBI. Is it just the same time? Then what organization in the world can be compared with the FBI in terms of intelligence acquisition? This acute eyes is simply a high-level FBI agent. Li Chengfeng was too lazy to play dumb. After all, he was not a charlatan. High-level agents usually check for intelligence and information that they could not access at their original level after they are promoted. It's just that you honest people just treat this as a little hobby to satisfy your own curiosity. But Acute Eyes treats this as a wealth code, making huge profits from all over the world through information asymmetry. And this person is an old friend of yours, FBI agent level 8, John Garrett. What? Phil Coulson slammed the table. Who can stand being betrayed twice in one day? John Garrett? How could it be him? Why can't it be him? Li Chengfeng curled his lips. Not only does he have acute eyes, he's also Hydra. Puff. Phil Coulson was just about to take a sip of whiskey to calm down, but was shocked by Li Chengfeng's next words. You are the reincarnation of a spray can, right? But who has a bald head in front of a spray can? Ahem. Phil Coulson ignored Li Chengfeng's joke and continued to ask after wiping his mouth. Are you sure? John Garrett? The high-level agent who is as experienced as Nick Fury. He not only has acute eyes, but also Hydra. It's genuine. Li Chengfeng nodded. Do you remember the Centipede project? That's what he came up with to extend his life. And he also contacted Stark privately in the name of the FBI, hoping that Stark could provide research on extremists. Li Chengfeng's words made Phil Coulson's face more and more ugly. He never expected that John Garrett would be acute eyes. I never expected that he was not only an information dealer, but also a Hydra. There was a long silence, until Phil Coulson spoke again. Since John Garrett is Hydra, then, what about Grant Ward? I remember his supervisor was John Garrett. Yes, Grant Ward is also Hydra, which is why I specifically kicked him out of your team in the beginning. You drove him away. To be precise, he chose to leave under coercion and inducement. Bribery. As long as he works for me, I can give him a chance to live. Isn't this a huge benefit? But he is Hydra. Phil Coulson suddenly stood up. His gentle and approachable temperament completely disappeared. The FBI was originally at odds with Hydra. The civil unrest at the America headquarters that led to his death a few years ago was also caused by Hydra. How could we let Hydra go? Yes, but I promised, I will let him go. Li Chengfeng shrugged. But you didn't promise Grant Ward. Huh. Phil Coulson let out a long breath after Li Chengfeng expressed his opinion, and gradually calmed down. Li, you should have something else to say, right? You are not the kind of person who would expose John Garrett to me for no reason. Hehe, I still can't hide it from you. Li Chengfeng smiled. Have you heard of the Insight Project? Nick Fury mentioned this to me when he was setting up Project Tahiti, but the program was suspended during the last FBI turmoil. Oh, Stark went to the FBI and, under Nick Fury's persuasion, he modified all 3 flying aircraft carriers in the Insight hangar. They will be completed soon. But, the Insight project is too risky. If the algorithm is modified, it will go from being a barrier to protect the people to a weapon to massacre civilians. Li Chengfeng waved his hand. Don't worry, this Insight project is real, but it is also a bait to trap Hydra. 9. Hydra. Phil Coulson's mind was working rapidly. You mean, after the last turmoil in the FBI, Hydra once again lurked inside the FBI? The last civil strife was just a trick by Hydra to sacrifice pawns to save the chariot. Li Chengfeng revealed all his plans. This time, we took the initiative to set up a trap, using the Insight plan as bait to lure in Hydra's main force and capture them all in one fell swoop. The mission of Phil Coulson's team is to protect the refrigerator. As the FBI's top-secret warehouse, the refrigerator is second only to Project Insight in terms of temptation to Hydra. 3 days later, over the Indian Ocean, 50 kilometers away from the Lemuria. Li Chengfeng, you are only 25 years old? You are here to deceive. You are here to attack me? I am an old comrade in my 60s. Do you think it is appropriate to inform me, the director, only after you think the plan has been fully implemented? This is not appropriate. Ahaha, I think you can understand my feelings. It seems that I am just that important to you. Li Chengfeng crossed his legs, looked at the dark clouds in the night sky, and skillfully uttered the words of CPU Nick Fury. Stop changing the subject. Ahem, you want to hear the truth. Li Chengfeng chuckled. Isn't it because you, as the director, are monitored by that shitty World Security Council every day? I'm convinced. Why is it that only your America General Administration cares about the World Security Council? Our boss Tao never bothers those stupid politicians. That was Alexander Pierce's decision. He thought the FBI needed to be monitored as well. But he is Hydra. If nothing unexpected happened, he was the one who planned the last riot in the FBI. Think about it. Has the American Bureau of Investigation been restricted since that time? It's really him. Nick Fury muttered, and then immediately raised his voice. Anyway, after this is over, you must give me a reasonable explanation. Okay, don't forget to act in front of Alexander Pierce. I'm hanging up. Li Chengfeng hung up the video call without waiting for the word FK to come out of the receiver. Then he looked at the time, set the automatic driving, and got out of the soundproof cab. And his expression also changed from the smirk he had in the video chat with Nick Fury to an expression of emergency. Everyone in the cabin looked even more serious than him, and he almost laughed out loud. The agents of the entire combat formation didn't dare to make a sound or even breathe, because two guys called captains were looking at each other. Steve Rogers looked at Captain Carter with an expression of disbelief. Although Captain Carter was relatively reserved, his pupils were still shaking wildly. Both of them lost each other, and their meeting seemed to contain no more emotion than shock. After all, it's not the person they really miss. Sky felt extremely uncomfortable in this weird atmosphere, and her old habit of embarrassing others came back again. When he saw Li Chengfeng coming out, he rushed over. Did you play too hard this time? Is it really okay to let the two captains meet directly? Captain Carter is fine, but Steve finally accepted the fact that he had been sleeping for half a century. Don't worry, if he couldn't even accept this, he wouldn't have become Captain America. Li Chengfeng smiled. His heart is 100 times stronger than you think. But the atmosphere can't continue like this. After all, this is a workplace. Pa, pa, pa. Li Chengfeng stood up and clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention to him. I am Li Chengfeng, a level 7 agent of the FBI, and I am also the commander-in-chief of this rescue operation of the Lemuria Star. Sky, please synchronize the mission information with everyone. Sky nodded, took out his personal terminal and operated it for a while, and then a series of information appeared on the big screen. The Lemuria, the FBI's satellite launch ship, is now occupied by a pirate group of 48 people. They were well equipped with fully automatic weapons, and 6 targets were equipped with individual grenade launchers. The leader is George Bartok, the world's top mercenary. I won't go into detail about his criminal record, but in short, he is a ruthless and murderous guy. The pirates boarded the ship 93 minutes ago, when the ship was launching its last satellite. Steve Rogers looked at the information on the big screen and asked Sky, how much do these pirates want? $1.5 billion, but this is the FBI's ship. So this time it's Nick Fury's turn to clean up his mess again. Steve Rogers shook his head helplessly, then looked at the hostage list and suddenly frowned. Sitwell? Isn't he the agent in charge of personnel? What is he doing on the launch ship? Li Chengfeng was stunned. Sitwell? Although he was indeed on this ship in the original book, but wasn't that grandson killed by Grant Ward? What does this mean? Grant Ward lied to himself? It's impossible. With the caution of that scumbag Grant Ward, it's absolutely impossible. The cost of deceiving Li Chengfeng was too high, so high that he absolutely could not afford it and did not want to pay it. So killing Sitwell is the most simple, efficient and safety. However, Sitwell's death has not been discovered in the past few days, so this new Sitwell should have replaced him immediately after he was killed, so the outside world did not notice anything unusual. But who is this? It can't be Mystique. The mutants have been one of ours for a long time. Skrulls? Or some agent that can disguise itself. It seems that I must meet this Sitwell after boarding the ship. Li Chengfeng thought of this and immediately began to plan his actions. Captain Rogers and Captain Carter, the two of you will clear the pirates on the deck from both sides of the Lemuria. The others will parachute to the stern, sneak in and rescue the hostages. Sky will be the backup, hack into and shut down the security system of the Lemuria. As for me, I will go directly inside to shut down the engine and clear the entrance and exit to clear obstacles for the rescue team. If you understand everything, then get ready to act. After arranging the mission, the transport plane arrived above the Lemuria. The agent leading the battle formation came over, stretched out his hand to Li Chengfeng and said, Agent Li Chengfeng, I will lead the elite combat formation this time. Who are you? Level 9 Agent Maria Hill. The other party took off the mask that covered her face, revealing her short hair that was as short as her ears. Speaking of which, this is the first time we meet, right? I've heard a lot about you. Li Chengfeng happily shook hands with Maria Hill. Your figure and appearance are no worse than that of a goddess from Asgard. I'll take that as a compliment. Maria Hill had a very good impression of Li Chengfeng, otherwise she would not have been appointed as the commander of this combat formation. Then the rescue team will be under your command. I will follow your instructions. I'm a level 7 agent, you're a level 9 agent, you don't have to be so polite to me. Li Chengfeng was slightly embarrassed. After all, the 9th level agent is basically second only to Nick Fury, so if you insist, he is also his superior. Don't be ridiculous. Who in the FBI really regards you as a level 7 agent right now? If someone really thinks so, then her head must have been kicked by a donkey. Maria Hill waved her hand. What a joke. Everyone knows that you, Li Chengfeng, are a top-level fighter not only in the America headquarters, but also in the entire FBI. The identity of a level 7 agent has even become a deception to the outside world. Thanks for the compliment. After exchanging greetings with Maria Hill, Li Chengfeng officially arrived at the skydiving site. Okay, let's do it. At Li Chengfeng's command, the two captains were the first to take action. Just like in the original book, at a height of several hundred meters, the two were too lazy to bring parachutes. He jumped directly down, scaring the agents of the elite combat team. Don't worry, they never really like to bring parachutes. Li Chengfeng said to the agents while smiling. Don't these two captains know how to take the values of ordinary agents into consideration? The rescue team should delay their parachute jump to avoid clearing the deck. Li Chengfeng stood in front of the cabin door and gave another instruction to the rescue team agents. Then he leaned back and jumped off the transport plane. Everyone was startled, but they heard a faint rhythmic oath coming from behind. The hot blood is red with anger. taken from the remains of a corpse that has not yet cooled. Deep hatred and deep resentment boil the lungs. I will forge your path to the underworld. Red light transformation? After watching Li Chengfeng turn into a red light and fly towards the Lemuria star, Sky curled his lips and complained. You are the one who is least likely to take care of the agent's values. Have you seen Li? I haven't been able to contact him since just now. I can't contact him either, but with his ability, there's no way anything will happen to him. Steve Rogers and Captain Carter met mid-deck. While the two captains were talking, a figure suddenly appeared from behind and attacked Steve Rogers' back of the head with a brutal and sharp whip kick. This force and speed are intended to kill with one kick. And this person is George Bartok, the mercenary who has committed many crimes but has never been caught. Now, all the surveillance footage on the entire Lemuria has been replaced with home advertisements and Crayon Shinchan. Seeing this scene, no matter how stupid George Bartok was, he knew that the Lemuria had been invaded. As Crayon Shinchan sang elephant elephant on the screen, fewer and fewer people in the communicator could respond to his commands. He knew he had to take action. When I arrived on the deck, I saw Steve Rogers and Captain Carter talking. George Bartok, a veteran mercenary whose first priority is killing, naturally chose to take the initiative in secret and targeted Steve Rogers, who was wearing a shield combat uniform. Good plan. Don't plan it next time. Oh yes, there won't be a next time. At the moment of the sneak attack, George Bartok received counterattacks from the two super soldiers. Then came a brutal 2-on-1 fight. Do you dare to challenge me in a duel? George Bartok was lying on the ground with his last breath, but he still insisted. You only know how to rely on numbers and the shield. Bah! When I was fighting, your parents weren't even fertilized eggs? A duel on the battlefield? I'll pick your mother. Steve Rogers blurted out a string of national quintessence, mixed with a few swear words in German. Captain Carter cast an approving look at Steve Rogers. That's right. What veteran doesn't criticize others? It's just a pretense in daily life, but you can curse anyone you want on the battlefield? Then the two of them walked towards a locked door on the side, which was the control room of the entire Lemuria star. Crack. Captain Carter raised his shield, cut off the door handle and pushed the door open. Then the two captains ran into Li Chengfeng, who was copying information with his butt sticking up. Oops, this seems a bit awkward. Captains, I said I was just slacking off. Do you believe me? Li, why don't you respond to the call? Isn't our mission to rescue the hostages? Steve Rogers walked forward and looked at the large screen in the control room, only to see a progress bar slowly moving forward. Li Chengfeng smacked his lips. If he was acting, he had to do it completely. When it came to acting, Li Chengfeng was a fundamentalist. So he also directed and acted in the Lemuria heist himself. But he didn't expect that he would suddenly replace Black Widow's role. In his imagination, Steve Rogers and Captain Carter, two tough guys, should not come to the control room after sweeping the deck, right? After all, how could it be such a coincidence that the bullet hit the door outside the control room? But the facts told Li Chengfeng that it was really such a coincidence. And the two captains attacked together. The only difference is that although Steve Rogers asked a question, he did not have much doubt about Li Chengfeng's behavior. He was really just concerned about why Li Chengfeng didn't reply to the call and was crying. Rescuing the hostages is the mission of the rescue team and the two of you. Although I am the commander-in-chief, I also have other tasks to complete. I hope the two captains can understand. Oh, I don't care what mission you need to complete. Steve Rogers waved his hand. On the battlefield, we just need to focus on our own mission. When Li Chengfeng heard this, he was slightly stunned. Is this the personality of Captain America in this world? You should know that in the original novel, Captain America was quite dissatisfied when he found out that Black Widow Natasha Romanoff was collecting S.H.I.E.L.D.'s data here, and he even got furious with Nick Fury after returning. Although Captain America was a noble person who could pick up Mjolnir, he was still immature in his actions. And the person in front of me obviously understands one thing. F.B.I. agent, who hasn't carried out a few secret missions that no one else knows about. Normal. Captain Carter didn't say anything, but just looked at Li Chengfeng. This red uniform is very nice. Captain Carter, please stop teasing me about my outfit. Li Chengfeng curled his lips. I'm actually not very fond of this tight-fitting battlesuit, but I have to say, it's really convenient. The progress bar advanced very quickly and the data transfer was completed in a short while. Li Chengfeng unplugged the mobile hard drive and then turned on the communicator. To Agent Hill. If you hear me, please respond. Maria Hill received. Commander, please give instructions. How's the rescue operation going? The remaining enemies guarding the hostages have been eliminated. The hostages are now completely safe. Apart from a few agents who were slightly injured during the resistance, no one was killed. Is Sidwell here? Tell him to meet me on deck. Okay, I'll convey the order now. After hanging up the call with Maria Hill, Li Chengfeng nodded to the two captains, signaling them to follow him. After walking out of the control room, Steve Rogers also picked up George Bartok, who was lying half dead on the ground. After the three of them arrived on the deck, they saw the rescue team's agents arresting the pirates who had lost their combat effectiveness. After a while, a shiny but somewhat wretched bald head poked out from the cabin. Agents? Thank you for your timely rescue, but I need to obtain the data information on this launch platform next. This is a task requested by Nick Fury. Well, it seems that you are not a Skrull. Those guys can at least copy memories for a period of time. Li Chengfeng hooked his finger at the fake Sitwell. After all, Sitwell understands that although we are both level 7 agents of the FBI, as the captain of the Star Squad, my authority is much higher than his. And even if there is no such thing as the Star Squad, he is just an office agent in charge of personnel. It is not his turn to carry out important and top-secret field missions. Agent, you. Okay, don't make up an excuse until you're done. I have something to ask you. Let's find a secluded corner, Li Chengfeng said, then turned around and said to Steve Rogers, Captain, lend me a light. Steve Rogers took out a lighter from the storage belt of his combat uniform and handed it to Li Chengfeng. Although he never smokes, a lighter has always been an essential survival tool. It's a good habit. But Steve Rogers and Captain Carter did not follow. Li Chengfeng did not invite them to join, which means that they are not suitable for this matter. The two super soldiers who had just joined the FBI simply began to help the rescue team transport the pirates they had knocked to the ground. As a high-level agent, we all know that Nick Fury has always implemented a system of segmented management for mission information, so it is impossible for you to understand my mission. So you'd better cooperate with me, otherwise you will have a hard time explaining to Nick Fury. Li Chengfeng took the fake Sitwell into the shadow behind the silo, during which the fake Sitwell was still trying to persuade Li Chengfeng. At first, Li Chengfeng just thought it was the hum of a mosquito and let it go in one ear and out the other. But later he became obviously impatient, and after he had completely walked into the shadows and no one could see them, Li Chengfeng turned around abruptly, grabbed Sitwell's neck and pressed him against the wall. Shut up, fake. Sitwell is dead, and I sent someone to kill him. Isn't it funny that you pretend to be him in front of me? If nothing unexpected happened, you must have discovered his body by accident, and you happened to need an identity, so you simply disposed of his body and then used the transformation ability to become Sitwell. Li Chengfeng looked into the other person's eyes calmly, but unexpectedly, the other person's expression was as calm as ever. You are a smart man, and this replacement is very clever, working in the office and has high authority. But you don't know enough information, or you don't understand the FBI enough. Now change back to your original form, or I will let Sitwell die again. Sitwell had no intention of resisting, but he did not cancel his transformation either. You seem to be very knowledgeable about the races in the universe that have the ability to transform. It's okay. Seeing that the other party didn't react, Li Chengfeng took out a lighter with his other hand. After seeing this thing, don't you want to say something? Sitwell's expression finally changed. Li Chengfeng lit his lighter without hesitation and walked in front of Sitwell. In an instant, the part close to the fire source turned green. Huh? A green Martian. Sitwell sighed, turned into an invisible form, and broke free from Li Chengfeng's hands. The moment he fell to the ground, he had already changed into another appearance. Agent Li, this first contact was not a friendly one. I think I've been friendly enough, otherwise I would have to reveal your identity in public. Li Chengfeng replied unhappily, okay, now can you tell me your real purpose? The last Martian manhunter, Ron Rongzi didn't understand. Why does this young agent named Li Chengfeng not only know his name, but even knows that he is the last Martian? Compared to this, he knew that the way Martians were identified by their fire was not strange. After coming to Earth, Ron Rongzi has been changing his identity. He traveled to several countries and finally decided to settle in Washington. On his first night in Washington, he ran into Sitwell who had been murdered. Although Ron Rongzi used the telepathy ability to copy part of Sitwell's memory at the moment the other party took his last breath, the memory was not complete. He only knew the man's memories of the last few dozen days. After a series of considerations, Ron Rongzi chose to replace Sitwell's identity. Then he arrived on the Lemuria to carry out the last mission in his memory. Unexpectedly, not only was he found out to be a fake Sitwell, but his own identity was also exposed. Outrageous? And this agent Li Chengfeng who saw through his identity, is very strong. It was the first time that Ron Rongzi met such a powerful Earthling. You know, even in his normal state, Martian Manhunter can easily lift objects weighing 100 tons. Even when the polymer ability is fully activated, its strength is comparable to that of a normal Kansas big guy. Even so, he was pressed against the wall by agent Li Chengfeng. Ron Rongzi, as a Martian, how does it feel to have to settle on Earth? Not very good, right? No, the Earth is a beautiful and vibrant planet. Rongzi shook his head and disagreed with Li Chengfeng's statement. For me, this place has given me a new life. It is my second home. I will spare no effort to protect the safety of the Earth. Li Chengfeng was not surprised by Rongan and Rongzi's attitude. Just now he was just testing to see if there were any changes to this Martian Manhunter. After all, if nothing unexpected happens, Martian Manhunter's character is as noble as Superman's. Then you know that the person whose identity you replaced through your transformation ability is not only a high-level agent of the FBI, but also a member of Hydra. Hydra. Ron Rongzi frowned. When traveling to different countries, he lived as a civilian, so he didn't know much about evil organizations like Hydra. That's right, Hydra, a mysterious evil organization that has existed for thousands of years. The infamous Nazi Hydra during World War II was just a branch of Hydra in the long river of history. Li Chengfeng briefly introduced Hydra. In general, the ultimate goal of this organization is to rule the world, and Sitwell, as an office agent in charge of personnel, came to this ship to obtain the insight planning algorithm needed for Hydra's next move. Definitely, the algorithm of this insight project is fake. Li Chengfeng asked Sky to forge such a thing that looks like an algorithm just to lure the entire Hydra out of the water. So, do you remember who Sitwell had to report to after he got the algorithm? Remember, that person's name is Alexander Pierce. Tisk tisk, it's really this old BD. Li Chengfeng nodded, then put the mobile hard drive in Rong and Rong's hand. If you really regard the Earth as your second home, then go and complete this task and give it to Alexander Pierce. Can I trust you? If you don't want to face a world without freedom and with aircraft carriers pointing guns at you all day long, then you'd better trust me. Li Chengfeng? You only know how to act first and ask for permission later, right? In Nick Fury's office, Li Chengfeng was eating melon seeds with the white duck egg as if nothing had happened, but the black braised egg was already showing signs of being furious. He doesn't care about Li Chengfeng's other actions that he makes beforehand and reports to the Emperor later. But what is the situation now? They are planning to do something big and directly wipe out Hydra, a huge evil organization that spans the globe. If you discuss such a big thing with yourself before taking action, you will die, right? But up to now, every step has been correct, so he can't criticize her even if he wants to. I feel so suffocated. Crack, 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 crack. Can you please stop eating sunflower seeds? I want to talk to you about serious matters. Kaka, kaka, kaka. What business are you talking about? Why don't you explain to me first? Why did you suddenly trick Tony Stark into perfecting a flying aircraft carrier? And you also send out a group of beautiful female agents to confuse Stark? Why don't you let them confuse me instead? Ahem, I just think Tony Stark is a little bored lately, so I want to find something for him to do. Humph, it's obvious that you want to stir up trouble too. Li Chengfeng snorted coldly. Using algorithms, you want to launch 3 aircraft carriers fully loaded with weapons to monitor the actions of people all over the world. Isn't this an idea from the World Security Council? I think it has some potential. You're still feeling wronged. Li Chengfeng threw the melon seeds in his hand at the black salted egg. What the hell is the World Security Council? It's just a supervisory organization set up by politicians in a few countries who want to gain fame. Alexander Pierce deliberately listened to them in order to manipulate the American General Administration. This BD He Ludan, you say he trusts others, but he practices divided management among the elite agents under his command. You said he didn't trust others. Alexander Pierce almost told him that he was Hydra in his face, and he realized something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. So what do you say? Nick Fury had no temper left and could only spread his hands and let others do what they wanted. What to do? Just do it like this. Li Chengfeng said unhappily, if you want to destroy them, you have to make them crazy first. If nothing unexpected happens, the fake algorithm should have been delivered to them. Then they will definitely gather their strength and kill them in one fell swoop to directly replace the entire American General Administration. Like that F.B.I. rebellion a few years ago. It's much bigger than that. It's just a play to sacrifice pawns to save the chariot and to retreat in order to advance. Although Li Chengfeng looked down on Hydra's unpresentable MLM skills, it was an ancient organization that had been operating for thousands of years after all, so it was possible that they had some hidden cards in their hands. So instead of going to great lengths to eliminate Hydra around the world, it would be better to just lure them all into a fire pit and burn them all. So, are the 3 flying aircraft carriers in the inside hangar completely built? It will be completed in 3 days, and the progress is always synchronized with Alexander Pierce. Very good, the nest has been dug and the bait has been put down. Next, we need to prepare the scoop net. Li Chengfeng chuckled. It's time to load up on the big stuff. Li Chengfeng has always been wary of Alexander Pierce and those Hydra backbones he could name. But they are all 1,000-year-old foxes. Why are they playing strange stories from a Huxia studio here? Isn't Alexander Pierce also on guard against Nick Fury and Li Chengfeng? On the morning of the second day after the Lemuria incident ended, several messages popped up on Li Chengfeng's personal terminal. Hydra took action early, attacked, but managed to reunite with Captain Rogers. Hydra is out in full force. Not only are there Hydra agents lurking inside the F.B.I., but there are also a large number of Hydra soldiers led by dozens of Winter soldiers, who are attacking the F.B.I. headquarters. Phil Coulson has gone to arm the refrigerator. Li Chengfeng sat on the bed. Although he wanted to curse, he was not panicked in his heart. The Star Squad is fully staffed, the X-Men are fully staffed. Hydra is just a turtle in a jar. But it was agreed that the 3 aircraft carriers would be completed in 3 days. It seems that Alexander Pierce has streamlined some of the functions of the flying aircraft carrier in order to gain a time difference and catch the F.B.I. off guard. Well, after all, we are not fools. And what the hell are there dozens of Winter soldiers? Is Hydra so capable of producing troops? Li Chengfeng immediately contacted Tony Stark. Hey, Tony, is it time? What time is it? I just laid down not long ago. Pepper finally let go of my old waist. Hydra has started to take action? Are you still paying your dues at home? What? The flying aircraft carrier will take at least 2 or 3 days to be built. Alexander Pierce probably can't wait that long, so he probably streamlined some functions and materials. Anyway, since they took the bait in advance, we'll close the net in advance. FK, I can't even take a break after paying my taxes. I have to punch that Alexander Pierce myself later. You go meet up with Nick Fury and Steve Rogers first? I've sent you their coordinates. Li Chengfeng ended the call and walked from the bedroom to the living room. I saw that the team members had already gathered. The 3 Asgard siblings should be the calmest. After all, this is not their hometown. To them, this action is just one of countless actions in the future. It is just an ordinary one. Captain Carter is also a veteran of many battles, but in her timeline, she was also fighting against Hydra, so she got into the state quickly, and there was already a hint of murderous intent in her brows. Only Wanda and Pietro, brother and sister, were a little at a loss as they encountered a big problem on their first official FBI mission. Ada Wong and Harley Quinn have already coordinated all the emergency information. Although there is a traitor in the FBI Academy, today happens to be the day of the FBI Academy's philosophy class. Professor X is the lecturer and all the students are present, so there is no need to worry about the combat effectiveness. However, to be on the safe side, the main force of the X-Men is rushing to the FBI Academy. Phil Coulson's team has already sealed off the Sandbox research base and is now heading to the refrigerator to set up defenses. John Garrett is also leading the Hydra soldiers to the refrigerator. The American headquarters has basically fallen. The agents, led by Maria Hill and Natasha Romanoff, are conducting guerrilla street fighting to delay time, but the aircraft carrier is preparing to take off. After saying that, the two looked at Li Chengfeng. Now, it's Team Star's turn to appear. Li Chengfeng nodded and immediately began to assign tasks. The 3 Asgard siblings are the strongest fighting force, but their destructive power is too great, so they directly clear out Hydra's manpower on the periphery. All the others parachuted into the America headquarters, with Wanda and Pietro as the core to carry out the cleanup. The first step was to regain control of the important floors and reunite with Maria Hill and Natasha Romanoff. What about you? Harley Quinn nodded, but asked Li Chengfeng again. I am definitely going to solve the source of the problem. See you later then, my pudding. See you later, crazy guy. On the top floor of the America General Administration, in the conference room originally used for remote meetings of the World Security Council, these high-level politicians from various countries finally arrived in person. But their expressions have changed from the contented look along the way to the SEMA look now. Where's the new way to solve crime once and for all? Why did that damn Alexander Pierce want to take care of them as well? Do you want to control the whole world through this? Is your appetite a bit too big? Alexander Pierce now thought he had already secured victory and even had the leisure to chat with the politicians present. Just think about it. If your country were invaded like this, your parents, wife and daughter would be taken to the largest local stadium for collective execution. And you only need to press this button, and these 3 aircraft carriers will make those invaders disappear immediately. I don't need your buttons. The person who was talking to the old man Pierce was obviously a hawk, tough and uncompromising. He was also the only one in the entire World Security Council who disagreed with Project Insight. However, facing tough guys, Hydra's inferior MLM rhetoric is not enough. In this case, they usually choose shot. The best way to eliminate objections, efficiently and concisely, is to ask the cleaner to work overtime. Alexander Pierce obviously thought of this as well. He took a pistol from the Hydra agent following behind him and pointed it at the hawkish politician. Oh, Alexander Pierce is holding a gun, ready to kill a foreign politician? Didn't you refuse the Nobel Peace Prize? It seems really ironic now. Just as he was about to shoot, a voice suddenly appeared beside him. It was clearly a clear young man's voice, but to Alexander Pierce's ears, it sounded uncomfortable. It can be said that this is the sound you least want to hear at the moment. The owner of this voice has been ruining Hydra's plans since arriving in America. The moment the voice sounded, several elite Hydra agents following him all fell to the ground. Some had their spines broken by bare hands, some had their eyebrows pierced by heat rays, and some had lightning pierced through their bodies and turned them into charcoal. The worst one was the one who had his head pinched by the man, and the rage blood flame gushing out of his mouth like a maggot on the tarsal bone poured directly into his mouth, leaving no residue. After Li Chengfeng did all this lightly, he ignored the frightened eyes of the people around him, put his arms around Pierce's shoulders, then pinched his sagging cheek skin and pulled it playfully. Nice to meet you, Alexander Pierce. I'm Li Chengfeng, your destined calamity. Just as Alexander was about to speak, Li Chengfeng pinched his mouth fiercely. The pain in his flesh made him gasp. Li Chengfeng maintained this action, and after a while, a frivolous voice was heard again. Alexander Pierce, I thought you were a nice guy at first, but Hydra? Forget it, man. My damn dad, who died a little too early, tells me every day that Hydra is harmful to the world and has no benefit. Tony Stark pushed open the door and walked in, his brand new Mark 10 shining brightly. Following behind him came an expressionless one-eyed black-salted egg. Oh, Nick Fury. When Li Chengfeng first told me that you were Hydra, I believed it because I also found some clues. But as a friend, I always had hope, hoping that you just went astray. Go astray. Li Chengfeng let go of his hand at the right time, and Alexander Pierce immediately laughed out loud. Since the kidnapping in Bogota, I have figured it out completely. This world is too dangerous. Terrorist attacks, armed coercion, and even missile bombings? These things can shatter our lives at any time. Sacrificing only 2 million people to save 7 billion people? This is an extremely cost-effective deal. It just depends on whether you dare to take this step. If you take this step, there's a whole new world. Nick Fury looked at his old friend who had gone a little crazy, shook his head, and gave his answer. But I have the courage not to take this step. Li Chengfeng is lifting all confidentiality and security protocols of the FBI. The FBI has never been afraid of being exposed to the sun, but the nine-headed insects who like to hide in the shadows and control the world don't think so. Li Chengfeng, don't you think this is playing with fire? You, Nick Fury, Black Widow, Maria Hill, all of you FBI agents, who doesn't have a dark history. Are you ready to be monitored by the whole world now? It takes 2 alpha-level administrators to unlock it. Can I borrow your iris? Oh, Pierce, definitely. I mean that you go with Fury to unlock it. I don't mean for you to take off your head and put it on top to unlock it. You know, I'm a coward and can't stand seeing that kind of bloody scene. Li Chengfeng pushed the old man who was at the end of his rope without any hesitation. Hypocritical beast, the 2 million people you said would be sacrificed don't include you, an old BCH, right? In the final analysis, you Hydra are just like that. Cut off 1 head, 2 heads grow. It's just because of greed that you keep sacrificing. After all, the sacrifice you talk about will never happen to you. After saying that, he pressed Pierce roughly against the iris unlock panel. Nick Fury took off his eye patch and scanned the iris of the gray, corrupted eye. Encryption unlocked, non-disclosure agreement cancelled. Stark, you will join the battle with the captain from now on. He walked to the window and shattered the double-layer bulletproof glass that could withstand high-explosive grenades with 1 punch. Then flew out. Damn, we can fight, but how do we tell friend from foe? The Hydra traitor is wearing your FBI uniform. Sky has already sent Hydra's list to Jarvis. As for those sleeper agents that don't have any information, Steve Rogers took over the conversation and rushed out the door with Stark, looking eager to vent his anger. Howard boy, remember this? Don't worry about so many things on the battlefield. Whoever hits you, you hit him. Located in a secret room in New York, Gideon Malik, Hall White, Original Sin Cynthia Schmidt, Baron Zima, Dr. Faust, and Madame Hydra sat at a round table. And in the center of this huge round table is the Hydra logo. Alexander Pierce is at the American headquarters, Baron Strucker was captured in Latveria, and Hive is still playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds on an unknown planet. Sitting here now are all the remaining leaders of Hydra. Where is John Garrett? Mrs. Hydra asked first. Who knows what this opportunist is going to do to save his life? Original Sin smoothed his dazzling red hair. According to intelligence, he led the troops that were supposed to attack the America headquarters to the FBI's top-secret warehouse refrigerator. Maybe he knew there was something there that could keep him alive. There's no need to worry about this guy. We had been planning to remove him a long time ago, but we didn't do anything because of his status as a senior FBI agent. Baron Zima has always looked down on John Garrett, and his methods are among the lowest among supervillains. Relying on the high-level authority of the FBI to obtain information gaps and pretend to be a prophet? After hearing this, he laughed for a full half-hour in his laboratory. Well, John Garrett is fine, but how did Strucker get caught? Didn't he negotiate terms with the Latvian dictator? Whitehall pushed up his glasses, his sinister eyes hidden behind the reflective lenses. And those biochemical lunatics who originally belonged to the Umbrella Corporation, do they still belong to us now? All they do is hide in that small country in Eastern Europe to do research. Don't worry about these trivial matters. The most important thing now is to take over the America General Administration and then launch the 3 flying aircraft carriers in the inside hangar. Although we can't really rule the world directly, we have the ability to negotiate with the whole world. As Dr. Faust spoke, he turned on several large 3-dimensional screens. The above is exactly the situation on the front battlefield. You can see that the current situation is really not optimistic enough. After the American General Administration seconded the agent named Li Chengfeng from the Republic, not only did its strength soar, but even with the undercover agent, we were unable to obtain much useful intelligence. Naturally, everyone present understood better than anyone else what Dr. Faust said. The reason why dozens of winter soldiers who had been hidden for so many years were thought out and sent to the front line at once was because they had no idea of the depth of the FBI, but the temptation of the Insight plan was too great, so they had to take the risk with all their might. If you win, you'll get the ticket to divide the world. If they lose the fight, they will have to enter the incubation period that Hydra is most familiar with. Let's look at the FBI Academy first. Where the hell did all these Superman types come from? I know Nick Fury recruited a few guys with super abilities, but how many? This is AFG army of people with super abilities? The 1,000 Hydra soldiers we sent out are not enough for them. There is also the front battlefield. Can anyone tell me where these 2 monsters came from? Even if Master Beehive returns, can he be a match for these 2 monsters? Let's look at the FBI, which should have the upper hand. Maria Hill and Black Widow have been resisting stubbornly, but why did they start to fight back immediately after a few elite agents and Iron Man joined the battlefield? The battle situations displayed on several large screens were too tragic. The ones on the far right are the teenage superheroes and mutants in the FBI Academy, who rush directly into the crowd and use their superpowers. The most ironic thing is that the X-Men who came to support the FBI Academy because they were afraid that something might happen to the kids did not take any action at all. Instead, they formed a large circle and each of them was given a notebook, writing and drawing on it with a pen, as if they were giving grades to the students' performance. The scene in the middle is even more unbearable to watch. When the 3 Asgard siblings faced the Hydra army, it was no exaggeration to say that it was a massacre. Especially Hela's necromancy is simply a bug in such a large-scale battlefield. Not only does the more people fight, the more deterrent power increases. The companion who had just fallen beside him stood up again, and then rushed towards him. Both the visual impact and the mental impact were enough to destroy the will of a Hydra soldier. The large screen on the left shows that the battle situation within the FBI is relatively balanced, but only relatively speaking. Tony Stark and Steve Rogers, who fought from top to bottom, were like tigers among a flock of sheep, especially Steve Rogers, whose angry national curses resounded throughout the entire battlefield. If it were put into a TV series, every word would have to be muted. The 5 members of the Star Team are led by Ada Wong, who is most familiar with the terrain of the FBI, with Captain Carter and Harley Quinn as the vanguard, Wanda as the core of the team, and Pietro conducting a mopping-up cleanup. Their advancement speed is even faster than that of Captain Mustache and Captain Honey. We had clearly overestimated the FBI's hidden combat capabilities to the maximum extent, but we didn't expect that we still underestimated them in the end. Mrs. Hydra sighed. As the current supreme leader of Hydra, she had to make a dangerous decision. Release the Super Winter Soldier, as well? Are you serious? Even we can't control the Super Winter Soldier. Even if we can win this battle, how can we contain him again? Do we have any choice? Lady Hydra pointed at the 3 Asgard siblings who dominated the battlefield. Now only those 2 monsters can turn the tide of the war. We have already paid huge amounts of costs. We can only succeed and cannot fail. Even if I die, I don't want to enter a dormant period like after World War II. Madam Hydra slammed her fist on the conference table, and her sexy body wrapped in a tight green battlesuit trembled with the punch. But none of the other leaders present had the courage to appreciate it. Lady Hydra, since Red Skull was defeated and eliminated during World War II, she has become the commander-in-chief of the entire Hydra. Everything about this woman is a mystery. All Hydra leaders know is that she can stay young forever. As you wish. Whitehall nodded, picked up the communicator and said, "Deliver the Super Winter Soldier to the front line. I repeat, deliver the Super Winter Soldier to the front line." After the communication ended, not long after, 2 transport planes appeared on the large screen showing the battle situation on the front battlefield, with 2 large Winter Soldier freezers hanging under the transport planes. Then it was dropped directly onto the front battlefield, making a loud bang sound. This naturally attracted the attention of the 3 Asgard siblings. The next moment, the 2 freezer doors were blown into the sky at the same time. 1 green and 1 red, 2 huge monsters dressed in Winter Soldier uniforms walked out. Hulk, smash, hiss. When Loki saw the 2 giant monsters, 1 red and 1 green, he trembled all over. What a nasty feeling! A voice in the dark told him that he must never let them get close to him, otherwise, his reputation as the god of trickery will be ruined. By Odin, 2 monsters far superior to the giants of Jotunheim. Thor smashed an unknown Winter Soldier into the ground with a hammer, and he couldn't get him out. Then he looked up at the 2 Gamma monsters in the distance and couldn't help but exclaimed. Even Hela, who was the strongest among the 3 Asgard siblings, couldn't help but frown. These 2 monsters are very strong. Although he does not have the mysterious abilities of the level Godfather, judging from his energy level and physical strength, he is on par with her, a level Godfather. Even the physical strength is exceeded. This almost instantly aroused Hela's fighting desire as a conqueror of the 9 realms. Hela, you saw those 2 monsters too, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chengfeng flew out from the top floor of the FBI headquarters and landed next to Hela. At this moment, he was still in the form of a red light transformation, with some blood flames floating around him. They are all mine. Even if you are my queen of gods, I will not allow you to snatch my rival away from me. My dear Lord God King, don't even think about it, one for each of us. Li Chengfeng smiled at Hela frivolously, the green one belongs to me. After saying that, without waiting for Hela's response, he accelerated and flew towards the Hulk. Are you trying to get my attention on purpose? Interesting man, you did it. Hela's mouth is full of domineering quotes that she learned from some social media platform. But I don't know why my temperament seems to fit the bill. After all, the Asgard boss is still a boss. Thor was about to speak up and fight with the red monster, but when he saw his eldest sister glaring at him, he chose to continue clearing out the miscellaneous soldiers with Loki. Joke? Although Asgard does not believe in the idea that the eldest sister is like a mother, there is still some blood repression in it. Most importantly, Hela has a strong fist. Even if I, as a younger brother, try my best, I am still just a younger brother in front of others. Well, Thor sighed and could only comfort himself in his heart. There will be more powerful opponents in the future? Turning around and looking at Loki who was in a daze not far away, Thor accelerated and flew over. Then a big slap hit Loki's little head. AFK, Thor, why did you hit me? You sneaky little brother. Why don't you continue to wipe out these evil people called Hydra with me? This is family status? If you are bullied by your elder sister, don't think about revenge, just take it out on your younger brother. To be honest, Li Chengfeng is somewhat convinced by Hydra in this world. It's much better than in the original book. In the original work, Hydra is always portrayed as an ancient and powerful evil organization, but the actual performance has been very poor. Especially in terms of high-end military power, they have always been very lacking, and they treat the Winter Soldier like a treasure. It can be said that Hydra, like the Winter Soldier they are so proud of, is only so powerful in the setting. However, the Hydra in this world can not only take advantage of the time difference to catch Li Chengfeng off guard, but can even increase the number of troops. The combat effectiveness of dozens of winter soldiers is quite impressive. If they hadn't encountered the 3 Asgard siblings and those naughty kids from the F.B.I. Academy, they might have been able to achieve the winter soldiers setting of completely paralyzing a country within a few dozen hours. There were also huge amounts of Hydra soldiers sent out, which is absolutely unprecedented. It can be seen that the other party's idea of wanting to achieve success in one fell swoop is exactly the same as Li Chengfeng's. What Li Chengfeng didn't expect the most was that Hydra actually manipulated the Winter Soldier to create 2 super Winter Soldiers, Hulk and Red Hulk. Li Chengfeng was wondering why such an iconic hero had never appeared, but it turned out that he was taken care of by Hydra. Although the fighting power of Hulks is indeed terrifying, they also have a common weakness. That is mental impact and control. Apart from those with telepathy ability, Hydra is the best at mind manipulation and brainwashing. So after paying a certain price, it is reasonable to catch Hulk and Red Hulk. It is even possible that the price has not been too high. After all, Hulk and Red Hulk have not always maintained the Hulk form. Bruce Banner is just a helpless scientist, and although General Ross is a lieutenant general of the American Air Force, he is just an average person to Hydra. No matter what, releasing a monster like Hulk means this is Hydra's last stand. After all, if Hulk is not considered a trump card, he can't think of what other trump cards Hydra can come up with. For example, the evil god Sithon? He is the god behind Lady Hydra. But the evil god on the same level as Gia would not be dispatched just because of a small Hydra. Hulk, smash, destroy everything. The Hulk, wearing the Winter Soldier uniform, has now begun to exude his ferocity and anger without restraint. Moreover, this Hulk has some simple fighting skills in his gestures. It seems that even Hulk can learn something from the training as the Winter Soldier. Humph, I'll let you go this time. Hela flew to his side and smiled evilly. I don't allow my queen to hurt herself, especially this face, do you understand? As you command, my god king. Li Chengfeng pointed at Hela with both fingers, and then the 2 of them flew towards the 2 giants respectively. This was also Li Chengfeng's first time to come into contact with Hulk. Although he had already possessed physical qualities similar to those of Loki, he was still not sure whether he could go head-on with Hulk. So he chose to activate the diamond form, and unstoppable force incarnate. Hulk, eat my super flying shoulder charge. With high-speed flight and the incarnation of unstoppable power, Li Chengfeng flew directly with Hulk on his shoulders and instantly arrived at the suburbs dozens of kilometers away. The moment of contact, Li Chengfeng had the leisure to glance at Hela. As expected, the 2 of them had a tacit understanding. Hela also tacitly chose to take Red Hulk away from the crowded front battlefield. They both knew that fighting against monsters would affect too large a range of areas. Although Hulk was caught off guard by Li Chengfeng, he reacted like a monster and counterattacked in time. Hulk clenched his fists and smashed them towards Li Chengfeng's back, trying to stop the collision. But the incarnation of unstoppable power took effect. Even though he suffered a heavy punch, Li Chengfeng still managed to knock Hulk into a valley in the suburbs. Li Chengfeng turned over and jumped out of the meteorite crater, grinning and moving his waist. Damn it! Hulk came here just for the kidneys? If I'm ever looked down upon by the girls on the team in the future, it's all Hulk's fault. But, how to deal with Hulk? Li Chengfeng thought about it for a moment, and a bad idea immediately came to his mind. Hulk was seen struggling out of the crater. Although his Winter Soldier uniform was damaged, Hulk was still full of energy. And he, even more angry. But Li Chengfeng clamped his throat and tried to speak to him in a calm and gentle voice. Hey, big guy. The sun is setting. Then he extended his hand to Hulk, showing his harmlessness and kindness. Hulk also showed a confused look at this moment, and actually walked forward slowly, put the huge amounts of palm on Li Chengfeng's hand, and then, giving a wicked smile, Li Chengfeng instantly felt himself being pulled by a huge force and was knocked to the ground several times in succession. TMD. Loki's physical fitness? There is a curse. And this Hulk can actually play tricks? The big fool is interested in military strategy? Although Li Chengfeng materialized a barrier with the red light energy in time, he was not harmed. But I still hate myself for suddenly having the brain to do such a evil thing. What if Hulk doesn't do a fall after his evil smile but instead reproduces a classic Hulk x Black Widow gif? At the same time, in the distance, in the main battlefield of Washington. Cool. That's the feeling. IFG love this war. Loki suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of comfort in his heart. It was as if the humiliation suffered at some point in time and space had finally taken revenge on the unscrupulous businessman Li Chengfeng. Oh you kid, you're not stupid at all. Hulk? Smart? Little man, stupid. Haha. Damn it, I have such a bad temper. Li Chengfeng rolled up his sleeves, but an idea immediately flashed through his mind. Etc. Is this the Hulk who just accepted the hypnotic ability brainwashed by the Winter Soldier? Why does he feel so much smarter than the Hulk in the original book? Those who don't know might think that the Winter Soldier can assimilate IQs, and IQ 180 and IQ 18 can all be assimilated into IQ 50. This is definitely impossible. So, Hulk, you haven't been hydrated at all, right? Hulk doesn't understand what you're saying. When you answer like that, you can no longer be the Winter Soldier, okay? Hulk is the Winter Soldier. Li Chengfeng was frowning. Where did this 3-meter-tall green muscular kid come from? Whose winter soldier is so talkative? But Li Chengfeng was too lazy to argue with this green fat guy. If he has anything to say, let him lie on the ground and answer. An angry red light shot up into the sky, and blood flames of hatred gushed out of his 7 orifices. The outward manifestation of the rage red light is far more noticeable than the will green light. Otherwise, why is the green light a hero and the red light a devil? In terms of deterrence, the red light is the most powerful of the 7 lights. Hulk saw the terrifying blood flames emanating from Li Chengfeng's body, and he sensed the danger with the same instinct as Beast. Monster, Hulk, smash. Hulk jumped without hesitation and smashed towards Li Chengfeng with tremendous force. The classic Hulk opening move. But this time it didn't work. The barrier materialized by Rage's red light blocked Hulk's force, which was enough to smash a tank. The embodiment of the Red Lantern Demon is very rare. Especially in the original work, even Atrocitus, the founder of the Red Lantern Corps, would not use concretization at the beginning. The biggest reason is that the Red Lanterns will erase their humanity in the rage, and ultimately only pure rage and hatred will remain, turning them into mad shells that only know how to fight and destroy. But concretization requires sufficient reason and imagination to drive it. Although the Red Lantern Ring created by Li Chengfeng does not have these negative evil effects, the current Red Lantern energy is not completely pure rage red light, but integrates the energy from the Crimson Universe of Sidorak. Therefore, the nature of energy is more lively and violent than the green light of will. It is much more difficult to condense and materialize it than the Green Lantern Ring. But this has never been a problem for Li Chengfeng. Unlike the green light of will that drives the will, it is Batman's willpower that comes from the system. The rational yet burning rage in his chest was something that belonged entirely to him. In fact, he has always felt that he is more suitable for red lights than green lights. Bang, bang, bang. The fists wrapped in materialized gloves and blood flames kept hitting Hulk, and for a moment the Gamma monster was actually suppressed by the force. But Li Chengfeng knew that this was just the beginning. When the light turned red, his sensitivity to the emotion of anger reached its peak. He could clearly feel that Hulk's resistance was getting stronger and stronger under his continuous heavy punches. The damage caused by each punch did not decrease, but the stiffness became shorter and shorter. Because Hulk's anger was rising steadily with the rhythm of Li Chengfeng's punches. Hot? So hot? Hulk is angry. Compared to his fists, it seemed that the Red Lantern's blood flames caused Hulk more pain. And Hulk is now able to start fighting back. Li Chengfeng punched him 3 times, and Hulk was able to counterattack almost once. The counterattacks are getting stronger and stronger. Li Chengfeng was also quite interested in his current limits, so he did not materialize a more lethal weapon, but instead began to fight with Hulk seriously. Li Chengfeng, who was at a red light, remained rational overall, but was somewhat easily distracted. But even Li Chengfeng, who is above him, has to admit that the existence of Hulk is a pure bug. As the rage accumulates, there is no known upper limit to the ability that increases. Boom. Finally, Hulk not only caught up with Li Chengfeng in punching speed, but also surpassed him in strength. After being shaken away, Li Chengfeng looked at the roaring Gamma monster in front of him and smiled. Hulk, you are indeed more powerful than I could have imagined. Hulk? Strong? Little man? Not as good as me. Not as good as you. Li Chengfeng shook his head. In terms of pure strength and physical fitness, even those level godfathers would not be able to compare with Hulk. If you want to defeat Hulk, you must kill him before his anger reaches a high enough level. But it's still too difficult to kill Hulk. Li Chengfeng touched the Green Lantern Ring. Although the Ionic Shark has not fully recovered, the energy of the Green Lantern Ring is sufficient. Then let's start round 2. The day is bright, the night is dark. There is nowhere for evil spirits to hide. The evildoers and treacherous party are afraid of my divine light. The green light is always on, shining forever. The green light of will flashed, and the red mark on the Red Lantern Demon's chest was instantly tampered with. Although it still has the appearance of a Red Lantern incarnation, the mark on his chest has become the mark of the Green Lantern Corps under the flashing green light of will. After obtaining the Red Lantern Ring, the first double Lantern Ring transformation, Li Chengfeng felt that 2 completely different forces were gradually merging into one under the control of the Lantern Ring, erupting with energy far exceeding that of any single Lantern Ring. After a moment of experience, Li Chengfeng was convinced that with the transformation of the double Lantern Rings, he could defeat the 3 Asgard siblings. Hulk didn't understand what happened just now. Although he learned a little bit of tricks during his training as the Winter Soldier, he was still a big fool in essence. Hey, big guy, this is going to be a lot more exciting than before. Hulk, I'm not afraid of you. You'd better not be afraid. Li Chengfeng smiled faintly, stretched out his hand, and 2 red and green light rings burst out with dazzling light. This time there is no embodiment, only the energy of the lamp ring ignited by pure rage and endless will. Boom. Due to the violent explosion, the entire uninhabited area was slightly shaken. The air was filled with smoke, but this time, the law of no harm in the smoke did not take effect. Li Chengfeng waited for the smoke to clear and saw Hulk lying on the ground motionless, with green blood spilled all over the ground. He sent out a green beam of will to scan Hulk's entire body, and discovered that under the explosion, most of Hulk's bones were broken due to the impact of the explosion, and more than 80% of his muscles were completely torn. But the surprising thing is, in just a moment, Hulk has begun to recover. Hulk, it hurts. Who told you to pretend you were the Winter Soldier? Hulk eats too much. They say the Winter Soldier is full. Li Chengfeng looked at Hulk lying on the ground and listened to his useless excuses, feeling dizzy. Is this grandson real or fake? Joined Hydra's Winter Soldier program just to have enough food every day? Although we know that Hulk is mentally retarded and has a personality close to that of a beast, isn't this a bit too instinctive? So whoever has milk is the mother. Just to have enough food every day? Are you going to endure such inhuman torture? Hulk doesn't understand. What is inhuman torture? It is to weaken your will to resist through physical torture, and rebuild your worldview through brainwashing. The process is also accompanied by various electric shocks, drugs and other treatments. Hulk knows this? It doesn't hurt. Haha. As Hulk smiled with a bit of complacency but innocence, Li Chengfeng indeed felt a sense of relief. Hydra is indeed my younger brother. Can't even break Hulk's defense? But Hulk smiled, but then changed the subject. But Banner is scared. Hulk, protect the weak Banner. You mean Dr. Banner was also forced to undergo Winter Soldier level brainwashing. Banner can't control himself, so Hulk is the boss. Li Chengfeng looked at Hulk's innocent and sincere eyes and couldn't help but shook his head. So Bruce Banner always treated Hulk as a disease and tried to cure him, but after being captured by Hydra, it was still Hulk who protected him. Scumbag? But since Hulk was not brainwashed by Hydra, then, Hulk, if I can keep you fed, will you come hang out with me? But the red and green men just hurt Hulk, and Hulk is not happy. But you can have enough food to eat and someone to fight with you. Fight with me. Yes, I have a big, golden-haired guy at home who loves to beat up strong men. There's also a handsome and sinister black-haired guy who you can play with when you're unhappy. Hulk? Happy? Hulk? Willing. Li Chengfeng broke out in a non-existent cold sweat. A sense of guilt rose in my heart. Damn it. Why does Hulk have the illusion of kidnapping a child? Moo? Li Chengfeng? Quickly release the Red Lantern furnace. This big, stupid guy is perfect for joining the Red Lantern Corps. Oh, this is pure rage without any impurities. The silly lowly voice of Suetunio sounded in Li Chengfeng's ears, making him very excited. In fact, Blood Slaughter Bull wanted Li Chengfeng to take out the Red Lantern furnace from the very beginning, but in the previous battle, the equally fierce anger of Hulk and Li Chengfeng made Blood Slaughter Bull forget about this matter for a moment, and he only wanted to absorb these pure rage to make himself grow. However, when he heard the sound of the Blood Slaughter Bull, Li Chengfeng inexplicably thought of the Ion Shark. Although he has a little kidney deficiency, the sound of kidney deficiency is still quite strange. Li Chengfeng stretched out his other hand to summon the ancestor's Red Lantern furnace, and as usual, he put a finger in it and rubbed the bloody bull for a while. Moo? Li Chengfeng? You, a human, are so skilled at petting a cow. What a joke? Every man who has been single for a long time will do this. After the bloody bull was tickled to death, it started running around in circles in the red light furnace. And with each circle, the energy of the red light gradually condensed. Boo. I saw a new red lantern ring floating out from the lamp furnace. It hung in front of Hulk. Intelligent life has been targeted. Hulk and Bruce Banner from Earth. There is a boiling rage in your heart. You belong to the Red Lantern Corps. Li Chengfeng was stunned for a moment. It was the first time he heard that two names would appear in the welcome speech of the Lantern Ring. Definitely, in the original novel, the Lantern Ring was not worn on the hands of people with different personalities and different forms. I can only say that the lamp ring is smart enough. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, Hela breathed heavily, and her hair, which Ada Wong and Harley Quinn had specially done for her, was a little messy. She had to admit that this was indeed the most intense battle she had experienced since leaving the sealed dimension. Overall, it is stronger than the duplication of Satorak. This guy who calls himself Red Hulk is a really good opponent. You are very good. I am just a little bit away from defeating the goddess of death. Hela gestured with her thumb and index finger, and Loki, who was watching the fun nearby, seemed to see the entire vast universe between these two fingers. And the previously majestic and powerful Red Hulk, at the moment, had been beaten into General Thaddeus Ross by Hela. He was carried on the shoulders of two Hydra soldiers who had stood up again under the influence of necromancy magic, and his two graying mustaches twitched from time to time. He was still mumbling Hydra hail. It seems that, like Bruce Banner's situation, the humanoid body was brainwashed by the hypnotic ability. But Hulk is not only another form of Bruce Banner, but also another personality of Bruce Banner, so Hulk is not brainwashed. But Red Hulk is different. After General Thaddeus Ross transformed into Red Hulk, he retained his sanity and original personality, which led to Red Hulk truly becoming the Super Winter Soldier. It's totally different from Hulk, that big stupid guy who's only thinking about getting other people's food. But at the same time, Red Hulk does not have Hulk's physical strength that can be infinitely increased as his anger rises, although he also has the ability to absorb radiation and release high-temperature flames. But it's not good enough in front of Hela. Hela enthusiastically fought close combat with Red Hulk for a few minutes, but then lost interest. As a fierce man who had fought Flame Giant Surti and King Lauf of Giants of Jotunheim, Red Hulk's high-heat attack. That's about it. The witch is calling for death? The witch is calling for death? Please reply if you get it. Please reply if you get it. The communicator, which had been on standby mode, rang. Witch is the code name of Ada Wong, and death is the code name of Hela. For Hela, this novel agent game of substitution is very interesting. Death received, please speak, which? The headquarters building has been cleared. 2 powerful energy sources have just been detected. Are they enemies? Should we engage in a battle with them? My queen took one away, and I knocked down the other one, and Loki told me that this person seemed to be a general from America. General? The only general whose whereabouts remain unknown in all these years is an Air Force Lieutenant General named Thaddeus Ross. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be him. What about the other one? Hasn't Li Chengfeng been dealt with yet? Hela did not answer. After all, she didn't know the battle situation on Li Chengfeng's side. Eldest sister, look over there. Thor, who was passing by after dealing with the enemy on the other side, suddenly stopped in midair and pointed into the distance. Hela looked in the direction Thor pointed. That was the direction Li Chengfeng led another green giant away. At this moment, a pure red light of rage pierced the sky. The FBI's top-secret warehouse refrigerator. This is a special FBI facility located in a confidential location. Only FBI agents with level 7 clearance or above can access the route leading here. The refrigerator is used to store most of the 084 items waiting to be studied and to secretly detain a large number of special prisoners. If the legendary team had not shown up at that time, Li Chengfeng would have sent Captain Cold, Heatwave and Constantine here. Since the external defense of the refrigerator is extremely strong, and the fewer people who know about this place, the better, the number of defenders here has always been kept to a minimum. Just enough to keep the entire refrigerator running. When Hydra suddenly launched a sneak attack and prepared to seize the FBI headquarters in advance, Phil Coulson, according to Li Chengfeng's instructions and Nick Fury's orders, led all the team members except Steve Rogers to the refrigerator for garrison. As expected, as soon as the war between America headquarters and Hydra started, John Garrett secretly took a part of the troops that were supposed to attack America headquarters and instead attacked the refrigerator. That's 500 Hydra soldiers and 4 Winter soldiers. However, in order to break through the refrigerator's external defense that is strong enough to withstand a nuclear explosion, John Garrett is prepared to use a self-torture tactic. Damn it! Open the door quickly. Phil Coulson, do you want us to die outside like this? John Garrett and his Hydra agents, who were still wearing FBI uniforms, huddled behind bunkers in a panic, avoiding the heavy fire from heavy armed helicopters. There was a flashy and ostentatious Hydra logo printed on the attack helicopter, as if they were afraid that others would not know that they were Hydra members. At the moment inside the refrigerator door, the agent standing behind Phil Coulson who was responsible for guarding the refrigerator was extremely anxious when he saw this scene, because according to Nick Fury's order, Phil Coulson would always retain command of the entire refrigerator until the next order was conveyed. This high-level agent with a legendary experience looked calmly at John Garrett who was adding to the drama outside from the beginning, as if, I saw a clumsy but brilliant scam on the roadside. The agent guarding the refrigerator looked at the almost exhausted cover behind John Garrett, gritted his teeth, and finally chose to bypass Phil Coulson standing in front of him and prepare to open the refrigerator door directly. I'm sorry, sir. We can't just stand by and watch our brothers die. But before he could press the button to open the door, another person pressed it against the wall like a button. No, buddy, are you a tiger? If the agents of a top-secret facility let someone in without orders, be careful during this period and arrest them as Hydra's sleeper agents. Lee, why are you here? Has the frontal battlefield been resolved? We have basically won the frontal battle, now it's time to wipe out the remaining troops. Li Chengfeng narrowed his eyes and looked at John Garrett who was looking impatient outside the gate, and smiled maliciously. Look, I asked you to guard the refrigerator, didn't I? John Garrett even came here to perform a big show to entertain you in case you get bored. The only person who came to perform the self-torture tactic was John Garrett, and there was no sign of Grant Ward. As expected, Grant Ward is a true egoist, and he is extremely loyal when John Garrett has the ability to control the overall situation. But after meeting Li Chengfeng, he would definitely not follow John Garrett to cause trouble again, because he knew that with Li Chengfeng around, everything John Garrett did was in vain. Useless work means meaningless, and he never does meaningless things. After all, no one wants to die in vain. Poor John Garrett's life is coming to an end, and his only confidant Grant Ward has disappeared. The assault on the refrigerator with the Winter Soldier and Hydra soldiers led by him is the last stand. Logically, the success rate should be high because the person guarding the refrigerator is Phil Coulson. Although Phil Coulson's team includes Captain America Steve Rogers, he is currently on the front line. So the only ones left in Phil Coulson's team who are capable of fighting are Iron Knight Melinda May, Green Arrow Oliver Queen and Deadpool Wade Wilson. Although the three of them are all famous, they are still ordinary people after all. Not only do he have 500 Hydra soldiers under his command, but he also has 4 Winter soldiers at his command. Take them down, that's enough? Phil Coulson? Stop hesitating? Don't you even believe me? In order to perform his role well and strive for authenticity, the pilot of this heavy-armed helicopter really tried to destroy the bunker completely. The hail of bullets, flying sand, and rocks at this moment are 100% real. John Garrett could only huddle behind the shelter, unable to even raise his head. Phil Coulson, I retrieved some surveillance footage from further away and discovered that John Garrett came with the Hydra army. He is also Hydra. Lee, when did you get here? Sky trotted over to Phil Coulson holding her precious laptop. When she saw Li Chengfeng, she showed a look of surprise and joy. Li Chengfeng and Phil Coulson looked at each other and felt that it was almost time. So he said to Sky, who came over, "Open the door." Although she didn't know what Li Chengfeng was going to do, she still pressed the door opening button without hesitation, allowing Garrett and the Hydra agents behind him to rush in. "Oh my god, Phil Coulson, I thought you had really learned from that Nick Fury guy and were going to abandon me for the safety of the refrigerator." John Garrett showed a sinister grin and was about to show his hand and take action, but then his whole face froze, because he saw Sky standing behind Phil Coulson and Li Chengfeng. "Agent John Garrett, nice to meet you." "Agent Li Chengfeng, aren't you at the headquarters?" "Oh, John Garrett, weren't you chased all the way here by Hydra? You were so carefree on your way to escape, and you even knew my whereabouts. Are you concerned about me? Or are you afraid of running into me? I don't know what misunderstanding you have about me, but don't talk about other things for now. I have something more important that needs your assistance." "What are you talking about?" "I have received accurate information that there are a batch of Hydra agents in the refrigerator." "What? Hydra?" John Garrett pretended to be shocked. Even a top-secret facility like the refrigerator has Hydra members. Hydra, being omnipresent is a basic skill. Although a little bit weak, they are really good at lurking. As Li Chengfeng spoke, he moved closer to John Garrett. "Then we can't wait any longer. We must quickly eliminate these HYDRAs, otherwise those 084 items will be taken by Hydra." Yes. Li Chengfeng's instantaneous speed, under the control of lightning, was almost invisible to the naked eye. Only traces of bright silver light could be seen cutting through the air. The Hydra agent that rushed in with John Garrett was completely unable to withstand Li Chengfeng's strength. In just 2 breaths, all the Hydra agents fell to the ground. It was a fatal blow, a nearly perfect killing technique. Sky and Phil Coulson didn't react in time. They just felt a flash of lightning before their eyes. Apart from Li Chengfeng, only John Garrett was still standing. "Li Chengfeng, you openly attacked and killed FBI agents? Are you a Hydra? My god, you are such a great actor, aren't you? But dear acute eyes, the only Hydra here is you." Li Chengfeng didn't care at all that John Garrett was pointing his gun at him. He stretched out his finger and tapped John Garrett's chest. His smile was bright and cheerful, and you couldn't tell at all that he was a Hydra agent who had just killed a team. "False accusation? You are falsely accusing me? SHH, don't quibble. It's too ugly to force a weak quibble." Li Chengfeng put his index finger on his lips and looked up at John Garrett. "I actually understand you. After all, who doesn't want to live a few more days? As the prototype of the Death Warrior, you are only one step away from death. You don't have to rely on injecting extremists to maintain your despicable life." "How do you know that?" "How should I know? Would the prophet Acute Eyes, who is said to be omnipotent, also have doubts?" Li Chengfeng used exaggerated acting skills to express the feeling of being shocked. Then one hand clamped John Garrett's neck tightly, walked to the door, and pressed his face against the transparent door. As John Garrett successfully entered the refrigerator, the 500 Hydra soldiers and 4 Winter soldiers no longer hid their tracks and gathered directly in front of the gate, just waiting for John Garrett to open the door and let them in. When Li Chengfeng saw all this, he just chuckled. The other hand pressed on the door, and a portal was created in the air outside the door. This portal, relatively large. The Winter soldier all looked at the portal that suddenly appeared in front of them and immediately became alert. They didn't quite understand what it was, nor did they know what would come out of it. As Hydra's most relied upon secret weapon, these 4 Winter soldiers never let their guard down and will go all out even on the weakest targets. But there is one thing that is very unfortunate, that is, tried my best, but it was no use. Roar. An angry roar came from the portal. What followed was a beam of rage blood flame as thick as a normal person's thigh spurting out from the portal. The 4 Winter soldiers managed to dodge it, but the Hydra soldiers behind them suffered. The next moment, Hulk, wearing a red and black battlesuit, stepped out of the portal, with burning rage blood flames flowing from the corners of his mouth. Li Chengfeng said in John Garrett's ear, accompanied by the wailing of the Hydra soldiers, "My favorite thing in life is to watch self-righteous people die with regrets. Happy Death Day, John Garrett." Although John Garrett is despised by other Hydra leaders for his style and abilities, but he is one of the leaders after all. In addition to having some authority to mobilize the Hydra army and the Winter Soldier, he is also aware of the existence of the Super Winter Soldier. Those 2 killer weapons, one green and one red, were once Hydra's most terrifying trump cards. But isn't this familiar green guy the Super Winter Soldier? Why did he rush out from the portal built by the monster Li Chengfeng? The Winter Soldier rebels? What's with the red and black battlesuit on him? What organization does the symbol on the chest represent? Was that a flame that he just spewed out of his mouth? Does the green Super Winter Soldier have this ability? A series of questions flooded into John Garrett's mind, but he was unable to think and never had the chance to get an answer. He saw out of the corner of his eye that his body suddenly fell down, and the next moment, his consciousness completely sank into darkness. Li Chengfeng cut off his neck with his heat vision. Just like he said, he died with his eyes open. Li Chengfeng threw John Garrett's head aside, and then looked at Hulk with interest as he officially joined the Red Lantern Corps and became a member of the Red Lantern. All I can say is that judging from the attributes of the Red Lantern, Hulk is simply the most perfect Red Lantern demon, no doubt about it. Originally Hulk had an ability that increased with his rage, with no known upper limit. Now he has become a Red Lantern demon with rage as his energy source. With the combination of the two, Hulk can be said to be the most terrifying numerical monster. As long as Hulk doesn't encounter a terrifying existence that can conceptually erase him with just a thought, he can theoretically deal with all other enemies. Definitely just in theory. Otherwise, Li Chengfeng would not have been able to use the power of the red and green lights to defeat Hulk, whose anger level had not yet reached a peak. In short, in a protracted war, Hulk will win. At this moment, Red Light Hulk rushed into the ranks of Hydra soldiers. To say that he was like a tiger among a flock of sheep would be a compliment to them. It should be the elephant stepping on the ant. Even the 4 Winter Soldiers only resisted for a short while before Hulk tore one of them apart with his bare hands and killed another by spitting rage blood flames into his mouth. There were 2 more that he held in his hands, which turned into 2 powerful weapons, swinging them open and close as if he was playing some kind of muso-mowing game. After dealing with all the Hydra soldiers, the 2 Winter Soldiers in Hulk's hands were torn into pieces and had long since died. It was a hearty, one-sided massacre. Li Chengfeng sighed and pressed the button to open the door. By the way, he kicked John Garrett's body and head out. Don't dirty the good ground of our FBI. Hulk, burn them all. Don't waste the FBI's resources dealing with the corpses of these 9-headed bugs. When Hulk heard the command from the boss, Li Chengfeng, he immediately patted his chest excitedly and shouted loudly, Hulk, flame. This green fat guy, who is no different from a child in terms of intelligence and emotion, is very curious about his new ability and even gave himself a new name. It's no different from a little kid who picked up a branch and named it the best sword in the world. Ahem, Li, so what is this? Phil Coulson looked at Hulk who was spewing rage blood flames and couldn't help but ask Li Chengfeng a question. The visual effect of this green monster is so terrifying. This is the Hulk. Before he transformed, he was called Bruce Banner. He is an expert in gamma rays and has 7 doctorates in nuclear physics, radiation physics, biochemistry, engineering, robotics, computer science, and mathematics. God knows why he got so many degrees. Is he going to use his doctorate certificates as table legs? Geniuses always like to prove their abilities in certain areas, otherwise why would Stark keep updating his Iron Man armor? That makes sense. Li Chengfeng nodded, but compared to Bruce Banner, Li Chengfeng liked the fat green guy Hulk more. But Hulk and Bruce Banner are destined to be 2 sides of the same coin. In essence, this most frequently appearing Savage Hulk can basically be regarded as Bruce Banner's childhood personality. The Lantern Festival welcome speech is something that belongs to the level of cosmic law, and it also tacitly confirms that Hulk and Bruce Banner are the same person. But Bruce Banner just wanted to be a scientist, not a superhero. Hulk doesn't know what a superhero is. He just wants to have a good meal and fight with a strong guy. It is a tragedy that 2 extreme contradictions exist in one body. Li Chengfeng was still feeling sad for the green fat guy Hulk, but Sky on the side was extremely excited. Don't forget, this kid is a huge superhero fan, and he can actually do things like break off the logo on Stark's car in the Stark building parking lot. The green monster destroys Hydra's evil plan? Typical superhero plot. I'm still destroying the kitten. Li Chengfeng rubbed Sky's little head, then took out a pure Turigen crystal from his pocket. By the way, this thing is for you. It cost a lot of money. I feel so sorry for you, buddy. What is this? Sky's attention was immediately attracted by the sparkling purple crystal. Give me a crystal? I'm not a girl that can be won over by a piece of crystal. At least you can make a ring out of platinum. What the hell are you talking about? Li Chengfeng put the Turigen crystal into Sky's hand, then lowered his head and whispered, when you are alone, smash this thing, and then you will thank me. This time, Hydra's attempt to subvert the FBI was a complete failure. Although the 3 flying aircraft carriers were successfully launched, but the InSight project was originally fake. Hydra then sent the prototype of the Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes, with Anam Zola's consciousness storage device to the flying aircraft carrier, attempting to let Anam Zola take over the flying aircraft carrier directly through his consciousness. Even if there is no InSight project by then, they can create one themselves. The effect is the same. But unfortunately, Beiji met Tony Stark and Steve Rogers who came together. Although Steve Rogers recognized at first glance that the killer with beggar smoky makeup was his childhood friend Bucky Barnes, but, without any hesitation, he took the shield and directly flipped her face. Through Jarvis's facial scan, Tony Stark also learned that the other party was Captain America's childhood friend and comrade in arms, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "FK, Captain, can you be gentler on your childhood friend? Rogers Bucky, TM." After hearing what Steve Rogers said, Tony Stark realized that now was not the time to show mercy and try to regain his brother's sanity in the battle, so he also rushed forward, ready for a righteous 2-on-1 fight. This is what Captain America just taught him. Never fight alone if you can in a group. The 2 men, one on the left and one on the right, beat Bucky Barnes so hard that he could hardly take care of himself. Steve Rogers even worked with Tony Stark to remove Bucky Barnes' robotic arm. The scene was so brutal. What? You ask where Animo Zora's consciousness storage device went? It was crushed into pieces by Steve Rogers at some point in time. Miserable, Arnim Zola, miserable. After completely defeating Bucky Barnes, Tony Stark easily connected to the central control systems of the 3 flying aircraft carriers through Jarvis. Through the backdoor that he habitually left in the underlying data, he completely took control of the 3 flying aircraft carriers and directly disabled the weapon systems. Nick Fury, who saw this scene, had tears in his eye. FK, these losers are just idiots. They are just rubbish. Alexander Pierce on the side tried to struggle and took out the controller from his pocket. Nick Fury, I advise you not to act rashly. Alexander Pierce raised the controller in his hand. Before entering the venue, all the members of the World Security Council pinned a special brooch on their chests. Now, as long as I press the button, the brooch will melt a large hole in their hearts that is transparent from front to back. Alexander Pierce's words immediately caused panic among the politicians present. Alexander Pierce? You're a lunatic. You Hydra only know how to carry out terrorist attacks, right? Nick Fury? Don't act rashly. You must save us. If we die here, you will be brought to the International Military Tribunal. Listening to the politicians' hysterical shouts, Nick Fury's expression was perfunctory. Even the expression on his face when the weapon system was scrapped just now was even more heartbreaking. Alexander Pierce, I once considered you a confidant and a close friend, but... Nick Fury raised his pistol indifferently. He is the king of agents at the America General Agency. We never compromise. They are from major countries. So what? Nick Fury frowned. Hydra attacked the America General Administration, and the members of the World Security Council fought desperately and refused to cooperate with Hydra. In the end, they died for their country. As the director of the America General Administration, I will report your achievements to the World Federation and build a tall monument for you outside the gate of the World Federation. Nick Fury finished speaking, and without even waiting for the politicians to react, he shot Alexander Pierce through the heart with a precise shot. Because of the gunshot, Pierce pressed the button on the controller as if his body reflexively. It was just one shot, but in the end a lot of people died. Nick Fury showed no emotion and even felt like laughing. In fact, with his marksmanship, he could easily shoot Alexander Pierce between the eyebrows and kill him instantly. But why did he do that? Politicians who seek fame and reputation should die. After taking another look at Alexander Pierce, who had completely lost his vital signs, Nick Fury took out an old-fashioned pager. Luckily, we have Chengfeng. Otherwise, I would have to call you back this time. Hydra was completely defeated. The army that attacked head-on was almost completely wiped out by the 3 Asgard siblings. The Hydra members who went to the F.B.I. Academy to prepare for an internal and external collaboration to take down the place were beaten like tops by the trainees and finally became teaching aides for the surprise test. And the worst attack is on the refrigerator. There wasn't even a bone left, as Hulk used rage blood fire to burn them all to ashes. You have to know that this time Hydra spent all its money to fight this battle. All the mass-produced Winter Soldiers accumulated over the years were killed, and the prototype was also captured when occupying the flying aircraft carrier. Not to mention the 2 Super Winter Soldiers. The Hydra leaders, led by Madam Hydra, racked their brains to figure out why there was such a powerful woman in the F.B.I. Beating Red Hulk is no different from beating your grandson. If they had known that such an unreasonable and powerful being existed, they, Hydra, could have been cowardly for another 100 or 80 years. As a result, due to the existence of the X-Men with telepathy ability, information leakage is almost zero, and Hydra is forced to choose to go all in despite the huge information gap. As a result, John Garrett was killed. Arnim Zora's consciousness storage device was stepped on and crushed. When his consciousness tried to transform into an electrical signal and escape into the network, it was blocked by Jarvis and imprisoned in a horror movie playback website, watching heavy-taste horror movies 24 hours a day. But Hydra's size is still here after all. Although the attacks on the most important strategic targets all ended in failure, not every location in the other branches has top agents and super ability personnel in charge. Therefore, many branches were still captured by Hydra. So after the personnel from the refrigerator, the F.B.I. Academy, and the headquarters gathered together, they immediately began to compile statistics on the status of all branches in America. Of the 50 branches, 24 were occupied by Hydra. Hydra might be just a smaller organization to the current America headquarters, but it is still an overwhelming behemoth when facing the branches. So after a brief reunion, Nick Fury immediately assigned tasks to each department to retake the occupied branches. According to intelligence, many agents from various branches are still alive and some are even still fighting. In order to resolve the battle quickly this time, Nick Fury even sent out all the naughty kids from the F.B.I. Academy. Definitely, each group was followed by at least 2 senior agents to take charge of command and aftermath. The aftermath is mainly used to calculate the weighted credits. Only with the instigation and threat of credits can we ensure that these naughty kids won't do anything evil. However, Chengfeng, Hela and Hulk were not assigned to the team to recover the major branches. Phil Coulson patted Chengfeng on the shoulder. I've told you before, we used cannons to kill mosquitoes because we only had cannons. Now that we have electric mosquito swatters, there's really no need to use cannons at a time like this. Besides, are you trying to steal credits from the kids at the F.B.I. Academy? After saying that, he and Steve Rogers took Phil Coulson's team and divided them into 2 groups to go to different branches for support. Steve Rogers did not stay to look after his good brother, the Winter Soldier Bucky Barnes, but tied Bucky Barnes tightly with a rope made of polymer material specially used by the F.B.I. Even if he was tied up like this, there was no possibility of him breaking free. Then, along with General Ross, they were all thrown into the square cabin prison under the headquarters. A large-scale regular army attack on the capital of America naturally attracted the attention of the American government and the world. Nick Fury's phone never stopped ringing, but he never answered it. Later, I got really impatient and picked up the phone. Hello, I'm Nick Fury. The American military? Did you receive word that we found General Thaddeus Ross? I'm going to hand him over to you now. Are your brains all covered with fat? He's still in a brainwashed state. If I hand him over to you now, will he transform into that horrible red gamma monster and blow you and your ashes and the box away after he recovers? You don't have to be so harsh with me, Lieutenant General. The FBI is only responsible to the World Federation, not to the country where it is located. I am not the FBI, nor the CIA, and I am certainly not the Eye of Heaven or the Super Investigation Department. AFKU. You can definitely talk to the President, but I will also make it clear to you that even the President of America has no right to interfere in the affairs of the FBI. Lieutenant General, Fury is glad that you could call him. But Fury doesn't like the tone of your voice just now. It's best if you have never violated any American law, because the FBI will conduct a very detailed investigation and collect evidence on your life. Nick Fury spoke a lot to the other end of the phone before hanging up the call. Then he raised his one eye and looked at Li Chengfeng. No, you guys are playing this here when I'm spitting at people. Nick Fury absolutely loves and hates Li Chengfeng. This guy's brain circuit is definitely abnormal. Which good guy grabbed a woman's hand in the leader's office and read her palm? Besides, this is an Asgard goddess? To put it more mysteriously, this is the goddess of death with divinity? To be scientific, this is a pan-humanoid alien from Asgard. No matter from which perspective, her palm reading cannot be applied to the ancient divination technique from the Republic, right? What else? I cheer for you, and then I pour you a glass of water to help you spray for another 800 rounds. Li Chengfeng curled his lips, somewhat dissatisfied with Nick Fury interrupting his intimate interaction with Hela. But it's not a good idea to pick up girls in front of your boss in his office. It was only Li Chengfeng. If it were anyone else, he would have been asked to leave the company by his leader long ago. Nick Fury had a gloomy face. When it came to talking, he had never beaten Li Chengfeng. Then Nick Fury turned his gaze to the fat green man who was sitting on the sofa and eating. Li Chengfeng, can you explain to me what this person is like? Alas, a crazy father, a mother who died young, a broken family, and a genius. AFK, you made up words that rhyme at a time like this? Why aren't you so good at writing reports? Ahem, I'm not making this up, it's all real. Li Chengfeng spread out his hands. This was a perfect portrayal of the first half of Bruce Banner's life. Just at this moment, a strange agent pushed the door and walked in. Li Chengfeng, I did everything you asked me to do. Next, it's time to talk about my joining the FBI. After saying that, he transformed into a green bald alien in front of Nick Fury. Li Chengfeng slapped his forehead. No wonder he always felt like he had forgotten someone. As a result, Uncle John came to the door himself. Nick Fury looked at the familiar agent, who just rubbed his eyes and turned into a green alien wearing a cloak. It's obvious that the other party is not a Skrull. Although he also possesses the ability of shapeshifting, he does not look like a Skrull. He does not have a chin with several grooves, and is very similar to a human. Nick Fury couldn't help but think of the great adventure 30 years ago. That was the first time he truly understood the existence of the so-called superhero, and it was also the first time he came into contact with extraterrestrial civilization. It was also the time when he started wearing an eye patch. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at the UN-devouring beast lying on its back in its nest and sleeping. Most importantly, this person didn't react at all when he saw the UN-devouring beast. Either he didn't know what species the UN-devouring beast was, or he was not afraid of such a creature at all. Regardless of whether this green alien is the former or the latter, it certainly has nothing to do with the Skrulls. Li Chengfeng, where did you get this creditor from? But what I'm curious about is this alien friend of mine, the big guy sitting there eating up half of the cafeteria's stock today, and your own green light transformation. Are you obsessed with green? Do you like this color so much? Li Chengfeng glanced at Nick Fury, who was making sarcastic remarks with resentment, and said, You old BD, sooner or later, Quizwy will beat his fruit to pieces. Without paying any attention to Nick Fury, Li Chengfeng stood up and motioned to Uncle John, Martian Manhunter Ron Rongzi, to sit on the sofa on the other side with him. You have to know that Hulk's big butt makes a sofa that can seat 3 people look like a small stool. It looks so crowded. And Hela followed. It's just that she was curious about this creature she had never seen before. And Hela could also feel the surging power from the other party. Ron Rongzi, this time we were able to trick Hydra into sending out their entire family, all thanks to you for giving them the fake insight plan. I love this planet, just like I love Mars. This is my second home. I have no reason to watch the peace of my hometown being deliberately destroyed by someone with ulterior motives. From today on, you will officially join the FBI as a member of the STAR team. Li Chengfeng shamelessly praised Uncle Jiang and boasted about himself. And you are right, Rong and Rongzi, you have a heart of gold and the noblest character, just like me. Nick on the side shook his head vigorously, then scratched his ears with a look of disgust. It was as if something dirty had gotten into his ears. You, Li Chengfeng? A heart of gold and the noblest character? He may indeed be a good person, but he is just barely a good person. It's better not to get involved with noble people, okay? But Nick Fury endured it. Who made Li Chengfeng the #1 hero of the America Bureau? At the moment he is pulling a powerful alien into the FBI. Thinking of this, Nick Fury suddenly agreed deeply with what Phil Coulson said. Should we change secondment directly to transfer? Although he could still continue to work, he was old after all, and it was time to start looking for a new director. Li Chengfeng is the perfect option. There is no doubt about his ability, his basic character is guaranteed, and he is not a stubborn moralist. Li Chengfeng, Phil Coulson, and Maria Hill will probably be the best leadership team in the history of the America General Administration. Once Nick Fury had this idea, it began to take root and sprout wildly. Because he always had another plan. Establish a special agency to deal with extraterrestrial events to prevent threats from the universe. This department will serve as a shield, protecting the Earth from invasion by extraterrestrial civilizations. He has already thought of a name, let's call it SHIELD. Li Chengfeng called Ingrid and asked her to take Uncle John to complete the identity-related procedures and then officially join the FBI. Captain, Mr. Ronrongzi is a Martian? Is that the Martian I know? Yes, it's the Mars that many countries in the world have launched Mars exploration vehicles to. No? Do you know of any other planet called Mars? Ahem, I'm just expressing my surprise. Ingrid waved her hands awkwardly, then looked at Ronrongzi. But how can I register a legal identity with this appearance? Ronrongzi did not feel uncomfortable when he heard Ingrid's cautious question. Instead, he shapeshifted into a tall white man in front of everyone. John Jones, 38 years old, living in Middleton. I've used this identity for decades. Is this still possible? Ingrid was obviously frightened by the transformation ability. After she came to her senses, she immediately nodded and said, "That's all right, Captain. Leave it to me from now on." After Ingrid finished speaking, she opened the door and walked out without even waiting for Uncle John. The kid is a little nervous. Haha, after all, I'm just an office agent. I don't have many opportunities to come into direct contact with aliens and people with super abilities. Li Chengfeng explained with a smile, and Uncle Jiang didn't care. He walked through the office door and followed him. Nick Fury is still immersed in the ability of Johnny's ability to walk through walls. Is this person you found an alien or a magician? Is there a difference? We have someone in our bureau who is both an alien and a magician. It's not like you haven't seen one before. At this moment, Loki, being dragged by Thor by the collar, is on his way to an FBI branch occupied by Hydra. Suddenly I sneezed. Loki, you have a cold. No, I finally understand. It must be Li Chengfeng, the profiteer, who is saying bad things about me behind my back. The magician's perception in this regard is very accurate. Anyway, Li Chengfeng is so far away from him, he can't possibly hear such bad words, right? Li Chengfeng, who did not have acute ears, sat in front of Nick Fury again. Look serious. Okay, the unimportant things have been dealt with, now it's time to deal with the most important things. Even Nick Fury was affected by his appearance, wondering if something big had happened again. The most important thing. Yes, the most important thing. Li Chengfeng nodded, then stretched out his hand and said confidently, "Old blind dang, give me some gold coins." FK, you only know how to get gold coins every day. Do you think I'm a quest NPC in the game? No, it's clearly a one-eyed elite monster guarding the treasure house and refusing to give way. Are you indirectly calling me a miser? I neither admit nor deny. If you think it is, then it is. If you asked for gold coins from black salted eggs in the past, you might have said it in a joking tone. But this time, Li Chengfeng really wanted to make Nick Fury bleed. Not to mention that the Turigen crystal that he asked Bruce Wayne to buy cost a lot of money. Now, as the number of members of the star team increases, the large flat that was initially allocated to Li Chengfeng is no longer enough to accommodate him. Most importantly, now with Thor and Hulk, the destructive power of these two guys is extraordinary. Although the large flat is spacious, there are still neighbors upstairs and downstairs. The green fat guy really made a fuss, but no one could guarantee that they could control him without destroying the facilities in the house. Li Chengfeng felt that a residence at least of the same standard as Professor X's Xavier Manor would be enough for these two reckless men to cause trouble, right? As for living separately, Li Chengfeng never thought about it. They are not a loose superhero alliance, but a serious FBI team. To put it more generally, they are alternative soldiers who do not wear military uniforms, so it is reasonable for them to live together. Phil Coulson's team all live together in an Airbus, but that's based on the premise that there are no violent and reckless super ability people. Li Chengfeng expressed his concern about the residents seriously, and Nick Fury stopped complaining and started to think seriously. The FBI definitely owns a lot of real estate, most of which were seized after super criminals were arrested. The big manor really has. But it is located next to the Panama Canal. Nick Fury glanced out the window and suddenly slapped his big black head. That's right. We can move there. AFK, where is that? Is it the one in Don't Lick That Dirty Place? Can you explain it clearly? You deserve to be kicked to death by a donkey for being so vague. You've been getting more and more irritable lately. In the past, you could still talk to me in circles. Nonsense, I've been working here for so long, who would still pretend to be innocent with you? You're a 1,000-year-old fox, why would I play Liao Zai with you? Ahem, let's get back to the topic. Nick Fury was a little embarrassed. Although Washington, D.C. is where the headquarters is located, there is a branch in Washington. After hearing this, Li Chengfeng basically understood it. Shouldn't you finish what you're saying? This is a branch that's basically in name only, right? That's right. Although the headquarters says that it only manages the branches, it does not directly handle specific incidents in each region. But over the years, the headquarters has actually assumed the responsibilities of the original Washington branch, so that the spare personnel can be sent to other branches. Nick Fury nodded and continued to say to Li Chengfeng, "The Washington branch has been basically abandoned since about 10 years ago, but we have been sending people to clean and maintain the facilities regularly. A branch base has everything from living accommodation to training grounds, from offices to scientific research laboratories. It is basically a scaled-down version of the headquarters base. And most importantly, the branch can order takeout." Li Chengfeng was still considering it, but after hearing Nick Fury's last words, he made the decision without any hesitation. "Right here. God have mercy." The FBI cafeteria was unpalatable. Who the hell can handle eating fat-reducing or muscle-building meals every day? Li Chengfeng would rather order takeout of so-called junk food. I didn't expect that this time the stingy old Nick Fury would really deliver. Wow, the drop rate is really high, Jackie Chan face. So the star team decided to move their base to the Washington branch, and Phil Coulson's team also moved there with them. It is not a long-term solution for Phil Coulson's team to live on the Airbus. They still need a fixed base. Li Chengfeng thought there was nothing wrong with it. He still likes Phil Coulson's team. In the entire FBI, apart from Nick Fury, Li Chengfeng probably has the closest relationship with Phil Coulson. That's because they faced the big guy from Kansas together, the gold coin. Have you some shame? You got an entire branch base for free, and you still have the nerve to ask for money. When Nick Fury sees Li Chengfeng's face now, he will think of how he and Tony Stark teamed up to destroy the weapons system on the flying aircraft carrier, and then he will think of the countless swords that were wasted. Give you money back? Nick Fury is very magnanimous for not stabbing you twice more. Li Chengfeng perfectly illustrates what it means when things are going well. I want to kiss him hard twice, and when things are going badly, I want to shoot him hard twice. The leader loves and hates him, but his position is as stable as an old dog. This is a technical job. Hulk finally came out of his state of eating at the desk. Not full. Yes, it was eaten up. Li, Hulk is still hungry, Hulk said as he sat up from the couch. After the force of lifting it up, the whole sofa finally couldn't bear the weight and went from being shaky to being completely scrapped. Hulk is almost turning this sofa into a mattress. It was so flat, and there was a huge amount of butt print on it. Nick Fury finally couldn't bear it anymore when he saw the leather sofa he spent a lot of money on was sacrificed by Hulk's green butt. Li Chengfeng, hurry up and get the hell out of here with your big green bucket. For Li Chengfeng and his family, moving to a new home was not a difficult task. It's nothing more than opening the portal and making a few more trips. 2 days later, after all the occupied branches were liberated, Team Star fell into a long period of idleness. After all, 60% of the terrible things that happened in America were caused by Hydra or forces affiliated with Hydra. This time, the FBI directly destroyed Hydra's manpower. It would be basically impossible for Hydra to recover to its current state without 100 years. However, having nothing to do only refers to going out on missions every day and fighting with super criminals. Li Chengfeng has recently been conducting joint consultations with the FBI's telepathy ability personnel on Winter Soldier Bucky Barnes, Red Hulk and Air Force Lieutenant General Thaddeus Ross, and Bruce Banner. At this time, Li Chengfeng had a new understanding of Hydra's hypnotic ability technology on the Winter Soldier. These scumbags aren't completely useless. Those with telepathy ability can restore the memories of brainwashed people, but they are unable to eliminate Hydra's hypnotic ability on the Winter Soldier. Even if all their memories are erased, as long as the activation command of the hypnotic ability is read out, they will still transform into the most loyal Winter Soldier. A group of powerful people who could brainwash the entire planet suffered a Waterloo. Their faces looked as ugly as those of black guys seeing cotton and watermelon. What Li Chengfeng didn't expect was that the solution to this problem was, it's the FBI's #1 psychotherapist, self-proclaimed, Harley Quinn. How difficult is this? Isn't it just creating an abnormal personality through extreme behavior, and then activating the abnormal personality through muscle memory and certain behaviors or events that serve as keys? Harley Quinn blinked. It's not that this is unrelated to what Joker did to me. It's just that it's exactly the same. Comments. Although Harley Quinn proposed this solution to the problem, when it comes to actual implementation, it still has to be done by those with super abilities. After all, Harley Quinn is just crazy, but she is not stupid. You have to know that 2 of these 3 brainwashed guys can turn into huge amounts of gamma monsters. Even if she swung the adamantium bat and produced sparks, it wouldn't cause much actual harm to the 2 brothers. As for the Winter Soldier Bucky Barnes, he can break through his defense, but it would be a problem even if he was really killed. So Harley Quinn waved her hand without taking anything with her. I have to go to the FBI Academy today to attend work. The biggest problem with this school full of people with super abilities is that it is prone to various psychological problems. For example, Jessica Jones is a frequent visitor to the counseling room. Pudding, open a portal. I'm going to the FBI Academy. Harley Quinn leaned on Li Chengfeng. Alas, this peaceful and boring life is really crazy. Bauer, I think your definition of madness seems a bit off the mark. Li Chengfeng opened the portal to the psychological counseling room of the FBI Academy and greeted Jessica Jones on the other side of the portal. Hey, long time no see, you. Chatang. Who are you calling to smoke and drink hot water? Don't I have a name? UBD teacher. To be precise, Pudding is now a former whole teacher. Harley Quinn jumped down and walked into the portal. She turned around and blew a colorful kiss to Li Chengfeng. Bye, Pudding, see you tonight. As the portal closed, Jessica Jones also began to complain. Teacher Harley, why are you interested in this BD teacher Li Chengfeng, even though he is indeed very strong? Does a madman need a reason to like someone? Harley Quinn sat on her sofa. If you must have a reason, that means Li Chengfeng is crazier than me. As a senior psychiatrist and psychologist, this is what makes Li Chengfeng attractive to Harley Quinn. Sometimes, this kind of madness that appears to be sober is the most attractive to her. Okay, where were we last talking about? Let me see. In a family of 4, your parents and brother all died in a car accident, so you feel disgusted and hate yourself for surviving. Thank you so much for exposing my scars again. You're welcome. At least you still have some happy childhood memories, right? Harley Quinn shrugged. I've never met my dead dad. The last person who could be called a father was Nick Fury. Jessica Jones wiped the sweat off her face. This mentally ill older sister revealed between the lines that she is the most connected person in the FBI. Can her psychological counseling really continue normally? Li Chengfeng wiped the sweat off his forehead. Although the group of telepathy ability users were so worried that they were about to develop stress-induced alopecia areata, after getting a solution from another professional perspective, the matter immediately got on the right track. And it is on the high-speed rail track. It only took 5.5 hours from start to finish. 5 of those hours were spent coaxing the Hulk to relinquish control and release Bruce Banner. Everyone, who are you? Bruce Banner, who had lifted the Hydra brainwashing hypnotic ability, finally woke up slowly on the test bench. When he opened his eyes, he saw a circle of heads surrounding him. It's hard to imagine that half an hour ago, this was a brainwashed person who kept saying Hydra hail and cut off 1 head and 2 will grow back. Are you awake? The operation was successful. From today on, you are a girl. FKU? Quentin? I finally cured you. What if you get scared and develop another disease? White Queen swore rarely, and then slapped the young man with short pink hair who said the previous sentence. Quentin Kyle, Omega Boy, Omega level telepathy ability user, one of the graduates of Xavier Ability School. Guys, pay attention to me. What happened? Bruce Banner was still in a daze and didn't even hear clearly the strange words that Omega Boy said. His memory still remains on his travels through the major countries of the world in search of a cure for the gamma virus that existed within his personality, Hulk. The last part of his memory was when he had just returned to America and the fragile ship disintegrated near the coast. As he swam, he lost consciousness. When I woke up again, it was the same scene. Li Chengfeng looked at the messy scene in front of him, decisively picked up Bruce Banner and took him out of the laboratory. Then he opened the portal and returned to the original Washington branch base, now the special team base. Winter Soldier Bucky Barnes and Red Hulk Thaddeus Ross had already completed their treatment when Li Chengfeng was persuading Hulk. The former was taken away by Steve Rogers and went to the America General Administration to solve various historical problems and then asked Tony Stark to repair his metal arm. Whoever dismantles it is responsible for putting it back. That makes sense. As for the identity issue, there is no need to worry about it. Bucky Barnes is originally a veteran figure recorded in the American General Bureau, and his identity is endorsed by the first director Peggy Carter. The latter was taken over by the American military, and all subsequent reviews and investigations were handed over to the American military. He is an Air Force lieutenant general, and one with real power. It would not be appropriate for the FBI to keep him under control. What kind of technology is this? Can it actually directly cross space? Bruce Banner is worthy of being a scientist with 7 doctoral degrees. The first thing he thinks of at this time is still science. This is not technology, but magic, teleportation magic. Li Chengfeng followed Bruce Banner through the portal and waved his hand to close it. Please take a seat, Dr. Banner. Oh, okay. Bruce Banner sat on a sofa and looked around curiously. Then I saw the FBI logo hanging on the wall of the lounge. Is this an FBI facility? What has Hulk done? That's right, but how do you know that Hulk has a problem? If you often have inexplicable memory loss and then wake up naked in a strange cave, you will think so too. Then can you tell me, when is your latest memory? I remember this very clearly. I remember that I had just watched the weird opening ceremony of the Olympic Games in Japan the day before. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng patted Bruce Banner on the shoulder. Welcome to 4 years later, Dr. Banner. What? 4 years? Bruce Banner sat up from the sofa after hearing what Li Chengfeng said. So, in these 4 years, I have always been the Hulk. As he spoke, Bruce Banner began to feel his whole body, as if checking if there was anything missing from his body. Damn it, when did I get a red ring on my hand? I have no memory of this thing. Hey, Dr. Banner, you need to calm down. How can I stay calm? Bruce Banner suddenly roared, a hint of green flashed across his face and blood vessels, and the red light ring on his hand also flashed. 4 years. I lost my memory for 4 years? And in these 4 years, I have been in the form of Hulk. God knows how much trouble Hulk has caused in such a long time. Looking at Bruce Banner's performance, Li Chengfeng did not give any direct advice. Even in Bruce Banner's human form, the Hulk's endless rage still affects Bruce Banner. When Bruce Banner gradually calmed down and sat back on the sofa to apologize to Li Chengfeng slowly said, "Maybe the Hulk in the past has left a great negative impact on your life and even your entire life, but I have to tell you that it was the Hulk who protected you in these 4 years." During the process of eliminating Hydra, Li Chengfeng relied on Uncle John to transform into Sitwell and obtained a lot of Hydra intelligence in reverse. Among them is Hydra's detailed record of the Super Winter Soldier. At that time, the reason why the ship Bruce Banner was on disintegrated was the work of Hydra. At first, Hydra only had its eyes on Bruce Banner, a genius scientist, and wanted to recruit him into its own camp. Even Hydra couldn't connect this genius scientist with the Green Gamma monster. After the operation began, the drowned and unconscious Bruce Banner was successfully brought back to Hydra's secret base. When he wakes up, he will be brainwashed and given hypnotic ability. Definitely, this memory has been washed away by the telepathy ability expert group. There is no need to let this scientist who has suffered from gamma transformation and another personality endure it again. And just when the brainwashing hypnotic ability was about to succeed, Hulk appeared. Only then did Hydra realize that he had found a treasure. "I thought I had picked up a gem, but it turned out to be not only a gem but also an antique heirloom. Made a fortune." They definitely didn't expect that their brainwashing and hypnotic ability had no effect on Hulk, and were even less effective than a few full meals. "What? Protect? Protect me from what?" Li Chengfeng was too lazy to explain and simply put the Hydra information directly in his hands. "The answers you want are in these materials." Bruce Banner couldn't wait to open the folder and began to look through the information. The more he looked, the worse his face became. After all, he has always regarded Hulk as the biggest obstacle in his life, but now he is told that this is not a mutation, but his own personality. This personality that has always been causing trouble has also been protecting his life and safety for the past 4 years, and has also been protecting him from having to participate in the anti-human research and experiments of Hydra scientists. Even though Hulk is essentially a 3 or 4-year-old child, he can roughly understand that Bruce Banner should not be exposed to scientific research that he subconsciously rejects. Bruce Banner's hands as a scientist are not dirty, all thanks to Hulk. "I think I need some quiet time." "I think so too." Li Chengfeng stood up. "Your and Hulk's room is the one closest to the training ground." "Huh? What do you mean by my and Hulk's room? Isn't this an FBI facility?" "Yes, Hulk is now a reserve agent of the FBI. Are you kidding me, Mr. Agent? Why am I teasing you? I was the one who captured and recruited Hulk myself," Li Chengfeng said, extending his hand. "By the way, I've told you so much, but I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Li Chengfeng, and I'm the leader of the Star Team. Bruce Banner, I am pleased to inform you that you are now one of us." It is very troublesome to fool Hulk. Although his IQ and EQ are not high, this kid is stubborn. But it is not that difficult to fool a highly intelligent person like Bruce Banner. A genius who has always been affected by Hulk's problems and yet has obtained 7 doctoral degrees must have spent all his time on study and experiments, and would have no time or energy to deal with people. As we all know, geniuses have always had low emotional intelligence. This is true for Bruce Banner, Tony Stark, and even Bruce Wayne. After sending away Bruce Banner, who was completely lost in thought, Li Chengfeng came to the outside of the base building. Looking at Thor, who was angry and chasing Loki on the training ground, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but sigh. What a peaceful day. When Loki said this, he was caught by Thor and then beaten up. Truly tragic. But Li Chengfeng was sure that it was definitely Loki who provoked the big stupid guy Thor. In the past few days, he has also figured out Thor's temper. He is upright but also a little naive. Although he doesn't say it, he actually cares very much about his brother Loki. Loki must be a BD to have provoked such a person to beat him up. It is not the first time that he has done this. He has been doing this since he was young. Otherwise, he should not be the god of trickery but the god of wisdom. "Hey, Agent Li, has the matter with the big green guy been resolved?" Li Chengfeng turned around and saw Barry Allen, who had just walked out of the laboratory. Although he doesn't get involved in the battle, he is definitely one of the busiest people in Phil Coulson's team. After completing the task, he needs to detect traces and archive evidence. Every value must be accurately recorded. After all, most of the things we come into contact with are dangerous things like 084 items. "Barry Allen, how have you been lately?" When Li Chengfeng saw this handsome but slow young man, he almost blurted out, "Have you been struck by lightning recently?" But he really couldn't help with the speed forces awakening. After all, it required the right time, right place, and right people. In addition to lightning, there were also chemical reagents of unknown composition. It all depends on this kid's luck. Before that, it was good for him to spend every day in the laboratory. It's been pretty good lately, except that after Gemma and Fitz went to the sandbox base to help, I had some questions about biology and energy radiation that I couldn't ask them directly. It was too troublesome to look up the information myself. Li Chengfeng pointed at Bruce Banner in the lounge and said, "Go find him? He's a god with 7 doctoral degrees? He can definitely help you." 7 doctors. What the hell? Isn't this Dr. Bruce Banner? Barry Allen instantly seemed to be possessed and rushed over in a hurry. "Hey, Barry, have you seen Sky recently? She hasn't appeared at the base for 2 days. She hasn't been out of the house recently. She's probably doing some hacking stuff in her room." Barry Allen's voice came from afar, and Li Chengfeng was stunned. "Haven't left your room in the past 2 days? It looks like the Genbo girl is about to be born. The next moment, a strong vibration was released from Sky's room. Li Chengfeng was shocked. Shit, don't destroy the base. These are all sword music. Sky was very sure that she had always had a good impression of this guy Li Chengfeng. But now she wanted to stab this man twice more than ever before. Is it really that difficult to tell her clearly about the effects of this crystal? He had to tell her secretly and let her smash the crystal when she was alone. He also said that he would thank him. Thanks a shit. She turned into a human-shaped charcoal sculpture for a whole day. Do you know how difficult it is to be conscious but unable to move and sense for 24 hours? Sky sat on the floor, breathing heavily, and looked at the room that was completely disrupted by the vibration she had just emitted. Damn it! If you don't know, you would think this place has just been bombed. Hey, Sky, are you okay? The door was kicked open from the outside, and the man Sky wanted to stab the most appeared in front of him. Li Chengfeng, you still have the nerve to appear in front of me? Is it so hard to make things clear? Damn it! Riddler, get out of the FBI. Ahem, you don't know this. You are not a riddle teller, so how can you know the joy of a riddle teller? Li Chengfeng coughed awkwardly a few times, then helped Sky, who was slumped on the floor, up. But thank God, Sky, you managed to get out of that stone shell, and it looks like you've gained an incredible ability. Speaking of this ability, Li Chengfeng, what on earth did you do to me? Do you know how desperate I was when I was petrified? Damn it. Sky, this is where you're wrong? As a supervisor, I told you when I was training you that as an FBI agent, you shouldn't be afraid no matter what strange things happen. You weren't paying attention when I was teaching you. FK your grandma? If you were petrified for no apparent reason and all your senses were completely disabled, would you be scared? I am definitely afraid, but I will never say it out loud. Li Chengfeng joked. Through the vibration just now, Li Chengfeng already knew that Sky's inhuman bloodline had completely awakened. Genbo Girl is definitely the sealing combat force of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the original work. And he is Nick Fury's only true confidant. An 18-year-old S.H.I.E.L.D. level 10 agent is no joke. No one would find it strange if he joined the Avengers right away. In fact, she is also recognized by fans as a member of the Avengers First Reserve Team. Both ability and popularity are quite good. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent with Genbo Girl as the protagonist. The series ran for 7 full seasons and finally came to an end, which is definitely quite successful in the American TV drama industry where most series are either cancelled or on the way to being cancelled. It also indirectly reflects the popularity of the character. Until now, there are still voices at home and abroad calling for Genbo Girl to join the MCU. Li Chengfeng naturally knew that the girl in front of him would be the perfect candidate to replace Phil Coulson or Maria Hill in the future, but now, she seemed very angry. If I hadn't been able to control this power properly, I would really like to give you a hard beating. So, I should thank you for not killing me, right? Li Chengfeng smiled and helped her walk out the door. Her room is temporarily uninhabitable. The ceiling was shaking so much that it was falling apart, but it was still okay. And people who felt this vibration also rushed over from all directions of the base. Sky has always been very popular. Li Chengfeng handed the task of supporting Sky to Wanda, who was the first to arrive, and then picked up his personal terminal that was ringing non-stop. It's a video call from Nick Fury. Hello, dear director. Today's weather is really nice. Do you have anything to talk to me about? If not, I'll hang up first. I'm busy at home. Stop talking nonsense. Nick Fury twitched his lips, and then asked, we just detected a 4.0 magnitude earthquake in Washington, and the epicenter was at your base. Did you do something again? Stereotype? This is pure stereotype. Every time something unusual like this happens, you will think of me? Over time, even if I didn't do it, you will subconsciously think it was me? This is wrong. You don't want everyone to think of a black-brinned egg with an eye patch the first moment they see you, right? Did you do this? Yes. Are you related to Tony Stark? Please do something human, I beg you. Beg me? Then go cook me 2 dishes first. I'm giving you face. Nick Fury's already dark face turned even darker. Come to the headquarters. I have something to tell you. Li Chengfeng turned around and saw that Sky, who was doing well in both teams, was no longer in danger. He opened a portal and came to the black and white egg office of Nick Fury and Professor X. Looking at Professor X who was sitting behind the same desk with Nick Fury, Li Chengfeng greeted him. Hey, are you two here today? So what happened to the earthquake just now? Professor X asked curiously, could it be that a mutant with the vibration ability awakened in your base? But there are no mutants in your base except Wanda and Pietro. It's Sky. Li Chengfeng sat down on the chair and explained to the black and white eggs, but she is not a mutant, but an alien. Stranger. The black and white eggs looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. If mutants' previous disappearance was intentional, then the alien is really unknown. It is understandable. After all, the Inhumans basically need the help of Turigen crystal to awaken, unlike mutants who will awaken genetically at an unknown time. Yes, Inhumans. This group looks similar to mutants, but they are actually a fighting race transformed by the Kree people who came to Earth in ancient times. Li Chengfeng gave an example that the two were more familiar with. One of the first Inhumans was called Hive. Hydra is an ancient organization formed because of worshipping and following him. Over the years, Hydra members led by Gideon Malik have been working hard to welcome back their master. With just one sentence, Li Chengfeng completely exposed Hydra's true colors. Nick Fury nodded. In this case, Hydra still has a last chance of survival waiting for them to destroy it. Li Chengfeng looked at the double egg combination who was lost in thought and asked. Okay, I've finished talking about my side, it's your turn. Didn't you say you had something to ask me? Nick Fury glanced at Li Chengfeng with his one eye and asked calmly. Do you still remember that you drove away my car? I remember, I parked in the Stark Industries parking lot, and I even put two-wheel locks on your car. Lost. What's missing? The car is lost. Li Chengfeng was stunned for a moment, slapped his thigh, and stood up suddenly. Shit, I lost my lock. Suburbs of Boston. Li Chengfeng ultimately couldn't escape the fate of having to find a car for the black braised egg. Hey, Lu Dan is such a stingy guy. Li Chengfeng complained about his boss while searching everywhere. If I weren't a man of high moral character, I would never come to find a car for you. God knows why the anti-theft coefficient of Nick Fury's director's car is so low. It was clearly a vehicle equipped with a highly intelligent AI system, and its exterior was so tough that it could be considered an armored vehicle with sufficient firepower, but it was stolen by an unknown thief. And the funniest thing is that even the locator installed on the car failed after entering this forest in Boston. It should have been a matter of getting the exact coordinates, opening a portal and being done with it. Now I can only come to this forest in person to find a car. I'm confused. Such a high-tech car is only explosion-proof but not theft-proof. Do you really think that people wouldn't dare to steal from you, the FBI director? The most important thing is that I lost the lock. I paid a $50 deposit for that thing. But as a real man who never has double standards, since the car was lost by him, he must find it back. At the same time, I kept repeating to myself, Black Braised Egg must not make any mistakes. If he really catches me, I will eat him for the rest of my life. In a blink of an eye, Li Chengfeng had searched most of the forest, but there was no sign of the car. This is FG weird. I clearly saw the tire tracks from Nick Fury's special tires. How come I haven't found it yet? Li Chengfeng sighed. Damn it. We should just bring that kid Barry Allen here. Although he is not the Flash yet, he is one of the best forensic specialists. It will definitely be much easier for him to analyze the details than to search here blindly. Since the kid was having a great conversation with Bruce Banner, Li Chengfeng didn't feel comfortable interrupting the kid's meeting with his idol. Forget it, just take it as a breath of fresh air. Li Chengfeng changed his mood and continued to move towards the places he had not yet visited with the intention of sightseeing. But that's how magical it is. When I try hard to look for something, I just can't find it. When you stop looking for it, it will inexplicably appear from some corner after a while. Nick Fury's Chevrolet, known as the toughest in film history, soon appeared in Li Chengfeng's sight. Aside from the car door being wide open, there didn't seem to be anything unusual. Li Chengfeng was just about to go forward to check, when he heard the system's voice that he hadn't heard in a long time. Ding, the mission Welcome to Fairy Tale Town has been released. Mission introduction, dear Captain of the Star Team, in order to retrieve Nick Fury's beloved car, you came to the fairytale town outside Boston alone, but discovered the secret here. The townspeople here are all fairytale characters who have traveled through dimensions. They live in this town that cannot be left with all kinds of incredible relationships. As a rare outsider, you will stir up an unknown storm in the town. Is the so-called reality another kind of illusion? Li Chengfeng walked towards the car while listening to the system's task introduction. But after taking the next step, he instantly felt a distinct sense of confusion. A sense of confusion that comes from the distortion of time, space, and reality. Even with Li Chengfeng's current strong physique and the protection of the red and green lantern beasts, he was still tricked. Before he fell, Li Chengfeng saw the town sign on the road not far away. Welcome to Fairy Tale Town. 700 kilometers away in Washington, Hela is enjoying the smokeless virtual war on the internet. As the commander of the Asgard army, Odin's executioner, and Asgard's goddess of death, she is extremely interested in any form of war. But in the next moment he suddenly raised his head and his brows suddenly frowned. Reality seems to have changed quietly, which is completely imperceptible to ordinary people. But to the divine goddess of death, this wave of modification and distortion of reality was as obvious as throwing a husky into a mirror-like pool. She clearly felt that part of the reality in her memory had been modified or distorted. Who is that person? He actually possesses the power of alter reality. And they dared to affect the crown prince of Asgard, the honorable goddess of death. Wait, could it be that thing? The direction she subconsciously looked in was the direction of Boston. He meowed a ring-shaped cat. When Li Chengfeng opened his eyes again, it was already evening. After quickly climbing up from the grass in the forest, Li Chengfeng retreated without saying a word. But unfortunately, an invisible barrier blocked his way. I can't see it, I can't touch it, but I just can't take a step out of here. Even the red and green double lights have been tried. Still doesn't work. As if. It's the rule of this space. Borders that can be entered but not exited. Li Chengfeng frowned slightly. I'm afraid I'm in trouble. Thinking of this, he immediately took out his cell phone. There is a signal, but the line is busy when I call any number. He took out the FBI's personal terminal again. Well, I can't even turn it on. Apart from the fact that the material is hard and it hurts a lot when you hit it, it has no other function. Bad news, the once powerful FBI personal terminal can now only be used as a brick. The good news is that Li Chengfeng also knows a thing or two about the 36 brick headshot technique. All in all, just lift up the front face and you're done. Oh my god, which god have I run into again? How come there's even a fairytale town? Although he already knew how much American TV series had been incorporated into this world, it would definitely not be the same as those so-called original works. And the system even issued a task. Previously, he destroyed Hydra because of a text message, and the system didn't even issue a task. Li Chengfeng walked to the town sign and looked along the road. He could see lights flickering in the distance. It seems that the population is not very small. Well, now I'm here. Li Chengfeng sighed and comforted himself in this way. Back in Nick Fury's Chevrolet, he tried to start the car but it wouldn't start. The oil is not exhausted. But it can't start. The director's car, which had been modified with various FBI black technologies, now seemed to have become a useless iron shell like his personal terminal. Li Chengfeng got out of the car and slammed the door shut. Come on, carry the car away. Just as I was about to bend down, I suddenly heard a noise behind me. In a flash, Li Chengfeng turned around and launched a counterattack. A man wearing a black hood was pressed directly onto the grass by Li Chengfeng. Who are you? Why did you attack me? Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, Li Chengfeng didn't say anything more and reached out to pull off the other party's hood. Oh no, a handsome and domineering face, eyes with fan-shaped patterns, and an ascetic temperament. What the hell, Bruce Wayne? Why are you here? Bats still go on business trips, right? Li Chengfeng. Bruce Wayne's eyes gradually widened, and the fan-shaped pattern in the domineering president's eyes had turned into 139% shock. Is this the right reaction to seeing someone you know? Li Chengfeng actually has a pretty good relationship with Bruce Wayne, but he just spends more time with Tony Stark. Besides, with Bruce Wayne's personality, he is actually not used to this kind of close friendship. What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? So I won't give you the money I asked you to buy the Turigen crystal. You actually still have a normal consciousness? You haven't been assimilated by this space. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng let go of Bruce Wayne in front of him. Assimilation? What do you mean? Ahem. Your power is much greater than the last time I saw you, isn't it? Bruce Wayne coughed several times in succession. I discovered that as long as you step into this space named Fairy Tale Town, you will be assimilated by the rules that belong to this space. Seeing that Li Chengfeng did not interrupt, Bruce Wayne continued. Enterers will be randomly assigned the identity of a fairy tale character. The background setting is that because of the magic of the evil villains, everyone has traveled from the fairy tale world to this modern town. And this space can only be entered, not exited. After listening to Bruce Wayne's narration, Li Chengfeng nodded silently. This has some similarities with the fairy tale town in American TV series, but the core is absolutely different. The power that is enough to distort reality is definitely not something that those stepmothers who find it difficult to kill someone can control. Then why haven't the two of us been assimilated? God knows. Li Chengfeng looked at Bruce Wayne. The similarities between the two of them, besides being both extremely handsome and suave, is that Li Chengfeng had previously acquired the same willpower as Batman. Shui is definitely not able to resist the forces that distort reality. But as we all know, Batman's willpower is a pure bug in a sense. No matter what difficulties there are, they can hardly be shaken. It is estimated that the reality distortion failed to correct this bug, and in the end it was left unresolved. I have already tried to break through the border violently, but it didn't work. Li Chengfeng pointed his thumb behind him. Bruce Wayne looked and saw nothing. Normally, a portal should appear here immediately, but as you can see, my teleportation magic is ineffective in this space. It seems that we either spend the rest of our lives here, or... Bruce Wayne looked at the town in the distance. We have to find the source of the distortion of reality. Whether it is a person or an object, we must solve it. How do you manage to be so confident? Will lack of confidence help me get out of trouble right away? Li Chengfeng shrugged and said, okay, can't I just beat you in the argument? Then he put his hands on the back of the cart again and started pushing the cart. The car, which originally weighed just over 3 tons but was modified to nearly 5 tons, was easily pushed onto the road. Bruce Wayne followed behind Li Chengfeng, and had no intention of coming up to help. Instead, he asked Li Chengfeng, is this car yours? Although I can drive, I don't even have a driver's license. Li Chengfeng pushed the car as easily as if he was pushing a suitcase. This is Nick Fury's car for the director. It's full of black technology. Nick Fury's car. Bruce Wayne nodded thoughtfully, then muttered to himself in a low voice, no wonder she's interested. Interested in what? Li Chengfeng heard Bruce Wayne's mumbling and immediately grasped the details. She? Which she? A woman is interested in a valuable car. Shit, you are not chasing after Catwoman, are you? Ahem, you're so rude. What do you mean by that woman? That's Selina Kyle, my fiancée. Bruce Wayne was a little dissatisfied. What if you even called her Catwoman? In my eyes, the only women are my little crazy girl, my little aunt, and Lord God King. All other strange women are that BCH. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes at this man who looked like a playboy but was actually reserved. So why did this famous anti-hero and bandit set his sights on Nick Fury's car? According to the information I received, an anonymous seller asked her to steal the car parked in the Stark Industries parking lot and drive it to a designated location. The deposit alone was $8 million. Master Duo. Li Chengfeng turned his head suddenly, his eyes bloodshot, and asked with gritted teeth. Steal a car and get $8 million for it. Or is it just a deposit? Li Chengfeng had to admit that he felt a little jealous. However, in theory, with Li Chengfeng's abilities, he can make money even legally. But laziness still took over Li Chengfeng's body during his free time. Is 8 million a lot? Bruce Wayne pointed at the glass of the car. If I'm not mistaken, the prototype of this bulletproof glass is produced by Wayne Industries, but it is several times stronger than the prototype. It can even withstand the impact of military door breakers for a short period of time. If it can be used for research, it will bring billions of profits. Bruce Wayne spread his hands, and this is just the bulletproof glass. The other parts are also high-tech. To put it bluntly, this is a mobile treasure trove of high-tech. Li Chengfeng once again looked at this most powerful Chevrolet in film history with a scrutinizing gaze, and suddenly felt that Nick Fury seemed to be really kind to him. It's such an expensive thing, and if you are told to drive it away, just drive it away. He almost changed his mind about this black salted egg. Definitely just almost. Li Chengfeng is still Wu Zaishan in the period of passionate love, she has not lost Li Ji. The reason why he was so willing to lend it to him was essentially because he was strong enough and he thought nothing would happen to the car, right? It took Li Chengfeng more than 20 minutes to push the car from the outermost entrance of the town all the way to the town. The main thing is that he and Bruce Wayne have been constantly collecting all possible useful information through their senses along the way, and by the way, they have memorized most of the terrain in their minds. The two people did all this tacitly. Although this was the first time they really traveled together, they understood each other so well that it was as if they had been partners for many years. The forest is very pristine, but no unusual creatures were found. What? Bruce Wayne, the great Batman, wouldn't you be afraid of the beast in the dark? Li Chengfeng said jokingly. The two men had now arrived at the main road of the town. The pedestrians on the roadside looked at Li Chengfeng, who was pushing the cart with his bare hands, with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. To be honest, am I a little too conspicuous? As soon as Li Chengfeng finished speaking, a tall woman in a Brown County police uniform walked over from a distance. I am Selina Kyle, the deputy sheriff of Storybrooke. How did you end up in this town, stranger? Li Chengfeng stopped pushing the cart, then pushed Bruce Wayne forward. I said I'm sending a man to you, do you believe it? Stranger, please don't speak out against the public officials of Storybrooke. I will warn you 3 times. If you still don't stop, I will temporarily put you in the detention room for 1 night. Yeah. Li Chengfeng nodded hurriedly in agreement, but his tone was quite perfunctory. Bruce Wayne, who was pushed forward by Li Chengfeng, extended his hand very gentlemanly and shook hands with the deputy sheriff Selina Kyle in front of him. My brother has a rather strange temper. I sincerely hope to be forgiven by you, ma'am. Bruce Wayne's originally stern face showed a gentle and domineering smile that was just right. Our car broke down on the road, so we had to push it to town to see if it can be repaired. Then your brother is really strong enough to push a broken down car by himself. Selina Kyle's eyes when looking at Li Chengfeng instantly changed from suspected bad and idle social member to silly kid who speaks without thinking and has great strength. Damn, I suddenly feel that this couple is so annoying. But as the best FBI agent, his acting skills? No big deal. Brother, I'm a little hungry, hurry up and transfer 10 or 8 billion to me. Don't go too far. Bruce Wayne maintained a perfect smile while squeezing out a very small threat from his throat. I asked you to act, not to deliberately blackmail me. It's just a joke. Li Chengfeng chuckled. My advice is to drive less. Please park your car here first. Selina Kyle pointed to the parking space in front of the tavern. There is a hotel in this town. It's at the northernmost part of the town. A dwarf who was less than 1 meter tall passed by the tavern. When he heard Selina say this, he immediately spoke loudly. Selina? Agatha's hotel was renovated 2 days ago and it's not finished yet. Really? Then what should we do? Selina Kyle, who had just warned Li Chengfeng, looked at the two of them apologetically. If the only hotel has been renovated, then you too. Bruce Wayne was a little dazed as he looked at the completely different Selina Kyle in front of him. Although his Selina is also gentle, it is definitely not this kind of gentleness. He is most accustomed to being considerate and thoughtful, hiding his sharp tongue. If Li Chengfeng heard Bruce Wayne's thoughts, he would definitely scold him. How shameless? It seems that after dressing up as a bat for so long, his mind has become a little perverted. What is the Emma tribute explosion? It's okay, we can make do in the car for the night. It's too crowded for 2 grown men to sleep in one car. Selina tilted her head and thought for a moment. How about this? My parents' room is still empty. You can stay here for 1 night. Don Quixote from the car repair shop was just carried back by his wife. He is drunk and won't wake up until at least tomorrow afternoon. Isn't this bad? Bruce Wayne started from 0 frame, grabbed Li Chengfeng's clothes and pulled him over. But he was still speaking polite words of hesitation. Li Chengfeng looked at the butt chin that was about to spread out with contempt. I'm so anxious if I'm not married. I wish I could stick it on someone else so that I can't tear it off. Li Chengfeng and Bruce Wayne followed Selina all the way to her home. The two exchanged glances and nodded. Unexpectedly, this reality distortion was quite perfect. Selina Kyle, who had entered Storybrooke not long before them, actually had such a house. My parents' room is on the 1st floor. There are some disposable toiletries under the sink. Selina Kyle introduced with an apologetic smile. The conditions in our remote town are average. People like you from big cities may not be used to it. It doesn't matter. My hometown is even worse. It even feels like living in a cave. Bruce Wayne shook hands with the other party again with gratitude. I envy you very much for having such a warm and home-like house. You can't talk unless you shake hands with others, right? Disgusting? Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes implicitly. Besides, don't you live in a bat cave? What does even mean? Then it must be a big cave, and hanging upside down on the ceiling every day must have increased your IQ, right? Really? I am ignorant. Selina Kyle's eyes were filled with regret and longing. People in our town never leave the border. Almost everyone has never left this town in their entire lives. So the only way I knew about the outside world was through the books in the town library. Believe me, it's not that good out there. But every night, I would have the urge to leave Fairy Tale Town and go outside to take a look, but the next day, I still had to get up and patrol. Selina smiled, waved at the two of them, and went upstairs. Bruce Wayne kept staring at Selina Kyle's back and didn't take his gaze away for a long time. Hey, your eyeballs are stuck on someone. Has anyone ever told you that you're annoying? Yes. I think Nick Fury wants to pull out his gun and shoot me for 5 minutes every day. Li Chengfeng shrugged and sat on the old but very clean big bed. Did you hear what that woman just said? Almost everyone, it's almost dot. I'm not deaf, I have a brain, I definitely heard it. Bruce Wayne added, and I told you, you might as well call her Catwoman. Tisk, I'm just afraid that your brain is full of love. Li Chengfeng looked at Bruce Wayne jokingly. Even if you are as rational as a bat, you will always find a harbor where you can vent and place all your emotions. And Selina Kyle seemed to be his destined soulmate. That's better than a scumbag like you. F.K., one of the two most famous playboys in America said I'm a scumbag? Do you feel guilty when you say this? Li Chengfeng patted the other side of the bed. Come on, Mr. Bruce, lie down and talk. Bruce Wayne felt a lot more relieved when he saw Li Chengfeng's mean look. You know, encounters and incidents are his biggest weaknesses. Although with his ability, he can usually gradually collect all the information while dealing with the situation and set up a winning strategy. But every time, it's more or less like walking on a tightrope. He has always been accustomed to being alone and never works with others. But Li Chengfeng's presence made him feel. Having a teammate who is a bit talkative but reliable doesn't seem to be a bad thing. In a two-story old house in Fairy Tale Town, Batman Bruce Wayne couldn't help but feel a desire rising in his heart. A desire to no longer walk alone in the dark. He longed to fight side by side. Longing for a belongs to the Bat family. Li Chengfeng and Bruce Wayne slept in the same big bed all night. There was no anxiety or tossing and turning. Both experienced fighters knew the importance of conserving their energy. After waking up the next day, the two walked out of the room and saw Selina Kyle, who was clumsily making breakfast. Li Chengfeng watched with interest for a while, then turned to Bruce Wayne and whispered, "Hey, if she tries harder, can she light up this stove directly? Stop making sarcastic remarks." Bruce Wayne said as he rolled up his sleeves and walked forward to take the spatula from behind Selina Kyle. "Let me do it." "Oh, my God, thank you so much." Selina Kyle looked at Bruce Wayne as if he was a savior. "I have never been good at anything related to food preparation since I was a child." Li Chengfeng sat down at the dining table without any hesitation and started talking to Selina Kyle. "Miss Selina, are your parents still alive? I feel a little embarrassed to temporarily use their bedroom. My parents have been dead for many years. I'm sorry." "It's okay. It happened a long time ago." Selina Kyle also sat down. "Although I miss them very much and have been cleaning this room, I think they must be happy to help two people who need a place to stay temporarily." Li Chengfeng nodded. All aspects of life experience are completed. It is definitely hard to say whether the Robin Hood in the fairy tale has parents. But whether it is a reality warper or some item that rewrites reality that is effective here, it is time limited. Modifications to reality are constantly updated. For example, after chatting with Robin Hood Selina Kyle for a few words, I looked back and saw a few more photos next to the fireplace which was empty just now. There are photos of parents and also photos of the family of 3. Pretty fast hands? Judging from the photo, Selina Kyle's father is the most common image of Robin Hood, while her mother looks like the evil queen in Snow White. So the reality distortion in this place has been going on for a long time, and Selina Kyle, who has just been assimilated, is not set as a fairy tale character, but as the next generation of these fairy tale characters. Li Chengfeng became more certain of his guess. "Are you really always looking for compensation? Okay, just stop asking questions." Bruce Wayne placed the crispy bacon and bread slices on the table, interrupting Li Chengfeng's question. "Oh, your cooking skills are really good." Selina Kyle exclaimed at the simple food in front of her. "Let's eat. I have to go to work at the police station in town soon. You guys can just walk around town." But what? "Well, it's nothing. There's just a mentally ill person in the town. He thinks the whole world is fake and often complains to people in the town. If you meet him, please don't hurt him. He's also a pitiful person." Selina Kyle sighed with pity and started eating breakfast. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng gave Bruce Wayne a look. "Think the whole world is fake? Madman? Maybe not. Maybe it's just a bug caused by distorting reality?" Breakfast was quickly finished. Selina Kyle put on her police uniform jacket and went out with Li Chengfeng. It's just that the two of them did not travel with Selina Kyle, and they went in the opposite direction to the police station. "I hope you have fun in Fairy Tale Town." These were Selina Kyle's last words before she left. Li Chengfeng smiled and waved goodbye to Bruce Wayne, then turned around with a cold and calm expression. It seems that only the people who were initially pulled into this reality distortion space are fairy tale characters. For example, the dwarf yesterday was obviously one of the 7 little dwarfs. And your wife was assimilated into the 2nd generation of fairy tale characters, and she also inherited the identity of her father Robin Han. Li Chengfeng analyzed, if the 2 of us were assimilated as well, we would probably have similar identities. And this person who distorted reality seems to be trying his best to maintain the stability of this reality and make it more reasonable. Bruce Wayne nodded, and then he and Li Chengfeng began to wander around this fairy tale town. Although the people of Fairy Tale Town cannot leave the town, they do not feel strange about outsiders. It's as if they are a group of people who are normally connected to the outside world. Along the way, familiar fairy tale characters kept appearing. Snow White is a teacher, Princess Elsa is the owner of a cold drink shop, Princess P is a fruit and vegetable shop owner, and the 7 little dwarfs are security guards. And at the moment, he was staring at Li Chengfeng. Little Red Riding Hood. But unlike the little Lolita in imagination, the Little Red Riding Hood in front of him was obviously an adult woman. I haven't seen you guys yet. My brother and I were traveling by car when our car broke down. We were passing through Fairy Tale Town, so we had to come to town to fix the car. I see. Little Red Riding Hood nodded thoughtfully. You guys aren't bad people, are you? Li Chengfeng wiped away the non-existent sweat. This is not the way an adult speaks. But Li Chengfeng could feel that there was a very strong power under the red hat. Definitely, this strong is for ordinary people. For example, Bruce Wayne next to him, just looking at the panel data, would probably be pinned to the ground and rubbed at will by this Little Red Riding Hood. We heard that there is a mentally ill person in town who believes that the world is fake. Li Chengfeng nodded at Little Red Riding Hood. Isn't this a coincidence? My brother and I are both psychologists. We can help you see if you can get treatment. It's definitely better to have a local leading the way than 2 outsiders groping around blindly, right? Little Red Riding Hood looks like an adult, but she is obviously still a little girl inside. This kind of person is easier to fool. As expected, Little Red Riding Hood nodded and said happily, "Really? Are you really a psychiatrist? That's great. That older brother is so pitiful. He's so handsome, but unfortunately his brain is not normal." Then Little Red Riding Hood walked in front to lead the way, taking Li Chengfeng and Bruce Wayne to the back of a laundry and to the edge of the forest. And a simple camp came into their sight. Li Chengfeng took a quick look and found that although the camp was very shabby, the builders had obviously learned wilderness survival skills. It looks like a camp built by someone from the American military. The knots are standard operations taught by the military. At this moment, a handsome brown-haired man with tattered clothes came out of the shack. Wow, he's out? He left first. Little Red Riding Hood was probably harassed by him a few times, so she just ran away. Li Chengfeng and Bruce Wayne walked forward. The moment the brown-haired handsome guy saw the 2 of them, his eyes lit up, but soon the light called hope dimmed. I actually saw Bruce Wayne here, I must be starting to hallucinate. When Li Chengfeng heard this, he didn't run away. This guy hasn't been assimilated either. You are not hallucinating. He is Bruce Wayne, and I am FBI agent Li Chengfeng. Do you need help? What? The real Bruce Wayne? And the FBI? Hearing Li Chengfeng's words, the man rushed towards the 2 of them. Then it hung on Bruce Wayne and started howling. Oh my god, my dear. Finally a normal person shows up. Li Chengfeng said as he pulled the man off Bruce Wayne. Hey, if you have something to say, just talk nicely. Why are you hugging and touching him? Damn, your snot rubbed against him. Li Chengfeng managed to pull the brown-haired man off Bruce Wayne without hurting him. Bruce Wayne didn't say anything. He just took off his coat expressionlessly and threw it aside. Li Chengfeng clearly saw from the fan-shaped chart in the other party's eyes that the proportion of the dislike option was gradually increasing. That's enough. Stop howling. He stretched out his hand and gave the brown-haired man a fierce fight. Who are you? Why are you here and haven't been assimilated yet? After the brown-haired man got hit hard, he was a little dazed at first, but he quickly calmed down. He scratched his brown hair that hadn't been washed for a long time, took a few deep breaths, and then said, "My name is Hal Jordan, you can just call me Hal." Bruce Wayne showed no reaction when he heard the name, but beneath Li Chengfeng's equally calm facial expression, there was a shock as raging as a storm. Who? Hal Jordan? How did this guy appear in Fairy Tale Town? Why would an Air Force pilot appear here for no apparent reason? As for why he was not assimilated, Li Chengfeng didn't have to guess. As the greatest Green Lantern, his willpower is even greater than Batman's. Since Li Chengfeng and Bruce Wayne were not assimilated because of their strong willpower, Hal Jordan would naturally not be assimilated either. Well, Hal Jordan. Li Chengfeng nodded. Then can you explain why you appeared in this town where reality was distorted? Reality distortion. Hal Jordan repeated the word he didn't quite understand in confusion, and then began to explain. I am a major flight officer in the American Air Force. Following the secret order from my superiors, I am transporting confidential items to the FBI headquarters in Washington. But after flying near here, the plane crashed without any damage or abnormalities. Although I parachuted in time, I was hit by the explosion of the crashed plane after landing and then I fainted. When I woke up again, I was in a place called Fairy Tale Town, and the people around me had all turned into fairy tale characters from another world. But I clearly remember that I fainted in a forest with basically no trace of humans. In other words, during the time I was unconscious, a town and its inhabitants appeared out of nowhere. Bruce Wayne listened to Hal Jordan's description and nodded. So, you crashed and parachuted first, and then this town appeared, right? Excluding the possibility that you are a person with the ability to distort reality, the appearance of Fairy Tale Town is probably related to the confidential items you are responsible for transporting. My grandfather, worthy of being called the greatest detective in the world, got straight to the heart of the matter. Something that could allow the American military to temporarily put aside historical conflicts and send it to the FBI. What on earth is this thing? Why did you send it to the FBI headquarters? Li Chengfeng asked, holding Hal Jordan's shoulder. Did you really not open it to take a look? I told you this is confidential. I'm just the one responsible for the transportation. Hal Jordan sighed helplessly. Alas, I've been missing for so long. What's going to happen to my girlfriend? She must be worried to death. You don't have to worry about that. Li Chengfeng pressed his hand on his shoulder and squeezed it slightly, saying comfortably. People who enter the reality distortion zone will most likely be completely erased from reality temporarily. Don't be afraid of making your girlfriend worry. You should be afraid that she will change her mind because you don't exist at all. F.B.I. The goddess of death Hela came to the headquarters alone. She is now certain that she has been affected by reality distortion, but she has no idea how she has been affected. What was taken away from your life was an object or a person. With the blessing of divinity, she could only vaguely remember that he was an extremely important existence in her life. Wandering aimlessly around the F.B.I., the agents around here have long been accustomed to it. Hey, isn't it God? The F.B.I. still has 2 more. Not surprising. As for the energy detectors installed inside the F.B.I., their prompting methods had long been modified, and they would no longer be as dazzling as the computer screen that was hit by the White Thunder. Hela eventually came to the research department. I heard that the people working here are some of the smartest people in Midgard. Although Hela thinks she is wise enough, even the wisest king needs the advice of wise counselors. Because they had just experienced the battle to capture Hydra, many facilities were still under inspection and reconstruction. Nick Fury simply gave all the researchers a holiday. Anyway, it is impossible to conduct research in this environment. But there are always exceptions. There is a scientist in the F.B.I. who does not have such high requirements for the scientific research environment and is not very interested in taking holidays. He is the only one in the entire scientific research department. Hela walked forward, and the other person just turned around. The ruby pendant on her chest is still as shiny as new. I remember you. Are you the Dr. Liang Liang? Oh, isn't this the Lady Goddess of Death? Liang Liang didn't seem surprised by her arrival. It seems that the Lady Goddess of Death has sensed it. Although she is essentially an alien, she possesses divinity after all, and is somewhat resistant to the distortion of reality. You can feel it too. Ever since my soul entered this thing, reality distortion can no longer affect me. I have become one of the constants of the universe. Dr. Liang Liang touched SCP-963 on his chest and said jokingly, My goddess, you forgot the person who is most important to you. He is the one who sits at your right hand. He is the one who will share the throne of Asgard with you in the future. He is your queen of gods, your lover, the guide of the stars, Li Chengfeng. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. Hal Jordan was trapped alone in Storybrooke until he was discovered by Li Chengfeng and Bruce Wayne. As the only normal person who has not been assimilated, in a small town with distorted reality. If it weren't for the strange border that he couldn't leave no matter what he did, he would have almost thought that he was really crazy. After shaving and washing his face, he put on a sweatshirt that Li Chengfeng bought from a clothing store in town, and he was still the handsome boy from the seaside city. Li Chengfeng looked at the tag removed from the sweatshirt. It says produced by Princess Aurora on it. Then there is a line of small words below. I swear, I won't feel like sleeping if I wear my clothes. Well, Sleeping Beauty is a good match for my major. After all, she was a princess who had to be cursed on the spindle. What kind of innate weaving body was that? Then I thought of the princesses I saw all over the streets before. Each one of them was full of energy and enthusiastic about their work. Even Selena Kyle, a notorious criminal, became a small-town police officer whose only thought was about work. At least in this distorted reality, these princesses are like cattle and horses, and all they do is work. Li Chengfeng wanted to complain. Let's talk about love with the princes. Office workers want to see something sweet, not realistic. Let's go. Where shall we go first? Hal Jordan held his head high and chest out, no longer looking gloomy as he had been hanging on Bruce Wayne and howling. If Thor is a silly golden retriever, Hal Jordan is a husky who becomes rampant when he is in power. How long have you been in this town? Didn't you think of gathering some intelligence? Brother, as a former test pilot, I experienced a plane crash that was completely beyond my professional knowledge, and then was pulled into a reality-distorting dimension. These 2 consecutive experiences were a shock to my worldview. Hal Jordan felt wronged. Although I've been here for a week, how could I have the extra intelligence to think of this? Besides, I'm just a flight officer, not an FBI agent. I know everything about flying a plane, but I'm completely clueless about collecting intelligence. Seeing Hal Jordan's helpless look, Bruce Wayne also expressed his deep agreement. Professional matching is very important. If an amateur messes around or gives blind instructions, something will definitely go wrong. Where are we going then? Li Chengfeng actually has 2 options in his mind. First up is the town library. According to Selena Kyle, the town library has books that record the situation in the outside world. If nothing unexpected happens, this is where the most information is concentrated. Most likely, reality benders materialize the information into books. If you go here, you can find some clues. Another option is Agatha's hotel, which was mentioned last night. The name Agatha is not very common, but if he was in some normal place, he wouldn't feel strange hearing this name. But in a space shrouded in reality distortion, there is a person named Agatha. He had never heard of a fairy tale protagonist named Agatha. So the innkeeper is most likely Agatha Harkness, the old governess with a rather amusing personality. As one of the oldest and most powerful witches on Earth, her greatest strength lies not in her mastery of all kinds of magic, but in her ability to teach apprentices. There was Franklin Richards in the front and Scarlet Witch in the back. The peak abilities of the two disciples are more exaggerated than each other. Definitely in this universe, Wanda has just started to master the origin magic power. Let alone fully awakening in a short period of time, she is still far from reaching the level of Sub-Godfather, which is the level where she almost tore apart the normal Thanos in the movie. Not to mention the other one, Mr. Fantastic and Invisible Woman are still in the honeymoon period. As we all know, Americans are not in a hurry to have children. But after weighing the pros and cons, Li Chengfeng decided to go to the library first. Anyway, given Agatha's fun-loving nature, she's probably waiting for Li Chengfeng and the others to come, so just let this old witch whose exact age is unknown wait. Selena Kyle mentioned that they all learned about the outside world through the library. In this reality-distorted space, no location is useless. Li Chengfeng was the first to walk forward. The library is a place that is mostly a point of intersection for information connection with the outside world, because only the information here exists in two realities at the same time. In fact, these words were a bit too stream of consciousness, and Li Chengfeng was basically speaking to Bruce Wayne. Although it's abstract, Bruce Wayne should be able to understand the general meaning. But Hal Jordan. Thank God the husky doesn't run around. As Li Chengfeng was thinking this, Hal Jordan's questioning voice came from behind him. Although I don't want to question you, Hal Jordan pointed in the opposite direction of Li Chengfeng somewhat awkwardly, but the library you mentioned is over there. If this happened to an ordinary person, he would probably feel a little ashamed, and those with thin skin would probably blush. But who is Li Chengfeng? Do you have the nerve to resist the Night Sky Sword? Ling Xiao, Hal Jordan, don't go too far, are you very proud? Although I know you're trying to cover up the embarrassment by changing the subject, I somehow feel that the source of your words just now is not very healthy. Ah, you're really a genius. Li Chengfeng's expression changed very quickly. I like to cooperate with intellectuals. Lead the way. On the 7th day of being stranded in the reality distortion space, Hal Jordan truly learned what shameless meant in real life. But what can he do? It's so hard to meet normal people, so we definitely have to stick together. He doesn't want to become a psychopath in a distorted world? Come on, follow me. So the guide group, led by Hal Jordan, took Li Chengfeng and the bats back to the streets of Fairy Tale Town. This time, the three of them traveled together and finally caused a stir in Fairy Tale Town. But the good kind. Little Red Riding Hood, who had just been scared away, was the first to come over. She first looked at Hal Jordan's handsome, clean-cut face, and her own cheeks turned a little red. Wow, Big Brother actually looks normal. It turns out you didn't lie to me, you really are a doctor. Although Little Red Riding Hood behaves shyly and moves small, she has a very loud voice. After hearing Little Red Riding Hood's words, the fairy tale characters around her all gathered around her enthusiastically. Bruce Wayne's Batman habit made him instantly assume a fighting stance, but he immediately put it away. Because of the glorious plumber, Alice in Wonderland wiped her hands on her blue overalls and adjusted her red hat. Then she held Bruce Wayne's hands with hers. It was like meeting a celebrity. What's your name? Wayne. Dr. Wei, you are a miracle worker. Even among psychiatrists or psychologists, there are not many in this industry who can treat people with mental illnesses just like normal people. Hey, doctor, please help me. I always feel that I should be taller. Brother, you are a little dwarf. Your height is considered a little giant in your own species. I think people should not be divided by race. I consider myself to be an ordinary human being who is shorter in stature. Luckily it was an ordinary human. I thought it was an attack helicopter. My ears were instantly filled with the nonsense of fairy tale characters. Li Chengfeng got a headache just listening to this. America's political correctness is really awesome, even reality distortion can't beat them. Oh my god, it's so true, do you have such a distortion of reality? After finally breaking free from the crowd, Li Chengfeng wiped off the sweat. These fairy tale characters are quite down to earth. Those who know understand that this is a fairy tale town. If you don't know, you would think we have arrived at the international metropolis of Teeling. But after escaping from the warm hospitality of the folks, the three finally arrived outside the library. This is a library. Li Chengfeng pointed at the building in front of him and turned to ask Hal Jordan. That should be, right? There are only two intersecting roads in this town, and the town library is located at the intersection. But no matter how you look at it, it looks like some evil villain's dark castle. The building in front of you with a sign that reads Fairy Tale Town Library is a castle with dark brick walls and a tall clock tower. Forget about the evil queen or the wicked witch. Even if you show up as the great devil Piccolo, Li Chengfeng won't find it strange. Reality benders? Stop taking a shower and do something practical. Two different styles of painting appear in the same reality. Are you trying to ruin the American fairy tale? Li Chengfeng, although I know the answer, I still need to confirm it again. Bruce Wayne took a deep breath and asked, we have to go to this library, right? Of course not. Li Chengfeng gritted his teeth and kicked open the 6 or 7 meter high castle gate of the fairy tale town library. I'm already here. Hal Jordan stared at the scene in front of him in amazement. No, buddy, is this FBI agent still human? A city gate weighing several tons was kicked open with just one kick. Is this man in front of him part of the distortion of reality? Where did you come from, monster? Although I am from Earth, my physical strength is the real Asgard flag. Li Chengfeng talked nonsense with Hal Jordan while he and Bruce Wayne covered each other as they sneaked in. Hal Jordan gritted his teeth and followed in. In order to leave this distorted reality, in order to make Carol remember him and remove the green grassland that might fall on him, he tried his best, but he rushed in with his head down and bumped into Li Chengfeng's back. FK, you guys just took one step inside, why did you stop? Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched and he pointed forward. Open your big husky eyes and take a look. How can you keep moving forward with this thing? Hal Jordan looked in the direction Li Chengfeng pointed. A huge red dinosaur was lying in the middle of the hall. There was a curious look in those ferocious eyes. I'm screwed. Hal Jordan was stunned. Is this a dinosaur? Real dinosaurs? Li Chengfeng ignored Hal Jordan, whose worldview had been overturned and rebuilt again, but he knew the origin of the dinosaur in front of him. He is quite famous among the monsters in the Marvel Universe. Demonic dinosaur. It is a highly intelligent Tyrannosaurus Rex from the wild land, and also serves as Moon Girl's nanny and mount. Devil dinosaur, why are you here? Do you know what happened here? Li Chengfeng frowned. The monster appeared. He didn't take the demon dinosaur seriously. However, the demon dinosaur is deeply bound to the Moon Girl, and the Moon Girl's inhuman ability is to establish a deep spiritual connection with the demon dinosaur. A true soulmate. After hearing Li Chengfeng's voice, the demon dinosaur stopped lying down and slowly stood up. Compared with the dinosaurs that are more than 7 meters tall, humans look pitifully small. Hal Jordan felt like he was about to break his neck by bending backwards, and he didn't even see the face of the demon dinosaur in midair. The dinosaur opened its mouth, and then, ouch. No, I asked you to stay here just to be cute? Whose demon dinosaur is the cute dragon roar? Li Chengfeng had just finished complaining when he slapped his forehead. Damn, the devil dinosaur can't talk either. He can communicate with the Moon Girl, but that's because of her inhuman ability? But Li Chengfeng still has a way to solve this small problem. The Green Lantern ring lit up at this moment, and in an instant Li Chengfeng entered the Green Lantern transformation state. Hal pointed at Li Chengfeng and then looked at Bruce Wayne. Do you think you're the only one who doesn't understand? Bruce Wayne smiled with relief. I've long been accustomed to this. The number of abilities possessed by this Republic man is exaggerated. If one day he chooses to abandon his morals and bottom line for something, how can we defeat him? Defeat him? Bruce Wayne shook his head and spread his hands. As things stand now, let's just pray that his morals are high enough and his bottom line is strong enough. Li Chengfeng did not deliberately listen to the conversation between Bruce Wayne and Hal Jordan, but after his physical fitness had been enhanced so many times, his hearing had already reached a rather exaggerated level. Although Bruce Wayne and Hal Jordan had just been nagging him from behind, Li Chengfeng knew. If he were an ordinary person, seeing the greatest Green Lantern and Batman from afar, the same question would surely pop up in his mind. These are just minor details. Li Chengfeng raised his right hand, and the Green Lantern ring lit up with a dazzling and soft green light of will. In addition to being a weapon of the Green Lantern Corps, the Green Lantern ring is also a personal terminal of the level universe. Can translate into almost any language. After being baptized by the green light of will, the demon dinosaur roared again. As Li Chengfeng got goosebumps all over his body, the sound of a woe was transformed into Huxia and heard by his ears. Brother, where are you from? If you're from outside Storybrooke, get out of here. I won't allow you to ruin my friend's fairy tale dream.